Mama's in the living room watching Judge Judy. I'm in the kitchen eating leftover sushi. And she yells, oh, girl, you gotta hear this one. A man was arrested for running a theme park. And when they said, where's your license? He said, my dog ate it. Oh, you can't make this shit up. Sometimes I wonder if life's just one big cosmic joke. It's like she's on a Reddit, reading r/funny lawsuits, yelling from the couch. As she sips on a Prosecco, makes fun of all the weirdos, and then I hear a shout. It's like she's on a Reddit, reading r/funny lawsuits, yelling from the couch. As she sips on her Prosecco, makes fun of all the weirdos, and then I hear her shout, girl, you gotta hear this one. Mama loves to laugh at how absurd life is, says it's all a comedy and I'm her audience. And I love the way she makes fun of the world. She said, you'll never guess who's with their girlfriend. It was a man who didn't get us out of the bed. He said, I've been through hell and now I need some help. You just can't make this shit up. You just can't make this shit up. Sometimes I wonder if life's just one big cosmic joke. It's like she's on a Reddit, reading r/funny lawsuits, yelling from the couch. As she sips on her Prosecco, makes fun of all the weirdos, and then I hear her shout. It's like she's on a Reddit, reading r/funny lawsuits, yelling from the couch. As she sips on her Prosecco, makes fun of all the weirdos, and then I hear her shout, girl, you gotta hear this one.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Petty Playback, where real life does not let us completely watch trials all day. And I don't know if anybody could watch freaking Kathy Nestor, Michael Burt, and Anthony whatever, Richard Novak. My brain has completely shut out his name because the trauma of listening to him. However, we are on day 4 of the longest preliminary hearing in my personal history. And joining me yet again is my little brother, Flash Fan. He's not really my little brother, but if I were to pick somebody to adopt into my family, he would be it. Because he is the voice of reason on this stream. My hair is still wet. I'm still doing laundry from yesterday. We did get all of our appliances finally installed at like 8:30 last night. So all of our stuff is gone, so I will not have any visitors today, except for my father possibly doing a load of laundry. So it might be the calmest day of the week, but it's still crazy busy. I went over to his house this morning and worked for 2 hours trying to get his pod unpacked because his pod was delivered this morning. Flash Fan's got technology issues.
I always had technology issues.
Well, it's what it is. It is what it is. I'm going to make sure the Rumble stream is working, and we're going to get straight into this because there is a hell of a lot more arguments this morning about the same bullcrap that we were talking about yesterday afternoon.
And Eric filed a motion to her attorney to have all exhibits published in open court. Apparently, her and his parents have not been able to see all the exhibits, and they want to see that.
Yes, and her attorney does speak in court, and yet again, he is the voice of reason in the courtroom and speaks to what the rest of us are thinking and the common sense of it all. So when he speaks, we will slow him down because that is something that I will probably cut down and post as a separate video because it's very important to hear what the family of the victim thinks. And this is not just Erica, this is also his parents. So you remember Charlie Kirk was only late 20s, early 30s?
He was that young?
Yeah, he was young. He was way younger than me. He was closer to your age than mine.
Okay, I thought he was like late 40s, maybe early 50s.
Nope. He was I want to say 30. Okay. So we are going to get into this. I will have it at 1.5 speed, 1.6 or 7 when Novak is speaking because he speaks at the speed of smell. I do have a load of laundry in right now that is cleaning up all of the linens and my floor mats and everything that I had when we had our 30 minutes of hell yesterday afternoon. However, so I will be transferring that over sometime. However, we just do what we do. Hey, Jeffrey, how are you? No, you're not late. And Volusia One, how are you? Say hi to your dad for me. If he's listening, hi, Jeff, get better. Don't go on walks by yourself, but go on walks. Florida Flipper, Roy, good to see you. Hopefully, you are doing as well as can be expected and you are spending every possible minute with that beautiful wife of yours. Yes, and help encourage Flash Fan to stream. Get those subs up. Exactly. Oh, and Rumble is working over there.
Cool. Seems like you got it down pat now. You just I'm experimenting with.
Thanks for the heads up. My mic is coming in a bit hot. I'm gonna lower myself down. So, and sometimes
I thought that was just a me issue with my audio because you sounded like you was speaking through 3 or 4 microphones.
No, here the little likes to mess with the dial on my phone or on my mic. Is that better?
For me, it is.
Also, I did unplug my mic yesterday so I could fix the hardware that was attaching it to the mic stand, tighten it and all that. However, when I did that, I had to unplug it and plug it back in. So I might have reset some things. You know what I mean? Unintentionally reset some things in my microphone that might have been off. So there's that. Much better. Good. Your mic is a level 5. I'm also louder than Flash Fan just because
I'm not I'm very not soft spoken, but
I am loud. Even Mr. Squid sometimes is like, "Why are you yelling at me?" And I'm like, "I'm not. This is just my voice." So I do have my emotional support checks, my water, my caffeine, and my electrolyte drink, and we are going to get straight into this. You have to go in the living room and get yours.
I'm a moderate tone person. Just like when they tell me before choir and stuff like that. Hey, you should sing one of those songs where you shouting and I'm foot stomping. I'm I'm not a shouter. I can't do that.
There you go. I turned Flash Fan up a little bit. So maybe unplugging my mic when I was working on the hardware and plugging it back in did something. So everybody says hi. Hi. She's got a face full of Nutella. She looks like the Joker. It is. So we are going to go here and we are just going to get started. Please don't touch my mic. I will put you on the floor and have you go play with your toys if you play with my mic.
Since we adjourned yesterday until we came back on record. One of the motions filed last night was filed by
I tried to skip through the
Erica Kirk's
the stuff.
attorney.
Media
I wish to address that. And I realize that the parties may not have had a chance for defense or prosecution had a chance to respond to that. And before I address that, I wish to turn the time to you if you need the benefit of the record as it relates to what was filed by the attorney for victim representative Erica Kirk to the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Christopher Ballard on behalf of the state. We have reviewed that filing, and we believe that it fully accords with our position in our filing this morning that publishing exhibits to the courtroom is entirely appropriate and indeed honors the victim representative's right to be present in at this hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard. To defense, Mr. Novak.
He's going to jet. I see it
Honor.
already.
I read the pleading. I believe that every order that this court has made to date complies with and respects the victim's rights under the Utah Constitution. I think that the rulings that the court has made the last few days do so, and I don't believe that the issues that are presently before the court going forward with the hearing with respect to exhibits in what I'll just call the 16 series.
This is how I feel about Novak.
Rights set forth in the Utah Constitution concerning the rights of a victim representative in any criminal proceeding. So that's our position. And I want to also be very mindful of timing issues because we spent a lot of time arguing without the court having the benefit of briefing yesterday. But we have witnesses we have to get to, including a defense witness who is not available after tonight. So, I
Well,
think,
that's
of
your
course,
fault.
as
You don't
everyone
want to
knows, say
spend
much
3
more,
hours arguing yesterday.
But the court has all the briefing, and I think we should move forward.
Thank you. And as it relates to transparency and publication, does the news media wish to be heard on this issue?
It's like we don't have enough time. Well, who spent 3 hours arguing over the dumbest stuff yesterday? Who has interfered with their client's right to a speedy trial? They do all this work about fair trials, but you have interfered with your client's right to a speedy trial. I just can't. You ever look at people and you're like, how do you function on a daily basis without someone holding your hand? It's like the blonde joke of what happens when you take a blonde joke headphones off, or a blonde's headphones off, they die. The headphones said breathe in, breathe out. I think Novak needs that for like how to be a lawyer 101. Someone took his headphones off and now he needs help. He's flailing around like a fish out of water. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
They're gonna have to rush through these. Tomorrow gonna be because they gotta wrap up tomorrow.
Judge, we didn't have enough time because you spent hours and hours and hours arguing over the dumbest crap. You spent hours and hours and hours questioning witnesses about shit that is not appropriate for a preliminary hearing.
And a little bit of devil's advocate, a little teeny bit. Maybe this is a defense strategy to maybe like, hey, the state didn't prove enough evidence. It might be a dirty tactic, but it could be a tactic.
Yeah, I think dirty is the only thing Novak knows. I mean, I do think he needs to go to the hospital and get a urinalysis because I really think that he is a UTI because there's some confusion there. There's some confusion on what the Utah Constitution actually says. There's some confusion about how many motions he has submitted. Oh, Gail says he was 31.
Okay. Wow, okay.
Yeah. I knew he was closer to your age than mine. I just couldn't remember if he was 30 or 31. So this judge looks exasperated. Like, please help me.
People would say, I think it's Recovery Addict. I tuned into him a little bit this morning before they started, and he was saying that it seemed like as this hearing went along, the judge seemed like he had gotten a little bit firmer each day the hearing progressed. He was like, because this guy let these defense attorneys walk all over him so far.
Yeah, he's letting the defense attorneys treat him like. I feel like he's another one of those judges that tries to be so appeal proof that he ends up letting people walk all over him.
Like a Judge Doro situation. Well,
Judge Doro, Judge Belitho. I could, with very few exceptions, I could keep going on and on. Oh, by the way, backdoor judge, $5,000 fine.
woo.
That's it. No probation. No nothing. Oh, and forced to retire, but full pension.
Wow, that's.
Yeah. About that. We're going to get this going again. But yes, this right here.
Only briefly, Your Honor. I've also reviewed the submission from yesterday. The court has always set this 3-step process, and I think taking each of those states.
I always say, y'all, being a mod, you are helping me for free. It is not. I'm. If I was paying you by the hour, then I'd be like, okay, please show up. But Flash Fan can even tell y'all.
Yeah.
He has asked me to remove his wrench because when he was doing court watch, he could never be in these streams. And he's like, I'm sorry, you can take away my wrench. I'm like,
he threw me out bad for saying that. I'm like, wow.
I'm like, y'all, you are helping me for free. It
Kinda
is.
like when I first started modding, I was mod for the gamer in Australia. She's like, I want to make you mod. I'm like, okay, with understanding that I'm in the United States, you're in Australia. So she removed me one day. I'm like, what happened? She's like, I needed people to be. I said, I told you I was on different times. I'm not getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning to be in chat.
I am not Jess Machado. I don't make people do exit interviews when they stop being a mod. I occasionally take out take out mods, but it's literally the people who are like not here at all or like I don't talk to. So like I just removed a bunch of mods, but it's literally people that are never in chat and I literally don't talk to.
Yeah,
I
me and
talk to Flashfan like every day. I talk to Heidel every day. Like there's just some people that were mods in my channel who I have not seen in 6 months to a year, and or I don't talk to them at all. Like there are some mods who are hardly ever here, but I talk to them almost every day on Discord, on Facebook. They have my phone number. Like so you might not see them in chat modding, but I'm actually like in contact with them and I know that we're still good, you know? And then there are other people who I'm like, I haven't seen you. You obviously don't support my channel anymore. So you don't talk to me. We're not friends. Like we're, you know, but mods are free labor. Like y'all help us for free. You don't realize how much we appreciate that. And if someone doesn't appreciate you as a mod, that person to me needs some like rethinking. Like, you know, but 3D life comes first. 3D always comes first over YouTube or Rumble in this case. Y'all, 3D life pays your bills. Modding for me does not pay your bills. It might be fun, it might be entertaining, and it might be fun to time people out from time to time because that is always fun to drop the ban hammer sometimes. However, it is not a requirement to be here to mod for me. It is not ever. Not ever.
I've only
And
well to date.
ask Flash Fan,
That's not counting the one. That
especially if people have their own channels. And I'm like, y'all have your own channel. Like, you got to worry about you first, you know? But I appreciate the heads up. So I get it. I'm not talking to JKD. He knows what he did. Hydrating is fun sometimes. Sometimes it's like, I'm having a day. Let's see if Squid's having a day. Okay, Squid's having a day. We're gonna drop this ban hammer.
I torn into people in chat, especially in alternate year or AJ us question chat because some people say stuff stupid like you're not doing that here.
It's
And
one
she's
of those things,
and she's
and
like,
as
"Man, calm down, man."
and people who know me, like on my other channel, I'm a lot stricter with my mods as far as like banning people because I talk about shit. Like I talked about what's in our food and what's in our cosmetics, and I talked about medical fraud, and I said this is not political. Our health is not political. Yes, we are talking about government agencies, but at the end of the day, this is not a left versus right thing. This is a health thing. And when people want to bring up health or want to bring up politics in that chat or in the comments, you get an instant ban. Like, I'm sorry, I asked you politely not to bring politics into it. Like even here, politics is an underlying tone of this, but at the end of the day, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Like it's a murder. It's not a like a oh my god, a left versus right. No, it's a murder.
And it's good when it's healthy discussion, but at least this topic is somewhat relevant. Unlike you talking about health, and they talking about well, Trump did it. Like, what are you
Yeah,
doing?
I watched on my other channel. We were talking about medical fraud, and we're gonna get into a lot of the medical fraud cases. And we watched the Department of Health and Human Services talk about some of the medical fraud cases, and one of the cases was Dr. Oz was talking about, and I don't particularly like Dr. Oz from his show. I thought he was like a grifter, just chasing the next sponsorship. But he brought up some really good points, like this one cardiologist or cardiac center was doing EKGs, did an EKG, read it 11 seconds later, said it was fine, and a young athlete, a high school athlete, died. A high school basketball player died a month later, when you could look at his EKG and tell he had an enlarged heart.
Yeesh.
Like you could tell like things were if you would have looked at it, but the doctor never did because the doctor was only doing those procedures to make money. And a lot of those procedures were done unnecessarily. And the one time when it might have saved somebody's life, he didn't find anything. And they made a bunch of comments about Dr. Oz. I was like, I don't care what your opinion of Dr. Oz is. That doesn't change the fact that a young athlete is dead.
Yeah, it is
What you think of Dr. Oz is not my concern, because I'm sure that the people bringing charges against that person is a lot more than Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz can say, yes, I believe this was fraud, but there are lawyers, there's teams of people, not just one person making decisions at the DOJ.
just
So,
like
like-
here. Just like it shouldn't matter what people think about Charlie Kirk. I mean, yeah, okay. You might not agree with him, but do that mean he still deserves to be on the glass?
Yeah. And that's my thing. Like, you can hate Dr. Oz all you want, but Dr. Oz is not the one making the decisions about these fraud cases. There is teams and hundreds of people making decisions about these cases and what is fraud and what is not. And at the end of the day, they're like, I don't believe a word he says. So you don't believe a mother lost her son to an enlarged heart, even though he had an EKG like 3 weeks ago? Like, what about that don't you believe? And I found that case, and we are actually going to go through it probably this next Monday. Whenever this shit show is done and I can get back to content on that channel, we are going to go through it. But it's things like that. When it comes to modding on that channel, I'm a little more strict because that's my career. That's what I went to college for. Like, this is just fun and snarky. But over there, that's what I went to college for. And if you don't subscribe to my channel, Evidence Through Motion, why not? Why not? It would be greatly appreciated. But we are going to
I had to send you a medical case. Say you with the medical case, this plastic surgeon that's accused of unaliving his wife by performing surgery on her. In that Florida, this is one of those states.
It's one of them states. One of them crazy states. All right, we're gonna get back into this. This is the media's lawyer.
Stages, admissibility, publication to the courtroom, and coverage by the in-court cameras are three separate inquiries. Of course, the media will be the party who stands here at this lectern and says, we believe we should see as much as possible. We're maximalist in that way, while recognizing the importance of protecting all the rights, including fair trial rights. But the idea of publishing something, of keeping something off of the cameras at the rear of the courtroom, but publishing it to those who are present here, also is a meaningful step towards transparency. And to the extent that the court is not comfortable with placing something on the video feed,
I actually think it was Orlando where this case happened. I have to look at my documents, but I believe it was Orlando.
Media does believe that allowing the media representatives who are here, members of the public who are here, to view that, even if those watching on the live stream cannot, is a meaningful victory for transparency, and we of course support that.
Thank you. All right.
Your Honor, the state would like to be heard on the briefing briefly.
For,
The briefing that was submitted last night.
all right, so I want to address the motion filed by the attorney for the victim representative, and then we'll transition to that. I'm just trying to do it incrementally so we can get it all addressed. So in regards to that, and I appreciate the position of the parties, it is important for me to hear all sides. Article 1, Section 28 of the Utah Constitution recognizes important rights afforded to victims and victims' representatives, including the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, and the right to be present and heard at critical stages of the proceedings. The court acknowledges the concerns raised in the motion regarding transparency and the ability to meaningfully observe the evidence presented during this hearing. At the same time, the court has an independent obligation to manage these proceedings in a manner that safeguards the rights of all parties. That includes honoring the rights of victims and victims' representatives while preserving the defendant's constitutional rights, including the right to a fair and impartial process. The court has considered the request that exhibits be displayed in real time to the courtroom. After careful consideration, the court determines that not all exhibits will be visually displayed to the gallery, and notes that it will use a tiered method as described. First, whether it will be admitted to the court for consideration as it relates to probable cause. Second, whether it will be displayed only to the gallery. And third, if it will be published through the camera.
Yep, the
to
plastic
the
surgeon
public
in
at
this
large.
Florida.
It's always Florida.
This ruling is not intended to diminish the significance of the victim's representative rights or concerns. Rather, it reflects the court's responsibility to regulate the presentation of evidence in a manner consistent with the integrity of the proceedings and the fair trial rights implicated in this manner. The manner in which evidence is displayed remains in the court's discretion. That discretion must be exercised in a manner that is appropriate and appropriately balances Mr. Robinson's constitutional rights, Ms. Kirk's rights as a victim representative, and the court's obligation to conduct the proceedings that are fair, orderly, and appropriately transparent. Transparency is an important principle, but it must be maintained in a manner consistent with the constitutional rights and protections afforded to all parties. The court does not make a blanket ruling as it relates to any exhibit, and as previously stated, each exhibit will be afforded its own due in weighing whether it shall be published to the courtroom or beyond or not. And that concludes the court's ruling on that motion. All right, counsel, the last matter, as it relates to the briefing.
I think he was making the statement about Orlando being to Florida as like Atlanta is to Georgia or Chicago is to Illinois. The how people act around that area does not necessarily represent the feelings, thoughts, or opinions of the rest of the state. How New York City is to the rest of New York, how Chicago is to the rest of Illinois, how Atlanta is to the rest of Georgia. Atlanta does not really represent most of what Georgia is. It's
Quick question: what is a liposuction?
liposuction.
Yeah, that's
It's
what the
removing fat from an area.
that's what the Florida doctor accused his wife during lipo.
Killing his wife during a liposuction.
Yeah, that's what the article said.
Interesting.
I had to say that.
I'll hear that, and there is a slight edit to, and I'm not sure when the state wishes to publish State's Exhibit 16. So turning to the state, do you wish to be heard about the motions filed last night prior to the publication of Exhibit 16? Again, it's your choice on how you move forward. I just want to see which order you want to go.
We do want to be heard on the briefing from last night, and specifically about Exhibit 16. I'm understanding Your Honor has an additional edit to that. Is that correct?
I do. And there might be value in hearing that, so that may or may not change your positions. So let me just put that on the record, and then I'll hear from you. I just want to make sure you're able to be afforded everything. So as it relates to the edits, last night, I believe it was between 6 minutes and 57 seconds and 20 minutes and 29 seconds, which is not to be played, and then 32 minutes and 55 seconds to 35 minutes and 47 seconds, which is not to be played. And I believe that what I received reflects that. And is that the understanding of the parties?
Yes.
All right, the state has said yes to the defense. I'm not saying if you agree with it, I'm just saying, does it reflect the timestamps?
May I have a moment?
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Judge, I think, Your Honor, and then let's just see what the court is referring to.
Oh my God!
Well, I'm asking, did you receive a copy of the edited video?
Okay, so I'll answer that question directly. The state sent us a copy of the edited
Can one of the sheriff's deputies or representatives of law enforcement in the courtroom please handcuff him just to see if it affects how he functions? If you handcuff him, I wonder if it stops his brain. Just a thought. Just a thought. Yeah.
video. The redactions of the audio were exactly as the court ordered, but we noticed that the video, which followed, ended up being inconsistent with the redactions of the audio. So I brought that to the state's attention last night. I believe that they ultimately forwarded to the court what I'll call version 2 of the redactions, which redacts the video that would have made the audio redactions sort of superfluous or ineffective. So that's sort of where we are. But we may be not communicating with each other about the same issue, I'm not sure.
Well, I just want to make sure that in regards to what was to be cut out comports with those timestamps I just gave.
It does, plus the parties believe that additional video needed to be cut out to match the court's intentions with respect to the audio.
Right, and this is where I'm going to next. Mr. Ballard?
Yes, Your Honor. I think we're on the same page. We did, in conjunction with discussions with the defense, first of all, we prepared the redacted video as Your Honor ordered. Then after discussing with the defense, we prepared a second version that still maintained the audio redactions as the court ordered, but we took out the video portions that the defense brought to our attention.
All right, and I didn't see that, but here, and this is the court's own independent finding after spending significant time last night reviewing it. So I'm requesting a video-only redaction between 20 minutes and 29 seconds and 25 minutes and 23 seconds. And so what I looked at was what was on screen. So any video showing...
I don't think he can walk and chew gum at the same time.
anything other than Mr. McBride and Lance Twiggs was to be redacted, with the exception of the screenshots of the images pulled from the surveillance video and the FBI bulletin, which I believe was also briefly displayed.
I think we're all on the same page, based on what the court just said.
No, when I was like,
Your Honor, I think we have just a 1
when I-
second difference. Our timestamp is 20.
when my brain was short circuiting, she mimicked my brain short circuiting. And whatever it sounded like, it was not words, because he can't function without doing a lot of this. It's like we need to do some aerobics today during a break when we have like a movement break, because we can't sit down for 4 hours. Get your feet off my desk. We need to do the Novak.
Did she just say Novak?
Did you say Novak? She tries. I'll give her that much. She tries. We're getting there. Oh my goodness. Hey Diana, how are you? I have 6 quarts and 6 pints of blueberry pie filling processing in the can. Ooh. Is that yummy? Blueberry pie filling? That sounds yummy, doesn't it?
No.
Oh, shush.
It's
That's good stuff.
Stats. She's repeating yet. Yes, I now have a repeat.
you.
Yeah.
Blueberry
She said
pie.
Novak just fine the first time. Yeah.
It did sound like she said Novak. I was like, oh, she called it Novak.
Yes, baby parrot. Are you my parrot?
No.
No.
I saw your son.
Okay, now it's time to stop talking and play the video.
522 of the additional edited version, but I think it still omits the video portion that we're discussing.
All right, well, it's a good day when we are literally on the same page. I'm glad that within 1 second, we are all in agreement about this. So that the court, and it sounds like you're one step ahead of the court. I was going to say that if you had it, you simply turn off the monitor for that section. But if you've already made that change, then all the better. There are 2
Hallelujah. For
additional
the first
changes as
time
well.
in the history of this courtroom, we're all on the same page within 1 second. Thank God.
Yeah, that's usually that usually takes 4 hours.
Oh my God. And I'm sorry I'm stopping it, y'all, but like this is day 4. My brain is short circuiting. Like I need some.
We almost we got one more day. We gotta get to one more day today.
Yesterday was 5 hours
Yeah.
of them just bitching about this video. So here we are. Yet again, bitching about this video.
I was spent when it could be testimony. The court says that tomorrow at 5 o'clock is how long he had it set for. They've not called. I think the state got a couple more witnesses. Then they had defense witnesses. They had trying to force. They're gonna have to rush tomorrow.
And then, the defense is going to complain that we didn't have enough time. Yes, because you sat bitching about trivial shit. Shit that's not important. You complained about stuff. You asked questions that are not appropriate for a probable cause hearing. You introduced things that are more appropriate for an evidentiary hearing or a pretrial hearing or trial, not a probable cause hearing.
Both of the objections they were making, like this shouldn't be admissible. That's suppressing hearing stuff.
Remember, probable cause is what a cop needs to look through your car on a traffic stop. Like probable cause is not that high of a bar. Do I think it should be? Yeah. However, when a cop just needs probable cause to search your vehicle during a traffic stop, that's the same probable cause we're talking about here. Same verbiage. Yeah. Probable cause. Enough evidence to bind him over for hearing. Like,
I think Florida is the state that doesn't have preliminary hearings. If I'm not, I don't think I ever seen one from there.
I don't know, but there's people in chat who would know the answer, and I'm sure we'll find it out soon enough.
And this is very short, and so I'll leave it to the state. If you wish to just in real time pause and fast forward, or wish to redact it, I'll leave it to you. So the additional requested audio and visual redaction, so this is not to be played whatsoever, is 27 minutes, 18 seconds to 27 minutes and 25 seconds.
Okay, and I'm skipping all of this because no one cares about, because we don't know what is
Past
said in these timestamps, so it's not important to us.
And the second,
And then 28 minutes and 11. When Your Honor made his ruling yesterday afternoon, it wasn't entirely clear the basis for these redactions that the court proposed. The state's understanding was that those additional redactions were based on the potential that the video 1102 would be showing duplicative evidence and would be displaying evidence that would be duplicative of future exhibits, and then also potentially a concern about admissions by the defendant. Portions that the court has ordered to be redacted do not have any of those concerns as far as the state's view of that evidence, and I'd like to be able to point the court to those. We've got two brief portions that we believe don't implicate those concerns and should not be redacted. Does Your Honor have the transcript in front of you? Okay. And then over to page 11.
Don't care.
That portion is not cumulative of additional exhibits, and it contains nothing that could be classified as an admission by the defendant. That's the first portion.
so going back to page 10, I don't see was he at the bottom. Where are you?
I
How many lines
really
from the
wish I
bottom
had
up are you
that
referring to?
skill.
You may.
I don't.
Oh, I see, right here. Okay, now I see what you're saying. I missed that. I was looking at, so from
6 on page not to be redacted is a small, and it paragraph down, Mr. McBride stating okay, and then ending at timestamp 3340. Again, that's not.
Okay.
yes, you may.
That was the, and that prosecutor that was talking, that was the one who was sanctioned. That was the one who spoke to the media. That was the one who actually did the speaking to the media, the interviews. So.
Of the two portions that Mr. Ballard referenced, I want to be totally transparent with the court, of course, that was not a section that we asked the government to agree to redact. That is a section that the court, various principles that the court has enunciated. So I just want to be transparent about that.
Thank you.
The second portion that Mr. Ballard addressed, which is on page 19, we did suggest, and it is in our highlighted redacted transcript, and the court agreed with us. This is not relevant. This is.
If it's up to you, nothing's relevant, man.
They're spending more time arguing over this than just letting it happen and fighting it later.
Yep. Most times you'll hear if they have an objection, they'll be like, well, no
I
objection.
always see her.
For purpose of this hearing, Your Honor. And they'll fight it later on. I don't know why they have one more day left to present their case, and they still arguing over this stuff. And they are, and just for context, they were a half an hour late this morning. In general, getting to court.
I put her down. She's mad at me, but she put her face on she started going, and I'm, no, don't bite me. So she's just moving around too much for me to actually like function. I don't mind when she's up here and she's like sitting still, but she's doing too much monkey for me to like function.
Mr. Twiggs, and now I'm going to quote the Utah Rule of Evidence, has any tendency and reason to make a fact of consequence more or less true. That's the relevant.
I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know why this is driving me nuts so much when he's like,
I can make determinations of which portions of this transcript to rely upon, but from my perspective, what the state is asking the court to do is to broadcast a portion of the transcript, which we are saying is not relevant, and to the extent it has any relevance, is significantly outweighed by undue prejudice.
and they're talking about it being relevant in trial. They're so pissed. They're whining that this is not going to be, none of this is going to be admissible at trial, so it should not be made public. That is the crux of their argument through all of this. None of this is going to be admissible at trial, so we can't show it now. That's what their argument rests on. And that's why I'm so pissed at this judge for entertaining this fucking argument. because their entire argument rests on
Like, you can still
none
be
of this will be
firm.
admissible at trial.
You can still be firm and strict and bar the attorneys from doing stuff without it not looking like a fair trial. This type of stuff happens all the time.
Oh my
Just like,
God.
nope, this is denied.
They act like this is the first public trial, that high profile trial that's ever been across the country.
And the crazy part is most of them had high profile cases before.
Kathy Nestor was just involved with one like 2 months ago.
Yep. I wonder does she still represent her because it's so they fighting the appeals and crap on that one.
Hold on. What makes it funny is when the state makes it admissible by having experts at the trial and has the source fully brought in. Yeah, it's just one of those like weird, I don't understand. The whole crux of this argument is that these exhibits won't be admissible at trial. This is not a fucking trial, you dipshit. How do you have a law degree and you're still arguing like day one law school? Hearsay. Probable cause hearing versus trial.
They acting like they just became a lawyer last week, and the oldest attorney on that team has been an attorney since '78.
I understand that I am not an attorney, but I'm pretty sure in law school, I know I make fun of law school and I do Timu law school for members only. I get that. But I can almost guarantee there's some sort of law school class about rules of evidence and the Constitution, constitutional law.
Constitution should definitely be one because you only have to study all to have to learn the Constitution.
I'm just like, did they skip those days?
I had to learn Constitution in American government class.
The Ben Stein wannabe obviously didn't go to Yale. Ben Stein went to Yale. That's why I bring up Yale, because Ben Stein went to Yale, and I don't think he's ever had this problem. At least Ben Stein is entertaining. I don't know if he's a good lawyer. I've never seen him actually do lawyerly work. I've seen him be a game show host and a comedian and an actor. I've never seen him actually do legal work. However, at least he'd be entertaining.
I'm trying to think who is a modern day attorney that I like. I don't even know. All the attorneys I like is from decades ago. My favorite defense attorney, Thurgood Marshall and Johnny Cochran.
So,
and both of them are gone.
So Volusia won, his wife.
Okay.
And some of her friends. Good lawyers.
Okay.
Good lawyers. My lawyer, good lawyer. That's it. That's the only ones that I know of.
Yeah, but I meant like in these televised trials, I can't think of one.
Is he a conductor for an orchestra on his spare time? No, because that's floor, door, window, ceiling. Floor, door, window, ceiling. I did this in high school, so I had to think about how to actually, that's how I remembered how to do it. So no, he's not even a conductor because he sucks at that. Too much of this, too much extra movement.
The Karen defense attorneys, that's who I can name. But
yes, Alan Jackson.
Yeah.
Alan Jackson. And David
Yannetti. Yep. He actually representing the Copland matter, so they gotta look to see they're supposed to be in court on the 23rd of July.
And whoever Turtle Boy's lawyer is.
Oh yeah, I don't know his name.
I don't remember his name, but I can pick out his face.
Mr. Twiggs' representative, but I think as a witness who has counsel, there might be something that Mr. Twiggs' counsel would want to say about this as well. I don't know what it would be, but my firmly held belief is it would be consistent with what I'm saying, which is that it is neither relevant nor probative of anything of significance, especially in compared to undue prejudice. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Novak. Mr. Ballard.
Thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Novak recognized Mr. Twiggs was represented during the statement. His counsel knew that this was being prepared to be produced in court, and his counsel made no objections to this part of the interview. And this is critically relevant. It provides important foundational information about Mr. Twiggs, and identifying information about him, and then also it's very relevant to the enhancement that we have charged.
All right. Thank you.
It looks like in real time we do eventually get to see the video.
Anything further
So
before
it
the
looks
board
like you're
votes on
done.
these two requests?
Which means that all of this is for nothing and a waste of fucking time.
Because when I clicked on Idaho News in real time, I saw the video up. So I'm like, okay.
The chat's on fire today. Like, girl, can you go get your nail file? Yeah, we're gonna do your nails. Yeah, because you have little claws. When you were monkeying around, yeah. All right.
All right. This may not make sense when I'm saying page 10.
Yeah, it
but
doesn't.
it's
That's why we're
starting with
skipping
West
it.
Key, the hearing and in applying.
I'm for stopping and discussing it and making fun of it and stuff, but at the same time, when they're discussing page 10, lines 5 through 10, when we don't actually have the documents, when we don't know what the hell that actually means, it's a waste of our time to sit here and watch it.
It kind of like in the
So-
classic trial, they'd be like, okay, call court's attention to paragraph 1, lines 1,000 through something. I'm like, okay.
And this is where petty playback comes into play, because I'm skipping shit, but I'm skipping the like this is not relevant to our situation and our commentary.
I do miss 90s lawyer. They was aggressive. Lawyering now is stupid. Back then, they was just,
I feel like the whole world got weak.
I look
soft.
well. The courts got system like, well, y'all shouldn't do that. Y'all should be cooperative. They called it Rambo litigation.
Like, you should be cooperative, but there's a time and a place to be cooperative, and there's a time and a place to put your foot up somebody's ass. And when you're being pushed around by lawyers who think they're smarter than you in your own courtroom, that is the time to put your foot up somebody's ass so far they can taste your shoe leather.
By far, my favorite. I don't know he's my favorite judge because I heard his cases not. But my favorite clip of the trial thus far is the Rittenhouse judge. Don't get brazen with me.
Yeah, he was really good on the Rittenhouse case, but he must have had a stroke or something between Rittenhouse and Zachariah Anderson, because that was the dichotomy.
Well, he didn't
Right
have the
word.
best track record even before Rittenhouse because his the first Mark Jensen trial he had in 2008 got overturned on appeal. So.
True. Thank God I never had to go. Well, I never had to go in front of any judge, except for one in Roanoke, Virginia, in 2008. But that's beside the point.
Oh, Virginia.
Yeah. So when all that drama was going on, and someone tried to send me a cease and desist and say that I was harassing them and whatever, decided to pull up my background check. Be it my household gets background checked every time Mr. Squid starts a new job, just because of the nature of his job. So I was actively being background checked by a new company as this person was doing this. Oh, she had a misdemeanor in 2006. Yes, because I was doing 89 and a 65 when driving from Norfolk, Virginia to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And I got pulled over. It was the first time I'd ever been pulled over. And Virginia, anything over 20,
Yeah,
automatic reckless driving.
Virginia State Trooper, though. Whoo, they.
Exactly. Yeah. However, this was May of 2006.
More so back then. They were stricter back then.
Well, this was, I want to say, April of 2006, because May 2nd of 2006, I deployed. And I kept deploying. And then got back and did workup. So I kept delaying my court date. Finally went to court in 2008. It got knocked down to a regular speeding ticket because I kept contacting the court to say, hey, this is my deployment schedule. This is my workup schedule. I'm sorry. So it cost me 2 days of leave, $50 in court fees. So it cost me $106, 2 days of leave, and a hotel room overnight. But they were bringing it up like it was some.
Y'all hear that, ladies and gentlemen? Squid went pro se.
I did. The cop wasn't even there, or the Virginia State Trooper wasn't even there. It was 2 years later. Like, the prosecutor was like, yeah, whatever. She showed up, $50. It was like the time she spent trying to get this resolved was more of a headache than anything I can do right now.
You like my uncle. That's where my uncle he get ticket. He like, I'm gonna fight this.
Well, here's the thing. They brought it up on the Haters podcast, on the Two Lees podcast, like it was some like I was like, oh my gosh, he had a misdemeanor. Yeah, a fucking traffic violation. I'm gonna play this and I have to go help the little.
They made it sound so big. It made it sound like you a female dominant.
Ensure the court is taking a very narrow approach in what is or is not published to the public, that this is permissible. It doesn't run afoul of the issues that the court addressed previously, that the court is trying to avoid by publishing portions. And in addition to that, independently of the court's decision-making, it appears that the parties also agree as it relates to the first requested edit to unredact or to allow in. So I am ruling that that may be played and published through all mediums in the courtroom and via video. Turning to the second section, this is page 19. It is roughly right after 3327, going to just before 3340.
Sorry, Your Honor, just to clarify, what we asked was just before 3307.
3307?
Correct, yeah. Yes. Right after 3255, where
All right.
Mr. McBride states, okay.
I see. Thank you. Let me just take a quick second to review this.
What the hell?
In relation to that request from right after 3255, starting with okay, is that the spot you're talking
Yeah,
about? Mr. Pollard?
we're gonna keep
Yes, Your
skipping
Honor.
all
Yeah,
of this because
It's reviewing the transcripts and what
Will may be published. I mean, to the media as well, that goes beyond the gallery itself.
at this rate we be caught up soon.
we're now we're 20 minutes behind.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would just like to briefly emphasize a few points in the briefing that we filed early this morning. Last night, the defense raised the issue of publishing admissions by the defendant or confessions. They cited to one sentence from the United States Supreme Court opinion in Estes versus Texas that relies on the Rideau versus Louisiana case. And that one sentence in Estes has no precedential value on the issue that's before the court today. Estes cited to the dissenting opinion in Rideau, which is very curious because that dissenting opinion, Rideau was a change of venue case. And what the dissenting opinion held is that the court properly refused to change venue in that case, even though the defendant's confession had been televised multiple times. So it's puzzling that that's what the Estes court would rely on as supposedly constructing.
A confession.
It's one of those. It is one of those. This is how to improperly cite case law. If you bite me, I swear to goodness, we're gonna have an issue. Okay. So have a good rest of your day. We'll probably still be here when you take another break. Just saying. just saying. Because Lord knows. I'll be here till at least 5:30. Hopefully.
Yeah, that's when I'll have to split at 5:30 or 5:40.
Yeah.
Because I got choir rehearsal at 6.
I'm thinking we'll make it past lunch and then we'll do whatever. Because tomorrow, with being the last day, I really don't want to have to do this on Saturday if I don't have to.
Yeah, and tomorrow, anytime you want to start, anytime you want to go to, I ain't got nothing to do tomorrow.
Girl, I know you didn't use my hair to wipe your face. Ew. I don't know what is happening right now, but we're going to get back to this.
Some kind of rule about publishing a defendant's admissions. In addition to that, Estes has no analysis of that point from Rideau. Again, it's just one sentence. And Estes itself was a case about televising a trial. It wasn't about pretrial publicity of a defendant's admission or confession. And as we noted in the brief, subsequently, the Supreme Court has limited, although it hasn't expressly overruled Estes, it's limited that case to its very narrow facts. So it's difficult to see what precedential value that one sentence from Rideau could have on this issue before the court. Even if it could have some applicability here, the circumstances in Rideau are starkly different from the circumstances here, the types of statements from defendant that we're talking about. In Rideau, what the police did was orchestrated a recording of an uncounseled, unmirandized police interrogation The police recorded that interrogation. It was leading questions. They recorded the defendant answering those leading questions. And then they immediately, it was the police that immediately released that recording to the press, who then publicized and televised that. The defendant confessing to police, answering the police's questions. That's not the types of statements that we're dealing with in this case. What we're dealing with are statements that defendant voluntarily made to close friends and associates of him and his roommate. Sorry, just one other point about Rideau and that dissenting opinion. It's interesting that in that dissenting opinion, that judge that the court relied on in Estes continued on in his opinion and said it's an impossible standard to require that a trial court be a laboratory that's completely sterilized and free from any external factors. So again, it's hard to see how Rideau has any precedential value, and even if the circumstances are completely different than from the types of statements that we're dealing with here. The state has also cited to several other courts that have easily distinguished Rideau and have made it clear that there is no blanket ban on publishing, especially just in court, a defendant's voluntary admissions. I think the most interesting case is the Sixth Circuit case, because there it dealt with essentially the issue that we're dealing with here, which is publication of a defendant's statements during a preliminary hearing. And that case is especially important, the DeLeslie case, because there that confession was ultimately held to be inadmissible. So an inadmissible confession was played to the public and interested media members so that in a way that it had, as if it had been played in a preliminary hearing. And even though that confession was subsequently publicized and ultimately held to be inadmissible at trial, the court did not hold that that was a violation of the defendant's fundamental rights there, that the court could deal with that through voir dire. It was not inherently prejudicial. And then the state has also cited to the Ohio case of Mamon, and then also the Alabama case, Burgess versus State, where those courts reached essentially the same holdings, easily distinguishing the Rideau sentence from Estes and making it clear that there's no blanket ban on publishing a defendant's admissions, and also that Rideau is easily distinguishable. And because the court can deal with those pretrial publicity issues in the way that we've discussed several times already through the tools that the court has available in selecting the jury. I think it's also important to point out that transparency is critical in this case. This court's noted repeatedly the extensive media coverage. That's why we're having to take this additional time in these hearings to be able to discuss these issues. And transparency is critical to the state's right and the people's right to a fair trial. Where there's a vacuum in the evidence, it just fuels speculation. And then finally, as has already been argued, it's critical to the victim's right to be able to attend the hearing. That's a hollow promise if the victim representative is only able to be here physically, but then is shielded from some of the evidence. Does the court have any questions?
No, not
Thank you.
at this time. Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. The parallel between Mr.
The whole point of the victim's representative and the victim's family being there is to see the evidence. So I can totally understand not broadcasting it on the court, like on the feed, for us to see at
for
home.
the news media, yeah.
I can understand that. News media do not record this, do not show the screen.
Yeah.
However, for the people in the courtroom that made the journey to be there, especially Charlie Kirk's parents, regardless of what you feel about Erica, take Erica completely out of the equation. His parents and his children.
Yep.
Whatever you think of Erica, take her out of the equation. Forget that she's even there. His parents and his children. His parents are younger than my parents. His children, one of them is about my daughter's age. Like, for them to be able to see the evidence.
And you see that in multiple trials where they'll be like, okay, the judge will be like, all right, the news media is directed not to televise. Then he'll give a warning in the courtroom. There's going to be some graphic stuff shown. If you can't handle it, step out. And they usually show it, but for the people, the victim's family and whatnot in the courtroom, but the media doesn't show it. This isn't news. This type of stuff happens.
And that's not even like court proceedings. That's NTSB hearings that I've covered, where when they show a video, they're like, this will be graphic. This may interfere. If families of the victims, please, if you need to step out, please step out now. Like, they give trigger warnings, so to speak.
They should be lucky this did in 1996, because back then they didn't care. They show anything on the media.
That is true.
I
That's
know
true.
in the Menendez case, they showed
Everything.
all the I'm like, God, I didn't need to see that. Dude, pictures of the Menendez. I'm like, nah, I didn't need to see that.
McBride looks like the dark circles under his eyes are bigger today.
He probably like, I'm so doggone exhausted, man.
Not only is this case exhausting, but these people are exhausting. Like Novak is literally exhausting. But on the bright side, guess who we haven't seen today? Kathy Nestor. I'm okay with that.
I think
I don't know who's the most annoying defense attorney. The top three. We haven't really heard much from Stacey Visser. She's probably working in the background and doing research and stuff.
She's probably like she probably wanted a motions mitigator or something like that. That like objections and cross examination. Because he filed the majority of the motions. Her signature is at the bottom of most of the motions that are filed in this case.
Yeah, right here. She wakes up every day a working mother alone. Just wrong. Yeah, it's one of those weird things, and people are like this. Tyler Robinson didn't do it. Then why did he turn himself in?
Just like this morning, me and Squid were talking before the stream started. I looked when I went to grab the feed and send it to her this morning. I looked at some of the comments. People talking about Tyler Robinson. They was spamming the chat. Tyler Robinson is an American hero. I'm like, come on, man. Come on. What's this?
I almost made a comment that probably would have got me banned. Like, this is why I want to stream it on my own channel. If you want to see commentary that's not completely unhinged, like some of these fucking comments, join me. Because y'all are fucking nuts.
Robinson's case and the Rideau case is this. Mr. Rideau's confession was televised by an act of the state. It wasn't a confession broadcast through a courtroom. It was a confession made to law enforcement and then broadcast by action of the state. And that's what gives rise to the constitutional problem, which is its state action, which violated Mr. Rideau's right to a fair trial. This court has granted the media's request to electronically publish this entire proceeding.
Put it right there.
That's state action. And the state has supported the media's request over Mr. Robinson's objection. So that is also state action. So that's the parallel. If there were no cameras in this courtroom, we would not have a problem. And in fact, Ms. Kirk's attorney's briefing seeks a remedy which has nothing to do with the cameras in the courtroom. What Ms. Kirk's counsel seeks is an opportunity for people in the courtroom
Admit
to see
that
the
you
evidence.
are an asshole and move on.
So the state is going even further than Ms. Kirk's counsel. The state wants to publish what it calls confessions in the same way, essentially, that the state published Mr. Rideau's confession. Now, the only other thing I want to talk about is that
I mean, but at the same time, people could probably think that my commentary is unhinged too.
Blanket rule that there is
we need Squid to
unrebuttable
get
prejudice.
like law and crime to get into these courtrooms and cover these cases.
Could you imagine law and crime hiring me? Oh my god.
You'd be a spicier Anjanette Levy.
No, hold on. I have to handle an issue.
Yep.
Stated in Rideau, we could talk about why dissenting judges say, oh my God, the court has established a rule and I don't like it. That's what's going on there. But it was in the Skilling case, a Supreme Court decision in 2010, where the court said, yes, we really are going to let judges decide whether potential juror exposure to pretrial publicity makes them unable to serve. But there is an extreme case. That's not my language. That's the Supreme Court's language in Skilling. There are extreme cases of pretrial publicity where prejudice is going to be presumed. And so that's obviously about what has to be proven in terms of the prejudice. But when it's an extreme case, what the Supreme Court is saying in Skilling is there's a presumption. And I believe that this court has already made findings over the last 9 months that this is an extreme case with respect to the quantum of pretrial publicity, the way in which it's being monitored by the public, the speed with which these proceedings, even this week, are being dissected and broadcast through all of the technology channels that we have. So it's our view that this is the extreme case that the Supreme Court talked about in Skilling. We wouldn't have any state action giving rise to this problem if we didn't have cameras in the courtroom. And that's why we think that.
Well, I believe it didn't work because the Supreme Court said, nope, we're not going to hear your appeal on the judge allowing cameras. So obviously you read it wrong.
He's the mental gymnastics that these people have to do, and I understand to those who might be seeing me for the first time, I understand that lawyers have to do mental gymnastics and technicality work all the time. However, these people have pushed it to a level that just makes you, they fit the stereotype of why people hate lawyers. Sleazy, underhanded, selfish, think they're smarter than you, assholes.
Need to be managed in the way we've asserted. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Ballard.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, Mr. Novak's misrepresented the state's position. We're not going beyond what the victim representative has asked for. As we made clear in our briefing this morning, that we filed this morning, we are asking that these exhibits, unredacted, be published in the courtroom. Not electronically, but they be published in the courtroom. It's not the camera in the courtroom that's the problem. The issue here is the public's right. This is a public hearing. The court's ruled that it's a public hearing. Kearns Tribune recognizes that preliminary hearings are public, and the public that is here in this courtroom should be able to see the exhibits that are admitted and that the court is going to rely on, and that is even
Just as much as Tyler Robinson had the right to confront his accusers, the victim's family has a right to hear the evidence that took out their loved one.
Felicia, scene 1, Squid is an attorney. Here, hold my beer. I'm gonna kick his ass. Scene 2, opposing attorney with X. I believe they call that trial by combat.
I would love to see Lawyer Squid. I would love to see her on Long Crime or something, trying the case even Georgia or Wisconsin.
No. I would like to think that I just bring the common sense, like, what the fuck, from a jury, someone who's not afraid of lawyers. Like, I dealt with fighter pilots at 18 years old. I am not afraid of a fucking lawyer. Like, try me, bitch. She already did. She fucking lost. Just saying. Lawyers. I went from working with fighter pilots and telling fighter pilots that they're stupid gracefully to graduating from college and working in a hospital telling doctors that they're wrong, or telling doctors what I recommend for patients and disagreeing with doctors all the time. I had a doctor literally tell a patient's family that they should pack it up and go home because he was never leaving the hospital. 6 weeks later, I went down to our inpatient rehab unit to grab something. And he was down there and he remembered my name. Man could not sit up by himself 6 weeks prior. Completely, according to the doctors, brain dead. Was standing and walking and remembered my name even though I had seen him twice in 6 weeks. Like, I am not afraid of doctors. I told my own surgeon, I was like, I'm an OT. I work with neuro patients. As long as you don't treat me like I'm an idiot, I won't be a bad patient. And we had a great relationship. However, next up on the who is going to try to intimidate Squid? Lawyers. Done fucking work. Fighter pilots and doctors are the two professions that I've dealt with the most in my life. Fighter pilots and doctors. If you think lawyers have an ego, welcome to being a fighter pilot. Like, they take a lawyer's ego and make it look like you don't even belong in this realm. Like, you take a fighter pilot and they will look at a lawyer and be like, you don't even belong in the room with us, bro. Get out. Get out. So I just, y'all, they just don't, like, this is why I cover court cases, and I will tell a lawyer and I will make fun of freaking Novak because, one, it's my first fucking amendment right. And, you know, good luck with that.
I want to see him trying to come after you. He gonna get slapped down so fast.
And secondly, I'm not intimidated by a fucking lawyer from California.
If a lawyer from Florida couldn't get you,
wannabe lawyer from Florida. She failed at that. She's a failure at everything. The FBI is, from what I understand, according to my IC3 complaints, currently looking into all of that shit. So don't fuck with me. But I'm not intimidated by lawyers. So I would like to think that I'm just the person, the voice of reason, in the sense of I just call shit like I see it. I'm not always right. I'm not, in fact, I could be wrong a lot of the time, but my opinion is my opinion and I own it.
I thought
You know?
about I thought about becoming a lawyer and fighting to get, or some type of something in that field, and fighting to get cameraed in the courtroom in the DMV area.
I think cameras need to be in a lot of places.
Federal court, they don't allow it there, and that's with some of the interesting cases though.
Yeah. So
Novak,
this
apparently,
hilarious.
according to the internet, Novak is a good federal trial attorney. Because he tried a lot of fraud cases in
And this brings up a really good point. What is a good attorney? Because they could be a really good attorney in a sense if you consider a good attorney a sleazeball or someone who doesn't respect the victim or the victim's representative. You could, just because you get results doesn't mean you were ethical or smart or respectful in the way you got those results.
And technically, the one federal case, the one unalive federal case he technically didn't win. He got a mistrial, and the state later dropped the charges, or the government, or whatever they know in the federal court. They dropped the charges against the defendant.
So it could be a lot of reasons why someone is considered or has a high success rate as an attorney. When you look below the surface, because just like we talked about on the other channel, like a football game, just because you see the final score does not tell you how they came to that final score and who actually did the work and who caused the win or loss. So you might have a bunch of wins, but how did you achieve those wins would be an interesting project to figure out. Yes, they're very good at stalling. So am I.
More important to the victim representative's right to be able to be present and to observe these proceedings. Thank you.
All right, counsel?
Your Honor, if I may, I'll be brief. I want to begin by saying thank you to both the parties, to the state, to the defense, to the court. Today, the time that's being taken today and the nimbleness that's required to talk about things like a transcript in open court is a challenge. I recognize that it presents difficulties and that it takes time. And I want to begin by thanking both the parties and the court for taking the time to do that. It's important to the public, and I appreciate the court doing that. I know the public does as well. The only thing that I want to say with respect to this question about admissions or confessions is something that I hope will help the court. The court is looking at Rideau. It's looking at Estes. These cases from 50 or 60 years ago in a different media environment under the United States Supreme Court. I want to urge the court to do what the court has done before, and that's to look at Algier. This is a 2011 Utah Supreme Court case. It's obviously in the wake of Rideau. It's obviously in the wake of Estes. It's here in this state. Unanimous Utah.
The 60s and 70s, media was a whole lot more bold, or not, what's the word I'm looking for? They tried a lot of dirty, underhanded stuff in trials back then.
Also, the media was defined completely different back then. They only had radio and the infancy of TV.
Yeah, and cameras were definitely not allowed. Cameras weren't allowed to the courtroom until briefly in the 70s with Ted Bundy, and then later in the 90s. So there wasn't no camera in the courtroom back then.
There was no internet.
Yep.
Supreme Court upholding a decision made by Judge McCleave below in a case that has striking parallels to this one. In the Algier case, there was a murder trial. The court received a notarized letter from an inmate saying the defendant in this case has confessed to me. Told me that he was involved in the shooting, gave me details of it, threatened me and my family if I did that. I want the court to know that. That was provisionally sealed for many of the same reasons that the court could conceivably consider keeping some of this information from the public. The court did a two-step analysis. It began by trying to determine whether or not there was a presumptive right of access to that document. The answer is yes. There is a presumptive right of access to this proceeding as well. Like Mr. Ballard just said, because this is a preliminary hearing, there's a presumptive right of access for the public. The second question was simply whether there's some kind of balancing that should be done. Notably, in paragraph 17 of that Algier case, it stressed something that we have said over and over again, which is much of the information that would be revealed through that letter had already become public at that point. And the idea of sealing a document that contained allegations or details that were already in the public sphere would only create the impression that information was being kept from the public when it was not. We stressed what we did yesterday, that as we understand it, much of the information that is now under consideration for the court is already in the public sphere. The right case to analyze this under is Algier. Algier would dictate in this case that the court recognizes a presumptive right of access to this material, and that the presumption, the balancing test that would be needed to overcome that presumption of access has not been satisfied here, particularly because so much of that information is already in the public sphere. That must be an animating factor here, and we ask the court for that reason to grant access. Both publication to the courtroom and, in our view, publication on the cameras as well. But we again do recognize that middle step is a meaningful one. And if the court were to decide that information be shared in the courtroom but not on the general feed, we would recognize that as well as a meaningful step towards transparency in this case.
I can agree with that.
Yeah.
We would like it published on the camera or on the cameras for everyone to see, but if you just publish to the courtroom, that still allows the victims' representatives and those in the courtroom to see. And then possibly report, hey, this is what I saw. Like,
and you know, those people who report on the case in the courtroom is going to come back and do streamed or news clips later on. Well, this is what the video shows. So that's a good middle ground.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jeffrey Nyman on behalf of...
This is the lawyer representing Erica Kirk.
Okay.
So I'm going to slow this down.
Yeah, that's the one that filed the motion last night.
Yeah, but I listened to what he had to say because as I was trying to like make the little breakfast or lunch, I tuned in.
Oh, he gave interview. Okay, I had to.
So, I believe that this is the most important thing, and at the end of the day, I believe what he has to say is the only thing that matters.
Yeah.
Counsel?
Good morning, Your Honor. Jeffrey Nyman on behalf of the Kirk family.
He just represents the family.
He represents Erica Kirk.
Yeah. Well, her and
his parents, but at the end of the day, Erica Kirk is the victim's representative because she was his next of kin.
Yeah.
So, right, he might represent the parents too, but as in this proceeding, he is the victim's representative.
Yeah, on the record, this is her attorney.
Yes, on the record, he is the representative for the victim's representative, and that is Erica Kirk. So he might be representing the parents too in a broader lawsuit or a broader sense of the word. However, for this specific case and Utah law, the victim's representative is Erica Kirk, and she is entitled to counsel according to the Utah statutes.
Yeah.
So we're going to listen to what he has to say.
This is why I like this case, because you have in foreign country they have a watching brief, which is an attorney hired by a victim's family to sit and observe the proceeding and report back what happened. So in some countries, victims not even allowed in the court. Victim family not even allowed in the courtroom.
Yes.
Okay, it's time to watch this anyway, baby girl.
And we appreciate the court is trying to balance here, but the Kirk family's waited 10 months for this hearing. And they have a right to be here, and they have a right to hear the evidence. They have a right to see and feel what's going on in this courtroom, just like, and they want to understand, Judge, what you were viewing. They want to see the evidence. And we understand you have to balance, but at a minimum, this courtroom needs to be open for the evidence to be displayed openly in this courtroom, for them to see it. The Utah Constitution gives them the right to be here, and to be here and not to see the evidence, what's the point of being here? We ask you to let the evidence be seen in the courtroom, please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I like him. He's aggressive and he's short and sweet, to the point.
Straight to the point. But the victim's family has a right, as a public hearing, to see what the evidence is. That is the point of a probable cause hearing, is to show the evidence that the state has to the public.
Mommy, it's you. The cat.
Stop. You're going to have to get down.
Mama.
You're going to have to get down. I'm not doing this over and over again. I tell you to be quiet. You either get down and play, you have so many toys, or you stay up here with me, but you got to be quiet. Girl.
Anything further as it relates to exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 as it relates to what's been briefed or any other arguments. I just want to make sure it has all been received before the court issues its ruling.
No, thank you.
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. And just to be clear, as it relates to the state's request, 16 point, well, so under the three factors, or the three levels, admission to the court, publication to the gallery, and then publication beyond the gallery, what is the request for each of these exhibits?
We are asking, we are asking for publication within the courtroom, but not publication electronically on to the electronic coverage in the courtroom or of these proceedings. We do want to make clear that once the exhibit is
This right here, arguing the admissibility of evidence during a probable cause hearing, is so foreign to me. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I have half to a quarter to a tenth to a scintilla of the experience that you have with all of this. However, with that being said, it doesn't make any sense to me either.
Yeah, we
It's
just
like-
go off what we see in trials and preliminary hearings, and this is not normal. So coming from a lawyer, this kind of good. We're not the only ones that's
I've never seen this either, and this is why I think that this is a giant waste of everybody's freaking time, and why I'm so annoyed. Because when they're trying to argue the admissibility of evidence, that is not for a probable cause hearing. That is not the point of a probable cause hearing. You don't have to be a lawyer to understand what a probable cause hearing is.
they've been going for 20 minutes about this argument when it could be testimony. They have to finish tomorrow. No, I keep
And
saying
then you know the defense is going to bitch that they didn't get enough time to present their witnesses. You just
Yep.
know.
Yep.
Like,
I'm envisioning the motion now. Permission to file interlocutory appeal because the defense did not have enough time to present case at prelim. Or something like that.
do you want Mama to put burnt peanut on the TV? No, okay. Her favorite streamer is Burnt Peanut. So I know I'm not a great game streamer, but if anybody could get a hold of Burnt Peanut and tell him that my daughter is his biggest fan, that would be amazing.
I still need to check him out.
He's hilarious. Hilarious.
is admitted, that the witness will be reading from portions of the exhibit, but then, again, we're not asking that that be displayed in any way so that those outside the courtroom could capture that and reproduce it.
Thank you. Just, the court just wants to. And just for clarification, 16.1 is the text messages, 16.2 is Discord chats, and 16.3 is photograph of notes.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right.
At this point, I'm like, the state should have just went for a grand
And
jury.
finally, and this hasn't really been addressed by any party, but it is a factor the court's weighing.
It's so
How
much
much of
fact.
16.1 has been published to the
I
public
know
prior to these proceedings?
probable grand jury, but I'm like, come on, man.
It's PC is a simple process of the elements of the charged offense present to go forward to a particular case. Like it seems like such a simple thing. Do you have enough evidence to make this worth our time? Or are you just full of shit? You have no actual evidence, and this defendant is free to go.
And
It
I usually
seems like
usually
such a
don't.
fucking easy.
And I usually don't trust grand jury, but at this point, I'm like, they should just went for a grand jury.
I don't know if they do that in Utah. Do they? Did they do that in Mia Bailey?
I don't know. I'll have to look that. I'll look that up real quick. Let's see.
I don't know. It's just, did the Discord chats already get posted somewhere? I don't know about the Discord chats, but the text messages were released like the day after. Because I read those on when I was on Shizzy's stream, I think. So, yeah.
Let's see. Google says, yes, Utah uses grand juries, but they are rarely used and operate differently than in most other states. Most criminal cases in Utah begin with a prosecutor found judge found in probable cause. in open court. However, grand juries still exist and serve two primary functions: investigations, yep, indictments, yep, how grand jury summon, yep. Unlike other states where grand juries are in session constantly, a grand jury in Utah is only called when needed. A special panel of judges meets every 3 years to hear evidence from prosecutors or citizens and decide if a grand jury is necessary to investigate potential criminal activity. Okay, wow. Okay, so they're really they
Oh,
exist.
it's
You
on me.
know, every 3 years. Okay, yeah, that would do it.
Yeah. Somebody just commented on my channel about rogue judge, or on one of the Milwaukee judge goes rogue. Haven't had the chance to cover it yet, but she was getting a $5,000 fine.
Wow.
And forced to retire.
Was that Judge Dugan person?
Yep, Judge Dugan.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this judge he looks like he's finally getting fed up, because all of the resting faces, their freeze faces, look like he is starting to get annoyed.
I guarantee you, at some point in the future, he's going to get.
He's gonna pull a Judge Arthur and snap and take a pregnant pause.
I almost forgot about that.
I cannot stop laughing. Like, it's one of the, if you were to write a book of memorable trial quotes, pregnant pause from Judge Arthur is one of them.
I think that was the first trial. No, Talladega was the first trial. I think that was the second. Carter Grit was the second. You covered.
Yeah, it's I did that one trial out of Iowa where that guy killed his mom.
I think I was like the only person, though, like 2 or 3 people in chat, and I don't think those people are even still in chat no more.
I see your comment, Jeffrey. PC isn't proving beyond a reasonable doubt, but elements of is Kirk deceased? Yes. At the hand of another? Yes. Enhancements of FA used. Does evidence or witness testimony give rise to reasonable suspicion? Yeah. And I think the video and this video, or the video of the roof, the video from the Ring doorbell, the fact that he turned himself in, and the text messages between him and his roommate and the Discord server are all the elements for that. I mean, like, the fact that he turned himself in, to me, is huge. Because if you didn't do it, why are you there with your parents? And my thing is even if he is like, I did it, even if he didn't do it, your parents would probably talk you out of that. So why did your parents go with you if you didn't do it? If your parents didn't believe that you did it, they would have talked you out of going to the police and turning yourself in. But they went with him.
Yeah. I wonder
it's another one of those like things that make you go, what the fuck?
I wonder where Robinson's family had he turned on them, or because I haven't heard about them being in the courtroom and stuff like that.
I don't know. I think everybody that knows him, that's not his family, well, there's a reason that his roommate asked for immunity. He knows something.
Yeah. I
mean, would you ask for immunity if you didn't do anything wrong?
Nope.
Or you didn't believe that you could be charged with shit too?
Now, man, I'm interested to see his cross-examination. I'm not interested to see. I'm a little leery about seeing these attorneys cross-examine him.
There's things in this trial that people. This is one of the reasons that I hate the conspiracy theory. Like, if you go through the trial and then you see the evidence and the evidence doesn't add up to you, and then you have conspiracies about it, fine. But when you're making conspiracies about shit and you haven't even seen the evidence. And these are the same people that when presented with the evidence won't believe, like, they'll say the sky is pink just because they don't want to believe the evidence. These are the same people that'll be like, water is dry.
You already see people saying, "Oh, Tyler Robinson is innocent." People calling him an American hero. Those are the
people that didn't like Charlie Kirk.
I'm like, these aren't people who are going to see evidence and be like, "Well, yeah,
These are unhinged people who need to make asylums great again. This is what happens when you close down asylums without a good community program. You let people who should be in asylums who are mentally ill reproduce. This is the kind of society you get.
That was a new one. That's what I'm calling American Hero. I'm like, I'm tripping. Then I looked again, like, nah, it's right there.
It's because they didn't like Charlie Kirk. They're the kind of people, and those are the kind of people who shouldn't be in society. Those are the kind of people who are surprised when they get fired from their job. It's like, well, you're a doctor. Why should we let you be around people? You might intentionally harm somebody who doesn't agree with you. If you are online saying that you think Charlie Kirk deserved to die and you're happy that he died, these are the kind of people that wonder, like, they will hide behind the First Amendment, but then wonder why they get fired from their jobs. It's like because or their business is closed down. It's because nobody wants to go to a business owner that is happy that somebody else died. Only unhinged people will go to a business owner who is unhinged. Just I
wouldn't want to go because I don't know what you're gonna sell me. You might try to take me out or something.
Exactly. Like if you're a nurse and you hate me because I think differently than you, are you gonna give me the wrong medication and oops, unalive me? Or if you're a electrician, am I gonna let you in my house if you think that I should be dead because you don't agree with me over who should be president? Are you gonna mess up my electrical work and my house set on fire? Like, I'm not gonna let you in my house. Like, no. Like, who? No. But these are the people who are like, these are the kind of people who wonder why their businesses go out of business. It's like you are celebrating the fact that someone died merely because they didn't agree with you politically. I'm not gonna let you anywhere near my house or my child. If you think that someone should die merely because they had a political disagreement.
Different opinion than you.
That is creepy, unhinged, and I'm not letting you anywhere near my fucking house. You know?
That's why the friend I had that said that, I tore to them pretty aggressively. They're like, Dad, did you have to be? I'm like, because you're advocating for somebody, just because you don't agree with somebody, you advocate for them to be taken out. That's not right.
That's disturbing on so many levels. Like, that's disturbing. Like, no. Nuh-uh.
And this is open to all if you wish to weigh in. I just want to make sure that that's clear because that wasn't really addressed in the briefing and it's a factor. So I want to make sure that issue has been presented by the parties if you choose to.
Peanut.
Hey, maybe don't do that, Jeffrey.
I want to play some random.
Yeah, but these are the same people that are like wondered why actions have consequences, but try to hide behind the First Amendment.
Your Honor, with respect
You
to
have a First Amendment, but so do I, and I also have the right to spend my money where I want to, and I'm not going to spend my money on someone who hates me. Just introduce them to your friends Smith and Wesson. My best friends are Springfield, Daniel Defense, 1911, Linda, Mosin Nagant. That one, Flash fan, I gotta show you my Mosin Nagant. It's a 1946.
Oh,
it's
wow.
Not technically mine. It's Mr. Squid's, but it has a bayonet attached.
That sounds like a military grade.
It is. It's a World War II era. But
it's kind of like that the Wisconsin Pro Se case. That weapon was like a 1938 military.
The Mosin Nagant has a bayonet attached.
Wow.
No bullshit. Has a bayonet attached to it. I'll send you pictures. It's cool as hell. I don't actually own any HMK. Mine are all Springfields. Even my 1911 is Springfield. But Benelli. That's my duck hunting gun. So
I laugh when you like Linda. There's this YouTuber. He does like skits, and the parents they discipline their kids, and she called her belts Linda and Brenda.
my concealed carry is Linda. But I had a dream one time, and I was like, listen, somebody broke into my house. I had a dream. This is not a real situation, but I remember this dream specifically, and I have no idea why I remember it. But I was literally having a dream where someone broke into my house. Somehow they ended up tied to a chair on top of my island as I'm waving my concealed carry permit thing around my head, going, listen, Linda. That's all. She got named Linda.
You must have been angry that day. That sounds like some grade A punishment type, Jeffrey Dahmer type stuff.
But it's not like they. So this is how, I don't know. I don't understand how this situation happened, because it's not like they were like tied to a kitchen chair. They were on a chair on my island. So like really close to the nice warm canister lights that are like right night and hot and bright.
Sound like something out of a James Bond movie.
It doesn't it? I don't know what movie I can't remember if I watched a movie that night and like I don't know, but I remember the dream specifically. This was like 4 years ago. This is before Baby Squid. So it was a different house, different island, but like I don't know. I don't know what brand our 338 is. It's technically a Lupua 338, but I don't know who actually manufactured it. So, see, this is the kind of stuff I love. I don't know. This is why my brain works. This is why I'm weird, but I love when people name stuff. Not cars, not stuff, but like a baseball bat named Kindness. Yep.
My uncle's truck, he named his truck Candy Delicious because it was a bright red truck. I'm like, come on, man. Why you name that thing Candy Delicious?
Yeah. Linda,
a better name than Candy
Linda
Delicious.
goes with this. So you can see what Linda carry, like, you can see what Linda's packing. So troops refer to it as Melly. Oh my goodness. Oh Lord. I could have this conversation all day, but see, every time I freeze frame the judge, he looks pissed. I feel like after 4 days, on day 4 of this, like our brains are just mush.
We're broken after. I was expecting this to go so much faster. A lot of people, I was agreeing with attorneys like Andrea Burkhart. They're like, we think this might be over by Wednesday. Boy, what all of us mistaken.
Yeah. No offense to Andrea Burkhart. She is smart. She is intelligent. I really like her content. But I could have seen from the defense that this was not going to be over by Wednesday. How many times did they file stuff? It got denied. They appealed it. It got denied, and they were still bringing it up on Monday.
See, I don't think she addressed the Supreme Court stuff. I don't know if they'll do the accessible or not, but
the fact that
she might not have known it was appealed.
The fact that they were still complaining about stuff.
Yep.
That even the Utah Supreme Court said, go fuck yourself.
Back down July 2nd, they come in on the 8th, the 7th, 8th, and today the 9th, arguing the stuff that the Supreme Court said, They didn't even say we denied it. They say we're not going to hear it.
They were arguing the hearsay at probable cause hearings. It is like the Supreme Court, I'm assuming, I haven't read their brief, but I'm assuming it was like, we're not, we're not going to hear this because
Yeah, no, I could've
thousands of
found part of
precedent
the brief.
every day all over the country. You're not special. Your client is not special. Sucks to be you. Have a good day.
Where
Why
I'm
I have to ask, why do you need a 338? Why do I need anything? I don't need it. I want it. Well, technically, I didn't want it. The other half did. You know? But it's kind of one of those situations. Do you need anything? No. We have it because we can. Yes, we might need. I have had threats to my family that people are going to dox us and all of that from people who have criminal records. So,
Yeah, you need
you know,
make sure you're prepared. Yeah, you got a kid. You're not even have to worry about it. You got a kid to protect.
but it's cool. We have a spotter scope that I can see the license plate of the car down the street. That's cool. When you can see the license plate of a car a half a mile away.
Imagine what somebody could do with that fell into the wrong hands.
Okay, let's get back to this. Not because I don't want it. I get it. I don't need anything. I have okay, so I had a 12 gauge and I bought a 20 gauge. Did I need a 20 gauge? No, but I wanted it.
No bonnet. No bonnet.
Exhibit 16.1, some of those text messages do appear on pages 8 and 9.
No.
Pages 8 and 9 of the information that is public.
Could you give me a rough estimate or percentage of how much of the total amount of 16.1 appears not in the information? Again, I'm just trying to create a record of what is out there from your perspective, so the court can consider that in its analysis.
Mommy, I say. Konaha.
Mm-hmm.
Call Daddy.
You have to get down. More paper shuffling.
You think that bad? There was this natty trial where the public defender he requested witnesses, and you would hear him right. He'd be writing aggressively. I'm like, can you not do that by the microphone? The Robert Bardo trial. That was the best trial too.
This judge's expression has changed from Monday to Tuesday to Wednesday. Even Wednesday, he started looking more. He was still looking more positive. Today, he just looks annoyed and.
I agree with recovery at this morning. He's like, yeah. As this hearing went on, the judge become firmer and firmer and more irritated. And
Your Honor, States Exhibit 16.1.
Like, let's just look at the way he's looking at everybody. Tomorrow, we will have to do a side-by-side of his expression, the way he looked at the attorneys on Monday and the way he looked at them on Friday.
Yeah.
Because look at this face. I mean, just look at this face. Like, this is what the judge looks like he's going to be the next up on. Never mind. I'm going to keep my mouth shut. He's going to be the next defendant in his own courtroom.
Is 18 pages total of photographs of text messages.
Like
it's approximately 5.5 pages of those 18 pages that are reproduced in the information.
You know he's going home tomorrow night.
Mr. Ballard, I appreciate you doing that on the
He's
floor.
going to have a party.
Anything further from any party?
Last chance.
You and just notice the way he said it. Do anything else from any party?
To defense?
Looks like Mom did.
To the prosecution?
Looks like my dad before he whooped my ass. I mean, honestly. When he's like, do you have anything else to say? Speak now or forever hold your peace. And you're like, do you want to speak? Should you speak?
Like,
Is this a test?
Like, do you want to
This is a
explain it?
test.
My mom used to do that all the time. She'd be like, so what did you do or why did you do it? And you explain it, she's like, you might as well just not say anything because, yeah, I already know the answer. So that's just a rhetorical question.
You're going to make a good husband someday. Your mom taught you well.
And
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You will never win a fight with a woman, so don't try.
Let me just point out for the court that in addition to the text messages, I believe, I haven't seen the other exhibits, but I believe that at least the note itself, which is another one of the exhibits, is also described in the information.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I still had us at 1.1 speed. Heaven forbid I was having us listen to this at regular speed.
I guess that he sounded slowed down, but I thought it was maybe a.
This has not been easy, as you can
Oh,
imagine.
jeez. So I
As soon as you do it,
just in time for the person who I actually want to listen to at regular speed.
as soon as you do it, that's when
Of course, that's just the way my.
I think the family deserves to see the evidence that's been gathered in this investigation. They deserve to know what happened to Charlie. So we urge the court to please, again, display the evidence here in the courtroom.
Thank you.
apparently
Thank you to
Turning
all
Point
parties.
had a
I
YouTube
appreciate the
channel.
diligence and
Apparently, Turning Point had a YouTube channel and they are streaming the preliminary hearing.
Yeah, that's why my dad asked me. He's like, "Why do you have so little people in there?" I was like, "Do you know how many people are streaming this right now?" Like,
His own company is streaming. The
yeah, his own company is streaming it. Like everybody, there's probably about, I would say about 30 people that I can think of
Oh yeah,
that are streaming it.
and that's
Not in addition to people who I have no idea about.
Yep.
So I appreciate
even people that don't
everybody's
trial watch is streaming this stuff. So,
yeah. So the largest of the large, you have Turning Point USA themselves.
Yep.
You have Law and Crime, Court TV, all those networks, East
the
Idaho.
local, the local news media. And
You have Brandon Tatum, who is a large political. Do you know who Brandon Tatum is?
I do not.
You should really look up Brandon Tatum. He's a former cop out in Arizona, but he was friends with Charlie Kirk. He is a
Is that the guy who does he review like body cam footage and stuff at certain points?
sometimes, but he more does a lot of political stuff, but more from a
Yeah, I think I've heard of him.
yeah. He's about I would say about 40-year-old black guy.
Yeah,
Former
I've heard
cop.
of him. I didn't know he was friends with Charlie Kirk though.
Yeah, he was good friends with Charlie Kirk, which is one of the reasons that he's streaming it, because he's friends with Erica too. So he can tell you more about a lot of stuff. His content on it has been interesting to watch because he was friends with them. So he has a lot of inside information that we don't have because he was friends with them. So it's interesting to see but like those are just non-lawyers who are probably pulling in
Yep.
500,000 viewers.
And not counting the lawyers that asked me streaming it, Andrea Burkhart. I don't know what defense dad was streaming.
Andrea Burkhart, probably Melanie Little. There is a bunch of people on Rumble who are streaming it. Some I've heard of, some I haven't. Viva Fry was streaming it. Like there's huge numbers of people who have much bigger audiences than me.
Yep, Recovery Addict,
Addict.
biggest trial streamers next to Emily D. Baker, non-lawyer trial streamer.
It's there's people who are huge creators with millions of subscribers who are streaming this. So the fact that I'm pulling 18 to 25 people at a time is huge for a channel as small as mine. If I was the only person streaming this and I only had 18 to 25 people, I'd be like, okay, that sucks. But
that's why when you
however,
that's why when you streaming cases, I always try to send you the lesser known, the even though those people end up being crazy, but the people who don't get the coverage.
But that's also why I started covering cases from the very beginning to the trial.
Yeah.
So that I was covering things differently. Or I did night court where we did the speed play. And we covered this. We didn't cover it live. We covered it kind of on a little bit of a delay.
Yeah.
Or we covered day one at night. Because one, real life. And two, if you want to do things differently than other people, because if you do the same content the same way as everybody else, why are people going to watch you?
Yeah, that's why that's why I wish South Africa trial weren't so long. Cause I definitely was thinking that would break YouTube. You would be probably the biggest YouTuber if you come from another country.
Yeah,
But those long.
It's definitely that was always my thing. Was if I'm going to cover something the same way as everybody else, I need to cover it differently than everybody else. I can't cover it the exact same way because of the fact, why are people going to watch me? Yeah, I'm snarkier than some people. I love the cursey words more than some people. But why should people watch my coverage? Oh, it's because they work all day, they can't sit on YouTube, but they want to see what happened. Let's, watch the trial at night. So
hard work that you've put in briefing, argument. These are important exhibits as it relates to
all the funds.
What should be considered for, again, to be clear, these exhibits are being admitted to the court in its entirety. The question before the court is publication within the courtroom and beyond the courtroom.
Bring it.
And so this is the ruling as it relates to the briefing. And I know it wasn't a formal motion, but I'm just trying to be thorough in my approach. This matter comes before the court on state's request to publish exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 during the preliminary hearing and defendant's objection to that request. The exhibits consist of text messages between Mr. Robinson and a witness, Discord messages between Mr. Robinson and others.
You know how he can go for 20 minutes.
Tributes to Mr. Robinson. Attorneys for Mr. Robinson argue the publication of the exhibits during the proceedings subject to electronic media coverage would create a substantial risk of prejudice and impair his rights to due process under the 14th Amendment. Defendant relies on Rideau versus Louisiana, Estes, and Skilling, and asks the court to consider any admissible exhibit for the purposes of the preliminary hearing while limiting their public display or broadcast. The state responds that Rideau and Estes do not require a categorical restriction here. The state argues that the exhibits are materially different from the televised custodial interrogation at issue in Rideau because they are written communications allegedly made outside law enforcement custody. The state also argues that the potential prejudice can be addressed through trial management measures, including voir dire, and that the victim representative has an interest in being present for and able to follow important criminal proceedings. The court has considered the parties' arguments, the nature of the exhibits, and the procedural posture of this preliminary hearing. The defendant's due process interest, the public nature of the criminal proceedings, and the interests asserted by the state and victim representative. On the present record, the court is not persuaded that the publication of exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 during the preliminary hearing creates the type of inherent or presumed prejudice that requires categorical restrictions under Rideau, Estes, and Skilling. Unlike the broadcast interrogation in Rideau, the exhibits at issue are written communications allegedly made outside police custody and are being offered in the ordinary course of a judicial proceeding. That distinction does not eliminate the possibility of prejudice, but it weighs against treating publication of the exhibits as presumptively unconstitutional. The court further finds that any potential prejudice arising from media coverage may be addressed, if necessary, through the appropriate trial procedures, including voir dire and any other measures warranted before trial. This ruling is limited to publication.
Oh, it's almost like you should be able to do your job as an effing lawyer and ask the appropriate questions to prospective jury members. It's almost like if you don't feel confident in that, you should probably sharpen up on your interview skills. Welcome to being a trial lawyer, voir dire.
And I would just be like, fine, I'll just have an extensive jury selection might take longer, but I'll just question juror extensively on it. What I'll be doing, I would do.
Juror questionnaires, better asking of questions to prospective jurors, interviewing prospective jurors. It's almost like the voir dire process is there for this specific reason.
The juror would already going to need to be questioned extensively anyway because they got to find capital qualified jurors. So why not take extra time and question them on this topic?
It's like, oh my God, maybe you should actually be a good lawyer. And if you don't feel comfortable doing voir dire, maybe you should step aside and have somebody else do it. Or it's almost like the voir dire process and the jury selection process was invented to circumvent this particular issue. Heaven forbid we don't have 250 years of precedent. It's another thing. I'm like, this is where I'm like, voir dire, suck it up. And if you don't think you can do it, quit. If you don't think you could do a good job as his attorney without special considerations from the judge, quit. If you think you are going to do a bad job or you are embarrassed to be on camera, quit. It's not hard. You either suck it up, buttercup, and do your fucking job as an attorney, or you quit, you tuck your tail between your legs, you run back to California like the pussy you are. And now if you would really like to send those super chats or the Ko-fis, I'm pretty sure this stream just got demonetized, just like yesterday's and just like Monday's.
Yesterday,
Yeah. Oh yeah, Monday's it didn't get demonetized, but it got ad limited. So it will not earn, it will earn probably 5 cents in ad revenue versus like $1 that every other video will earn. So if you think about, if it gets 100 views, the difference in revenue there.
This is not the real person, right? And shit.
Hey, Bruce Manskin in the house. What you don't realize, it's one of my cases, laughing my butt off.
Okay, I thought it's the real person. I'm like,
No, it's not. I know who it is. I know who it is. That's the funniest part, is I know who it is, but only like 2 or 3 people know who it is. So, and I'm not telling who it is, because that's the funniest part, is people think it's real. And I'm like, no, I know who it is.
I should just looked at the name and know it's not real. You can tell.
No, just look at the picture. Just did a thing on a whim. Google the definition of smart and be surprised and amazed. Oh no. All right, I'm gonna get back to this.
Of the exhibits during the preliminary hearing and does not determine their admissibility at trial, and I insert, if one occurs, or foreclose any later request for relief based on a more developed record. Accordingly, the defendant's objection is overruled. As it relates to this preliminary hearing, the state may publish exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3, and the court is authorizing, with the exception of the third to last page on exhibit 16.1, because it contains information including a phone number and address to be redacted before publication in the courtroom. But as it relates to 16.1, because it was publicly distributed by the state, that 16.1 in its entirety may be broadcast through electronic media. That is the ruling of the court. Counsel, how would we like to proceed?
Your Honor, just to clarify the record, the state has redacted that portion. We anticipated that needed to be redacted in 16.1, so we have redacted that portion. We believe that the best way to proceed now is we have the edited video ready that comports with the additional edits that the court has ordered. We propose that we take a break so that we can show that to the defense, make sure we're on the same page, and then we anticipate coming back and playing Exhibit 16.
All right.
About time we might actually get
All right.
into
I appreciate the caution being exercised by all parties. We'll take a 15-minute break, come back at 10:50. Court is in a brief recess. Welcome back. Turning to the state.
I apologize, Judge. We were having computer technology issues, and we believe those have been sorted out, but we have not yet had the opportunity to.
So, in my opinion, Kirk was a good guy. Some of us will have to agree to just disagree, but an eye, for fuck's sake.
Mommy, I want hair.
Oh, hold on. You got to move your leg. There we go. Water? Okay. Hold it. All right. There we go.
Show the final edited versions to the defense,
All right. Well, how much time do you need?
just as long as it takes to show the video. So maybe 10.
So they went into another recess
Oh wow.
for
All being present, and where we left off is we were the state was looking to confer with defense to ensure that state's exhibits 16, 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3
Please not enough.
were
Please not
shared.
enough.
Ms. Hunt.
We have reviewed 16 Exhibit 16 with defense, and it comports with the court's order. At this point, we would like to put Agent Davis back on the stand and continue with displaying that, publishing that.
All right, Agent Davis, if you'd like to come forward.
Finally, some
Remember,
evidence.
You're still under oath.
Hey, look.
Have a seat.
What a
There should be a water bottle
Probable
to your
cause hearing
left,
is supposed to
and
be.
after you're situated, if you
Put it
don't
in.
mind adjusting that microphone and bringing it close to you so the record can pick up your testimony.
I did
Ms. Hunt,
not-
your witness.
I am not gonna lie. I did not realize this. I did not read this as butt plate tag. I did not. Geometrically pretty when I'm being snarky. Okay, I will. Not mind blowing, just not expected. Snark is a type of chart. Then I looked up images. All right, come on.
And just for the record and the court's benefit, we have made the edits that the court has ordered. We have shown them to defense. Pursuant to the timestamps that the court ordered, we wanted those to be reflected very clearly. So there are sometimes large gaps of just black, empty, silent space. When there are large gaps, we will fast forward. Some of those are short enough that we'll just let it play if the court is okay with that, with proceeding that way.
Thank you. I appreciate giving a heads up so all parties know what's going on. Thank you, Ms. Hunt.
So at this time, we would move to publish on the monitors, States Exhibit 16.
All right, and to the media, there is a monitor for your benefit right there next to you. For the camera, there is one for that direction as well as for the gallery.
All right, we're gonna see the interview. This the latest confession the defense beat me up about.
This meeting is to use your statement here instead of your testimony at a preliminary hearing. Understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in order to do that, I need to place you under oath and also.
He even says, "Hey, we're gonna do this instead of you showing up at the preliminary hearing." Like they had planned for this.
Yep. And the defense, that's one of the things they appealed and filed for. They wanted to cross-examine him on this, and the judge said, nope.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Like it's unbelievably fucking dumb. Like yeah. You let him know. Say it's dumb.
We'll give you an admonition about false statements, okay? First, you do solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
I also need to notify you that you are notified that statements you are about to make may be presented to a magistrate or a judge in lieu of your sworn testimony at a preliminary examination. Any false statement you make and that you do not believe to be true may subject you to criminal punishment as a Class A misdemeanor. You understand that?
Yes.
It potentially could be used as for punishment as a higher offense as obstruction of justice. In addition, I just want to make sure that our recording here is clear that you've also been given a federal agreement and a state agreement granting you immunity from prosecution for materials that you discuss now. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. First, we're going to cover some of the things that we've already talked about, but to make it as part of this record. First, what's your name?
Full name with middle name or just first and last?
First and last is fine.
Okay, my name is Lance Twiggs.
And do you know Tyler Robinson?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do.
And this is the same Tyler Robinson that's been charged with the shooting of Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
And would you say when you first met Tyler?
I think it was 2023. I've known him longer than that, though. That was, I think, the first time I met him in person.
Okay.
Interesting. I've known him longer than that, but that was the first time I've met him in person, i.e. Discord.
And will you describe your relationship with Tyler?
Whoa.
When you first met him, anyway.
When I first met him, I didn't know him super well. He was just a new roommate, so I knew he knew my friend group, and I knew he liked playing games, but that's about it when we first when he first moved in.
Okay. Before we go on, I realized my mic was muted at the outset. Was yours on, your microphone? Okay. I'm going to repeat those admonitions just to make sure we got recorded. Okay, so again, I placed you under oath. Just to make a record, I'm going to do it again.
Are they playing double?
That the evidence you shall give in this issue
Yeah, I'm wondering where the echo is coming from because it's them, not me.
Yeah.
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Separate files,
Huh?
Maybe they're playing it on two separate files or something.
I've no idea. So it's them, not me. It's yeah, and yeah, he's a furry. Nothing against him, but just not the kind of not the kind of the thing that's
It's frowned upon.
just kind of odd to me. Just odd.
Yes. And again, I'm going to give you the false statement admission.
Sorry, hold on. And if they're saying that it's echoing, so
I think this one's mic is on.
okay, sorry.
Okay, you
No,
don't
so
have
with,
my mic, that's fine.
with them in
So we should be
the,
good. All right.
in the interview room.
Is that mic on?
That ended up happening.
Okay, great. All right, okay, sorry about that interruption. All right, so you said when you first met,
Nope.
you were roommates?
Jeffrey,
Okay.
you were wrong.
And then,
You're hearing it from
at some
the
point,
into the
you
feed
realized-
and into the courtroom. No, it was them. It was between the two of them. They were hearing their own echo.
It was them in the
them.
interview room. It wasn't even in court. That was
Yeah,
the
it
interview.
wasn't the court. It was them in their Zoom meeting having the issue.
Progressed to something more than roommates, is that right?
Mhm.
When was that?
We started dating 2 or 3 months after he moved in.
Okay. And where did you live at that time?
St. George, in an apartment complex.
And is that apartment the same place you lived when on September 10th?
Yes.
When you lived there with Tyler, were you in the same room? Did you live in the same room or different rooms?
No, separate rooms.
And at that time, let's say September of 2025, what were you doing with your life? Were you working, school?
I was working. I was doing like bathtub and shower repair and stuff in new construction.
Okay. How about Tyler?
I think he was both working. I think he was working for an electrician company then, and he was also in a trade school for being a, I don't know, higher ranking electrician. I'm not sure how the trade system works for that.
Okay.
But I think he was both.
What was his typical workday like?
I think he'd leave around 7 generally and get back around 3 to 4, depending on where the job was and how long it was for the day. And then on certain days of the week during school, semesters, he would then later in the day, I think around 5 or 6, go to school. So yeah.
Okay. Let's jump to September 10th. Did he spend the night in the apartment the night of September 9th into September 10th?
Yeah, he did. Yes.
Do you know when he left the apartment on September 10th?
I don't know an exact time. I just know he left early. I heard him leaving, and he just said he had a long drive to work that day, so he was leaving early.
Okay, so early. Any guess as to what when that was?
I don't know. I would have thought it was 5 a.m. because that's when an early work day was for him, but it was probably more like 4.
Okay.
I'm going to spell this down just to make sure that
I can do that.
You mind?
finish it right in front of your laptop.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Sorry, with her sitting on my lap, life is a little
Okay,
uncomfortable.
so what time did you get up on September 10th?
Probably 12 to 1 p.m.
You didn't have to work that day.
No.
And did you hear from Tyler? Did he call or text you before then?
No, he sent that message in the group chat I mentioned, but he didn't message me directly at all that day.
Okay. When did you first hear from him on September 10th?
It was at 11 o'clock with that automated message.
Okay, 11 p.m.
Yeah.
So they're skipping through.
What?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when.
He asks you here, remember how I was engraving bullets? Was he engraving bullets before this?
Yeah, I don't remember.
What about, he asks you here, remember how I was engraving bullets? Was he engraving bullets before this?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when, but he had said he was planning to go hunting with his family. And he asked me for if we had a Dremel because he said he wanted to engrave messages on bullets. And I just told him where Dremel was and told him to make sure he doesn't
Now I see reason number one why they didn't want this in, because the defense tried to argue in one of their motions, I believe, that the bullets with the casings with the live rounds, excuse me, let me get my phrasing right. The live rounds that had engravings on them, if you can read this, you're dead kind of situations, wasn't done by him. Well, his roommate says he asked for a Dremel.
They only want stuff admitted that can make Tyler Robinson look good. That's the only thing they want.
Exactly. Holy shiza. If y'all want to go support Spawn and contribute to his clutch fund, total was my car is fixed, and it was a $36.87.90. It's $4,946.47. Hoy yoy yoy. I could fly to the US, stay 2 weeks, have a party every night, and still have enough money to get a bag of smokes. So if you want to go support Spawn's channel and help get him fully monetized, he is at 903 subscribers last time I checked. Please do that because that clutch is not cheap.
What do you need like 1,000? I thought you needed like 500 to get
He's partially monetized, but if you want to get monetized to where you get ad revenue on videos, that's 1,000. But he's not fully monetizing until he hits 1,200. So you know, let's hope it. Yes, we need a Spawn Clutch Fund fundraiser. But let's get back to this because we are actually the part of this. 2 hours in, we finally hit evidence.
Yeah.
Set off a bullet on accident in the house, but I didn't really think about it until then. How long before September 10th was this that he asked about the Dremel? I don't remember because he'd been talking about the hunting/camping trip for a couple months, but I don't remember when he was specifically asking to engrave the bullets. So are we talking like a year before? Oh no, not that long. It would have been, I'd say, at most a month before this was when he was asking. Okay. Right. You talked about the note that he left. I want to bring this up, and I should say that these text messages that we've been looking at here are Bates number 54. Okay. The notes have been titled 16.3 with a note, and this is Bates number 58. Do you recognize that on the screen there? Yeah. What do you recognize it as? That was the note under his keyboard that he was referring to in the first text of that chain. Okay. So where did you find this? On his desk underneath his computer keyboard. And I assume you read it? Yeah. And then what did you do with it after you read it? I believe I just put it back down on the desk after I took a picture of it. Okay. And again, the time you read it was probably around 11 o'clock or so on the 10th? Yes. The night of September 10th? Mm-hmm. Right. And did you ever see that again after you placed it back on his desk? No, I don't think I did. And that was a desk in his bedroom? Yes. And that's a separate bedroom than your bedroom? Yeah. And now we'll go to what's been titled 16.2. And do you recognize this series of messages here? Yeah, that was the server, like his friend that I was mentioning. Okay, and this is your phone again? Yeah. And I'm assuming you recognize it because the big crack up at the top? Mm-hmm. And so this is a server. Is this Discord? Yeah, this is Discord. And who are members of this server? I don't want names, just generally. Who are these people? This is his friend group. They play D&D together every week. Okay. And I just want to scroll through this to make sure that get a chance to take.
I find it funny that he would a D&D player.
I thought that too. So they're actively looking through the Discord, and that's why we can hear the audio and not see the messages because the defense wanted to keep those private. So I'm glad the judge is at least letting us. And see, I agreed with this. Let us hear the conversation, but keep the actual contents of the evidence quiet or saved for trial.
Yeah, because that could theoretically be suppressed at some point. I imagine there's gonna be a lot of suppression motions to get a lot of this digital stuff thrown out.
Yeah, and I can appreciate the fact that we're at least hearing the audio at a minimum. The conversation is what matters to me in this, and hearing what the roommate had to say, and not so much the contents of those messages, because those will come out at trial, because those will be admissible. I'm 99% sure that the Discord messages will be admissible at trial.
Yeah, they'll try to get it thrown out. Probably won't work, but
they will try to get them out. But I don't think Discord messages that he was active at a server that he was actively involved in are almost a gimme for the prosecution.
Yeah,
like
the prosecutor have a field day with that.
Oh yeah. Yes. However, this is only a probable cause hearing, and the probable cause that his roommate gave him a Dremel because he wanted to engrave bullets is probable cause to move this forward to trial. Is it on its face proving anything beyond a reasonable doubt. No. But it is providing probable cause.
Yeah, they just
Which
gotta
is, at the end of the day, all this needs.
they gotta prove that someone committed a crime and that someone could have been Robinson. Doesn't mean it was, but it could have been. And
Yes. But like I said, this is a probable cause hearing, so this is all we currently need is probable cause.
Yeah.
And this is just yet one of those other things that is like, here's enough probable cause to move this forward to trial.
Yeah, I think
Why
they
is
met
the defense fighting this?
I think they met their burden 3 witnesses ago.
Yeah, I think they met their burden with the turning himself in.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they were dating. According to his family, from reports of what his family reported, hearsay, but they were dating. That's why you heard him hesitate when they said separate bedrooms. If you listened to him respond to that question, it was almost like, well, technically separate bedrooms, but we had field trips every night. Which in the general gist of life, no one cares about Tyler Robinson's sexual preferences. No one gives a shit. The only reason it's relevant here is because it goes to motive that Charlie Kirk didn't agree with that lifestyle.
Yeah.
So it makes one,
It's sus. I don't know if people still say that, but
yeah. Exactly. But at the end of the day, this is just probable cause. Like, just probable cause.
yeah. That's why I don't know why the defense is objected to most of it.
However, we just have to show one thing before we move on. I just have to show this. Look at that subscriber count. We hit 450.
Oh, cool.
I hit 450.
This ETM?
Yes.
Cool.
This we hit 450. So we're gonna get back to this. I just went to that other channel and was going to yeah. When I send it on the 3rd, it will be under my main account, which you know who I am. Only a few people know who you are, Manskin. I do. Okay, we're gonna get back to watching this.
Look at it.
Or listening.
Go to the next page. Yes. So, Tyler Icahn, who's that?
Yeah, this is where I'm like, it's not political, but politics are relevant. They've whipped themselves into a frenzy thinking Ma right wing is trying to extinct them. When in all actuality, we don't care. Like, in the sense of like, we don't care. Like, I don't hate you. I just literally don't care. Your sexual preference is none of my fucking business. I don't care.
Ain't nothing wrong with people with their person might not agree with it.
I'm working on it, Spawn. I'm working on it. But I think people here like I don't care, as in I hate you. It's like, no, I literally don't care. Like, I don't introduce myself. My name is Heather and I'm straight. It's like, no, I don't care. Like, I don't care. You do you, boo boo. What you do behind closed doors ain't none of my fucking business.
No, boo boo is fine, boo boo.
As long as you don't talk to my child about your sexual preferences, I don't care. Just let my child be a child, and that's all I care about. But other than that, you do you. You do you. But I think people confuse that with like not caring as like, oh my God, you don't care about me. No, I care about you as a person. I just don't care about your sexual preferences because they ain't none of my fucking business.
I tell people all the time, what you do is your own business.
Exactly.
Don't matter to me, no one way or the other.
We're just not we're not going there. We're not going there.
That's Tyler Robinson. These other people.
Yes, and John H., thanks for being a member for 21 months. I only care when it happens in front of my kids. That's true too. Just let my kids be, or my kid be a kid, and let my kid and other kids figure out what they want to do on their own time, on their own schedule, because every person is different. And don't shame people for who they are, but also don't try to shape who people are. Just let people be people and figure their own shit out on their own time. And if some people figure it out at 12, fine. If some people figure it out at 20, fine. If some people don't figure it out until they've had kids and they're like, oh crap, this isn't who I really want to be, then fine. Who cares? It's none of my fucking business. If you want to stay in the closet until your kids are in college, you do you, boo-boo. It is none of my fucking business. You just treat people with respect and let them do what they want to do. But I ask the same in return. Just treat me and my family with respect too. You know?
Or just others, they're members of the server?
Yes.
Jug, Barnaby, Marina, DM.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, like DM means Dungeon Master. So these are like, most of them are names they're using in the game they're playing currently.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like the last text from Tyler looks like it's 8 p.m. And do you know what day this would have been? 8 p.m. on the 10th or the 11th?
I would think that would be the 11th. Because at least I think so, because I don't think on the 10th that he messaged anyone before me at like 11. So.
And he turned himself in on the 11th, right?
I thought so, yeah.
So we're just going to go through this so that we have a record of the messages. Is that an accurate recording of that thread?
To my knowledge, yes.
And that was sent, looks like between September 10th and September 12th. Looks like the last day on this is September 12th. Screen?
Yes.
Hey, Spawn, how are you? Diana, where are you? 84 degrees Fahrenheit. This heat is killing me.
It would be a good idea to unmute myself.
That definitely does help.
No, that is Flash Fan and JK's fault. Anyway.
What is that? That's a Spawn.
Hello, sweetheart. Hello, my darling. Hi.
I'm happy
now
a little bit because you're on like level,
Yeah,
50.
can I just make a statement, please, before we carry on with this absolute train wreck? Guys, I appreciate your support and your love and everything else, but it's my responsibility. So I mean, I've been talking about it for a few weeks, and it's my responsibility. I appreciate everyone who's sent the Dr. Pepper funds and everything else. I appreciate you. I love you to bits for showing the love and the support. But thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah. And Stat says, yeah, we're not the judge. That's between you and your God. We're just good with ours too. That's my thing. I judge people based on how they treat other people, not based on like that stuff.
Wait, whoa. Who dressed as a lamb? Who? Identify them.
Lamb. Yeah. But yeah. Like, I hate to admit it, but I played with dolls, and my sister was till I was 14 years old. I felt like it made me good dad, and I don't know what I've been told. Mr. Squid does the little nails. Like, when I say does the little nails, like I trim them, he paints them. He does daddy-daughter manicure time. And she paints his too.
Yeah, well, that there's an old saying that we use over here in the United Kingdoms of whatever you want to call it. Every hole's a goal as long as the light's off. But one other thing. One other thing as well. Congratulations on getting 450 on ETM.
Thank you.
That
was not expected when I went there today.
Mm-hmm. And hello, everybody. If I sound a little bit, I have my reasons. 4,000. How much was it? 4,000 freaking
$4,600.
Yeah.
Yeah. That'll do it. That's
So I'm going to mute myself. I just want to say I really do appreciate all you. I mean, our communities are fucking godsend. Pardon my French. They are really godsend.
You obviously haven't been here today. If
Oh,
you're
what happened?
apologizing for dropping the F-bomb, you obviously haven't been here for the last
I
2
guess
hours.
Squid broke that record about 2.5 hours ago.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I am trying to learn. I am trying to control my swearing in front of the little one.
So, yeah, that I have to before it matters for anybody else. However, we are doing our freaking Novak. What the hell's his first name?
Richard.
All I wanted to say was Dick, and I'm like, what is that name according to? Little Dickie Novak. We're doing our Novak exercises. And make sure you flip off the camera when you're putting your arms on the podium.
Why do I feel like a freaking hamster in front of a Morris Minor right now?
Because we all are going insane. Because if you've seen Richard Novak this week, I'm wondering if someone handcuffed him, but if he would be able to speak at all, because he cannot
Objection,
speak without
objection, Your Honor. Objection. You're going insane? I think you passed that ticket quite a while back.
Touche.
Yeah.
Somebody said, "Why don't you have kids?" To be perfectly honest with you, Silver Fox, the last 2 hours have been nothing but them arguing over this video.
As well as yesterday.
Yeah.
For 3 hours.
This video is literally what they've been talking about for the better part of all day.
2.5 days, because that's what they argued about this yesterday. And
there was a couple times around the 1 hour 18-minute mark, and we've been stopping a lot because we're both going insane listening to these defense attorneys. We've been stopping a lot, but about the 1 hour 18-minute mark is when we hear from the attorney for Erica Kirk, and just the Kirk family in general. And he says basically what the rest of us are all thinking, that this is a public hearing and the public has a right, especially the Kirk family who traveled from Arizona to Utah to be here, has a right to see the evidence that is going to be used.
So they're not from Utah.
No, they're from Arizona.
I had a very interesting conversation this morning in regards of capital punishment.
Oh, no.
And basically, funny enough, this case came up because you've been dealing with this for the whole week now. And like the conversation was with someone who retired, excuse me, retired as a colonel. And we were talking about different things. And for some reason, we came on to capital punishment. And his attitude is that if you take a life, regardless of the court case, if you take someone's life, especially if it's like in a if it's a like accidental robbery or something like that, okay, you get life.
Hello?
However, when you deliberately take a firearm, pew, and you place yourself in a position as a tactical shooter, which this guy is, right? When you become a tactical shooter, therefore you have no right for anything. So therefore, if you take someone's life the way he has, because he basically, are you allowed to say the A word? You're muted.
Allegedly, but assassination.
Allegedly assassination, then that means it is classed as a T word. So therefore, a capital punishment should be should be the result.
Yeah, and we're gonna get back into this interview because this is actually the first evidence we've seen all day, and they've spent 2 days arguing about this.
Yeah,
They're still at it. Are they still prosecution with defense, or has this gone on now?
This is the video that they've been arguing about for the last 8 hours of trial, or 8 hours of court time. So this is the interview with the roommate. They have redacted portions of it, and they have blacked out portions of it to audio only because they are looking at the Discord messages.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Oh, the video.
Right. So again, those messages covered from September 10th to the evening of September 11th. Now, September 11th, what time did you see Tyler on September 11th?
Yes.
When did you first see him on September 11th? So this is the day after the shooting.
Yeah, I saw him when I woke up. Like I said, he was up and around doing a lot of stuff around the house. And then I think I saw him after that message where I said I'll come home and say I'm doing laundry, because I didn't want him going to my parents' house right then when he said there was probably cops outside. So I went back home, and it was just him there, and I said bye to him, and then he drove off. So I just went back to my parents' house.
Does that guy know how to breathe? I mean, like,
Well,
he's
being interviewed about his roommate being charged with capital murder, so
Well, he seems quite blasé there.
So he acted erratically.
I think
was he
yeah.
pacing? Was he
I
just
think
sitting
that's
down,
his personality.
relaxing?
No, he was walking around a lot.
Right, and that's within the home.
Mm-hmm.
And did he talk about what he had done?
Didn't go into detail. I just asked him in person if what he said was true the night before, and he said it was. I started crying a little bit and said he wishes he hadn't done it, and then kept going around and just doing stuff, I think, to keep himself busy or distracted or
the
something.
defense is going to use that.
talk
He
about what
wishes
he was
he
going to
hadn't
do
done
next.
it.
Yeah. The media is already used it. They got video titled there.
And then eventually he said that he would talk to his parents or turn himself over.
And when you left,
Video titled Tyler Robinson didn't want to commit a crime, according to roommate. I'm like, come on.
Tyler Robinson expresses remorse to roommate. No, you're just upset that they found you so fast.
Yeah, that you got caught or that you turned yourself or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, you're expressing guilt, and yes, and guess what? You're expressing remorse. I'm happy for you. Congratulations, you have a conscience. If you would have only had a conscience,
say what
48 hours prior.
Yeah.
was that how you left understanding that he's going to turn himself in or go to his parents' house?
Yeah, and I didn't really want to be at our
Hang on a
apartment
minute,
while
can
any
you
of that
pause
was
it for a
happening,
sec?
regardless of what went down.
Yeah.
The way it's, I mean, I'm just speculating here, but it sounds to me that he premeditated that behavior, because the way that guy just said, "Oh, I shouldn't have done it. I wish I hadn't have done it," and then carried on doing whatever. That sounded like he planned how to behave.
Possibly,
yeah. I mean, there's allegedly a text message of him saying that I had an opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I took it. So,
yeah. I mean, anyone who does anything like this or something similar to this, you're going to sit like how many times have we done something like we slept with someone else's girlfriend or we've had a fight and we hit the
whoa. There's some stories attached there.
No, there isn't. Or you've taken someone's car and then afterwards you like, what is the first thing that people do? They generally regret it. However, when you turn around, right, and say, "Oh, I wish I had never done it," or "I wish I didn't do it."
So if
right?
y'all want to say things, that'll get me. I'm sorry, I'm standing up. I've been sitting down for almost 2.5 to 3 hours, and my legs need to be my legs need blood flow, because not only am I sitting down for 2.5 hours, but I have a human sitting on my lap that requires extra time.
I'm just hearing excuses here.
Oh, so I'm standing up. I'm gonna.
No, but I mean, I just think that like it's too coincidental that if I'd have regretted it, if I got home and I regretted it, that guy wouldn't have been sleeping. He would have been awake. I would have been going, "Hey, buddy, I think I've fucked up. I think I've done this. I think I've really messed up." That is genuine panic, genuine remorse. But not you wait till the next morning and go, "Oh, I think I messed up."
The thing that proved that he's remorseful is after this preliminary hearing, he go to his arraignment, he plead guilty.
The only reason that I think he is that he is expressing genuine remorse is he did not realize his act would be as profound as it was, in the sense of so many law enforcement agencies, so many people would be speaking out. You know what I mean? Like, it's not your typical unaliving that gets no press coverage.
Oh yeah, but the thing is, what would have happened if he'd have missed? Like, I mean, hypothetically speaking, I don't like talking ill will about someone who's passed, but what would have happened if he'd have missed that chap and hit a student or hit a faculty or you know, I mean, how many people were there? You know, so you're telling me that you waited until someone was awake to say, "Oh, I think I messed up"? No. That you have preempted your action plan, all right? You've had your CQB, your quick battle orders, your CBQ. Sorry, you've had your quick battle orders. You've gone through it. You've done action on, bang, done. You get back and oh yeah, I'm really sorry what I did there. I really regret it now.
The only reason I think that he is expressing any regret is he did not realize how fast that was going to blow up. In the sense of,
not just
I think
that,
he
but
thought it was going
caught.
to be contained to Utah, and I also think that he thought he was going to get away with it.
Yeah.
And when all of a sudden your picture shows up on the news, and even your parents recognize you,
and he's not the biggest. This is not just the biggest case in the country. It's the biggest case in the world. They're reporting it all in different countries. So
yeah. You say it as you like it, bro.
So I truly think that my opinion is that he thought he was going to get away with this, and that it was going to be no big deal, and like he didn't realize that the FBI was going to be involved, that the president was going to speak out. Like,
I mean, dude, come on, let's be honest. I mean, Charlie was a friend of the president, or you know, he had connections. So you know, it was a very basically. Sorry to say this, and I'm going to try to say it PG. It was a public execution,
pretty much.
And basically, as far as I'm concerned, no matter how long this court case goes on, the end result should be a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye.
Yeah, when he made it off the roof, he thought he was good. I agree.
Yeah.
When he made it off the roof, he thought he was going to get away with it. And he also thought this was going to be no big deal because in his world, everybody else hated Charlie Kirk too.
Yeah, he probably thought that like they're going, oh, well, he did the world a favor, so we're not going to prosecute him.
Yeah, in his twisted, warped world, everybody else hated Charlie Kirk too. So in his twisted world, he was doing a good thing. I'm not saying I agree with this mentality. I'm just saying this is what, based on my experience with psychology and seeing.
And it feels so, especially when you had comments like Tyler Robinson is an American hero. So,
do you know what? Felucia's got a bloody good point. Him leaving his grandfather's rifle behind also weighed on him. That's probably what he was regretting.
Yeah. I believe he told this guy being interviewed that his dad would be mad. Am I wrong? I think I do remember something about him, something in the text messages about his dad being mad about his grandfather's rifle and being able to explain where his grandfather's rifle went.
Gail, Spawn Trooper, not everyone knew that relationship. It was very public. I don't know what you mean, Gail. I've got hairy balls, not crystal balls.
TMI. We're going to keep going.
Okay, before he came home, had you seen the press releases, any of the media on this?
I'd seen one Instagram link a friend of mine had sent in our group chat, but I hadn't really looked into it at all.
And had you seen the images that were released of the suspect?
I did the next day. I don't think I saw any on the 10th.
I'm going to show you a couple of those images. Okay, I'm on the FBI's website. You can see the URL there at the top. This is a press release about this event. And here on the screen, you see these. Looks like there's 2 rows of 3 images.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize the person in these images?
I wouldn't say it with 100% certainty just because of camera quality, but that looks like him in terms of the shoes he's wearing, the sunglasses. I don't think I'd specifically seen him wearing that hat, but he was usually wearing a hat, and then jeans. So it definitely, especially the bottom, the last two, definitely do look like him.
And people
But they do-
say that this didn't look like him. And this is one of the conspiracy theories, is that this isn't him. His own roommate says that this looks like him. Someone who has had an intimate relationship with him.
Well, you know that I like to dig. When this happened, I saw that picture, and then what I did, I went back and looked at different Charlie's public appearances, and I just started watching the video, and he was actually in one of them. And at the time, he had like a light colored baseball cap on, a hoodie, a light colored hoodie, and a backpack on. And he was standing, like, it was really weird. They must have had the camera at an angle, because where the microphone is, where people could talk to. Oh, excuse me.
I remember you showing that.
Yeah. So I think that what he was doing, I think he was pacing. That's my opinion. I think he was pacing.
I agree with Volusia here. I have no idea, and the why would you leave evidence behind was Wisconsin's question. I have no idea, other than having to try to escape carrying a long rifle to the neighborhood where he parked his car. Clearly, he isn't a professional. That was the other thing. People are like, the Jews did it. Whatever, people. This was not a professional hit.
Or people talk about
Mr. Squid can hit a freaking soda can at 1,000 yards. Like, this was not a professional hit by any fucking means.
Or people,
Mr.
or
Squid's
get
not a
me,
professional, and he can make that shot.
or what gets me, people talking about this, the Chinese triad. I'm like, come on, man.
I mean, the fact, and also the fact that what I can't understand to this day are two things. One, right, the fact that with the police presence around and everything else, obviously there was no threat or whatever. However, with the police presence around, I am surprised he was able to scale that building, get on that roof, walk over. No one, and apparently there's video from multiple people from different angles seeing that guy walk on the roof. The same thing, with all the respect, the same thing happened at the first time when what's his name again? YMCA guy, Trump. When they tried to shoot
Butler, Pennsylvania.
Yes. Yeah, when they tried to shoot, the same thing happened there. Multiple people saw that guy climbing up the building. Now, either, and it's when you are not a professional, right? You're gonna do what you do, yeah. But the thing is, a professional would have had a weapon that he could have took it apart and put into the backpack. I mean, this is not from any film. This is fact. There are pew-pews out there that can be taken apart.
Yeah, we have a 22 that can be folded in half.
I think there is actually
a 7
I think it's a 308 or 7.62 rifle that can be the barrel can be taken off, the butt can be taken off. But anyway, I don't want to digress. But yeah.
So we have a Caltech that can be folded in half. So it's certain things are possible, you know.
I mean, at the end of the day, the post sort of what if this, what if that, yeah. We can be here all day and talk about that, but the fact of the matter is,
you fall, it's on you.
It's like he just basically had like a simple carte blanche to walk wherever he wanted to get onto the top of that building. And for him to drop that rifle, basically, I think he dropped it so he could basically walk down the street without being taken and getting any attention. That's the only reason I think he dropped that rifle, was because he didn't want the attention. He wanted to get away as quick as possible.
Yeah, that's what I think too. All right. Anyway, we're going back to this.
Yeah, absolutely.
You look like Tyler Robinson.
I have this at 1.45, 1.5.
You talked about that with your friends, right? This is like him.
Yeah, his friends. Yeah, I don't. I don't remember if I talked about it with any of my friends. And then since I didn't have my phone after that for a while, and I still am not using social media, I don't know on my friends' end.
Okay. All right, I want to back up a little bit now. We talked about September 10th, but let me get a little bit of context here. So, did you game with Tyler?
Yeah.
What kind of games?
We played some just kind of party games together, like anything that would be multiplayer with a group of friends.
First person
There was
shooter.
one game you really liked called Sea of Thieves, where you play as like a pirate, and you can fight against people, but most of it's just like fishing, fighting sharks, skeletons, kind of stuff. We played some co-op games where it's like you both have to work together to win in whatever way. Way back when I was just out of high school, when I first knew him online, we played some like shooting games together, but I didn't know him very well, so that was just when we had like a full friend group on to play, and he was someone that my friends invited.
Okay. Did you and he ever talk about politics?
He did more than me. I don't really keep up with politics very much. He'd usually talk about stuff he heard on the radio on his drive to work in like their work car, since it sounds like their whole crew went in the same car most of the time. But I wouldn't say super consistently, because it wasn't a topic I really contributed much on.
What about Charlie Kirk? Did you ever talk about Charlie Kirk?
I personally have never heard him talk about Charlie Kirk before specifically.
Okay. How about political issues? So did you ever talk about gender identity issues and LGBTQ rights?
No, not really. Usually if he did talk about politics stuff, it was relating to Trump or current like policies being like issued or voted on, I think. But yeah.
The people who are like, this was professional. This is far from fucking professional. And I do agree with some people that I don't think he acted alone. I don't think any of these like school shooters or any of this, there's Discord servers, there's underground networks of people who all think the same way, who are supporting each other, either whether it be financially or emotionally, to talk people up into doing these things. These people are not acting on their own volition.
Even the kid in Georgia, Gray, had help from his parents, or at least one of his parents.
Yeah, and even think Nikita Kassap, the kid in Wisconsin who unalived his parents. Order of Nine Angels. He had a whole Signal chat and like Discord servers and all of this of people who agreed with him and talked him up into things, and he was going to unalive the current president because people in Discord told him to. Like, I don't think any of these people who are accused of these crimes or commit these crimes are truly on their own. Everybody has a support network.
I mean, there's sorry, Flash, go ahead, mate.
No, you good. I'll just say.
Okay, brother. I personally, this is just my own opinion, and Felicia, maybe this is where we're going to agree to disagree. I believe that he yeeted that freaking rifle to basically slip it in to look like the public. But we could go on and back and forth on that. You know, everyone has got a different opinion, which I respect. But what I can't understand, one thing I believe, there are groups out there who only intent is to do this.
Okay, so why does why does LGBTQ enter the chat? Because it is rumored that it has been said, and in some of the text messages, it has been said that Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs were not just roommates.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's why if you listen to him when he asks, were you roommates? Did you have separate bedrooms? And he kind of hesitates, even at 1.5 speed. He hesitates before he says yes. It's like, well, yeah, we had separate bedrooms, but we took field trips every night. And they believe that is part of the motive, is that Charlie Kirk believed in, he was a very devout Christian where he believed in marriage being between a man and a woman. Right. That is not to say that he actively went out and discriminated against people who are gay or bisexual or trans or anything like that. However, those people tend to assume that if you don't believe if you don't agree with their lifestyle that you automatically hate them as people. And
Yeah,
that's the
I don't
disconnect.
believe and agree with a lot of people's stuff. That don't mean I'm gonna go out there and do something to them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the disconnect that has become everyday common practice in this country, or common assumptions in this country, is that if you don't agree with someone's lifestyle, you hate them as people.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, I just disagree with your life choices, but that doesn't mean I hate you as a person, and that doesn't mean I actively want anything to happen to you. I just
Yeah.
don't agree with who you sleep with, but that's fine. I don't agree with who my mom dated after she divorced my dad, but guess what? She's a grown woman. She can do what she wants. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Can I very quickly, at the end of, like, let's be adult about this. At the end of the day, it's his sexuality or his relationships has basically has not got anything to do. Yes, it's part of the investigation, because obviously if there is a romantic relationship between them, then obviously he can actually give more detail about the person's behavior in that. However, when it comes to anyone's relationship, the only people who are responsible to know or to care about that are the people in that relationship. Everyone else.
The reason why it's being brought up is it goes to motive. Part of the reason that they believe that he unalived or targeted Charlie Kirk is because he was gay, and Charlie didn't believe it, or believed the marriage between being gay. So that is one of the reasons. So it's unfortunately it's fucking relevant.
Yeah, and
like, it's not important as far as we hate him because he's gay or he's guilty because he's gay. It was like, no, that goes to part of his motive, that they believe he targeted Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk's views on gay marriage and him.
Then what about and like, here's one thing, I'm just going to support your argument there. Here's also, Charlie Kirk didn't just discuss about his religious beliefs and everything else. He discussed a lot of topics that were very, how can I say, risque, to say the least. And sorry, sweetheart, what do you want me to stop for? Oh, okay. And basically, people have to understand that if this is happening with one, I don't know how to say this without sounding rude.
It's going to come out rude, but whatever.
Yeah. Basically, at the end of the day, everyone's shit smells exactly the same. It just comes out in different colors. And as far as I'm concerned, this could have been someone, who, it could have been a racial thing. It could have been an ideology thing. It could have been a political thing. It could have been anything. So trying to put a spotlight on sexual orientation or gender or stuff like that, I think is wrong. However, it is part of the investigation, because there possibly is a romantic relationship, possibly, speculation, not allegation, that there may be a romantic relationship between them. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Because of the fact that he was also allegedly part of a group called Armed Queers of Salt Lake City, it's completely relevant. So there is a group called Armed Queers of Salt Lake City, which is one of the Discord issues that they believe, or servers that they believe, according to what I've seen so far, they believe that Tyler Robinson was part of this Armed Queers of Salt Lake City. With that group, sexual orientation is 100% relevant to the conversation. So I hate to be that bitch, but sometimes I hate to be that bitch, but sometimes your sexual orientation is relevant when you are discussing or leading into a discussion about a group called Armed Queers of Salt Lake City.
That's just a fucking kick in the teeth, that is.
That is the name of the group. YouTube. Sorry, that's the name of the group.
No, fucking no. Fuck.
Oh, Bonnie Tyler.
Yeah, that's pissed me off. I'm muting.
Yeah, Portugal. So it's one of those situations where, like, like, I hate it's being brought up because it's relevant to the discussion. It's not being brought up because people want to discriminate. The prosecution wants to discriminate against him because he may or may not be gay. It's 100% relevant to motive and discussions on Discord servers.
at some point?
To some people, yeah, but not as an overall thing.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have for this portion. Let me check and see if I've missed anything. So did you have a journal then?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was in our, like, our apartment, we had a section where we kept all our, like, random tools for household stuff, in our, like, lower basement level pantry. So, yeah.
Okay. And did you give that to him or tell him where it was?
I just told him where it was, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and end the recording for the 1102 purposes.
All right, that concludes State's Exhibit 16. Ms. Hunt.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Davis, I asked you yesterday, but I want to remind the court and those present. Were you physically present at the interview we just watched in State's Exhibit 16?
Yes, I was there.
And aside from the court-ordered redactions, did it appear to you to be fair and accurate about what you remember that interview that day?
Yes, yes, I do.
During that interview, did Mr. Twiggs, was he shown or referenced certain items of evidence?
Yes, he was.
What types of items of evidence was he shown?
It was the text messages between himself and Tyler Robinson, Discord chat messages, and the handwritten note.
And then we also saw in the video he was also shown the FBI press release photos of the potential suspect.
That's correct, yes.
Have you reviewed all of those items as part of the investigation?
Yes, I have.
You're familiar with them?
Yes.
All right, I want to put just on the witness's screen what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 16.1. And for the record, this includes the edit that the one edit that the court has previously ordered.
Thank you.
Let me know when you see that on your screen.
I see it. I see it now.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of screenshots of text messages between Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs. This is a photograph of Lance's phone.
So sorry, you said photograph, you also said screenshot. Can you differentiate or clarify there?
Yeah, sorry. These are photographs directly from Lance's phone.
How do you know that?
In Lance's first interview, he's showing the FBI agents these text messages, describes them to the agents, and at that time his phone was photographed.
And you testified, I believe yesterday, that Mr. Twiggs' first interview was the morning of September 12th, 2025. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Were you physically present at that interview?
No, I was not there.
Have you spoken with the officers or agents that were?
Yes, I've spoken to one of those agents that was there.
And you stated that first September 12th interview of Mr. Twiggs was recorded?
Yes, audio, video recorded.
Have you reviewed that recording?
Yes, I have.
So you stated that we're looking in State's Exhibit 16.1 at a picture of Mr. Twiggs' phone.
Yes.
Do you know who took these photos?
Yes, it was Agent Larson with FBI.
Did you speak with Agent Larson and confirm that?
I did.
And you kind of made reference to this already, but how did Mr. Twiggs initially show law enforcement the relevant text messages?
During that first interview on September 12th, he shows them the phone and then allows them to photograph the phone.
And does he identify it as his phone in that interview?
Yes, he does.
Does he refer to any particular features of the phone that allows him to make that identification?
I believe the second interview he refers to the large crack in the upper left screen. So he identifies that from in his second interview that was given on April 20th.
And according to your review of the recording of his first interview and in speaking with the agents that were there, did he have his personal phone with him at the time of the September 12th interview?
Yes, he did.
And was this same text thread that we're seeing in State's Exhibit 16.1 shown to him during his second interview sorry, let me get the date right, April 20th, 2026 at the Utah County Attorney's Office that we just observed part of in State's Exhibit 16?
Yes, it was shown to him.
Was he asked how Tyler Robinson is saved in his phone, like as a contact?
Yeah, just as Tyler.
Without saying it, obviously, did he identify Tyler Robinson's phone number?
Yes, he did.
Did you check the number that Mr. Twiggs gave as Tyler Robinson's phone number against law enforcement records?
Yes, I did.
And do they match?
Yes, they match.
Is State's Exhibit 16.1 a fair and accurate representation of the text thread or the relevant text thread between Mr. Twiggs and Mr. Robinson?
Yes, it is.
As part of the investigation, was a Cellbrite extraction performed on Mr. Twiggs' phone?
Yes, it was.
Did you personally review that extraction?
Yes, I have.
And according to that extraction, did Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs exchange text messages on September 10th through 11th, 2025?
Yes, they did.
What time was that first text sent according to the Cellbrite extraction?
The first text was September 10th at 11 p.m.
All right, Judge, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 16.1 And then pursuant to court order, I would move to publish it to the
Objection.
monitors.
I'm just waiting
Novak.
for.
We have no further objections beyond those that the court.
Really?
Is
No.
familiar with at this point in time.
He said beyond those that the court already knows
Oh.
about. Like
Oh.
for very few times, can I actually say that I respect anything Richard Novak does, but saying, "Hey, we have objections, we have standing objections. I'm not going to rehash it all." Thank fucking God.
Because this is next to she spent about 20-minute argument. Well, yes, objection, judge. This is this and this. We want this. I'm like, come on.
And that might be why she's no longer in charge of that shit. That might be why she's no longer speaking.
Yeah, she hasn't spoken since day 102.
Thank you.
Standing objections made by.
I mean, not that he's any easier to take, but
Is 16.1 is admitted into evidence to the gallery as well as electronically distributed through the camera.
All right, Agent, I'm not going to go through every single message, but I do want to have you read aloud certain portions of them. And I apologize to counsel, these are not actually given a page number. I have page numbers, but I'm happy to confer that we're on the same.
so it's really hard to read. I love you. Love you too. See, this is where you know, I love you. Mwah, mwah.
Yeah.
Mwah, mwah.
And that doesn't say it. I don't know what.
Yep. I love you, Morsies. Drop what you're doing. Look under my keyboard. What? You're joking, right?
That's crash too.
F, I tried to delete that.
Mommy,
Same page as we go. So here we're looking at page 1 of State's Exhibit 16.1. If you could read a little more than halfway down where it begins Wednesday, 11 p.m. Will you start reading underneath that?
Yes. So this would have been from Tyler. It says, drop what you're doing, look under your keyboard.
And I apologize. Let me stop you there. How do you know that that message would have been from Tyler Robinson?
That's just, so any of the messages in gray would be from Tyler, and messages in blue would be from Lance. Just with iPhone distinguishes the messages, and also Lance in his interview also acknowledges that, who was saying what.
And up at the top, who do we see that this thread is between?
Tyler.
All right, sorry to interrupt you. So read that again, starting from look under the keyboard.
So after that, then Lance responds, he says, what? And then he says, you're joking, right? And then Tyler says, fuck, I tried to delete that.
We could scroll down to page 2. And if you can continue reading.
I'm trying to see what the point
Okay.
of that.
Then Tyler says, I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a
That's
little
a
while
weird
longer yet.
thing.
Shouldn't
He
be
had a
long until
note
I can
under
come
his
home,
keyboard.
but gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep it a secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you. And then Lance replies, you weren't the one who did it, right? And Tyler
And that right there is why Lance Twiggs got immunity for his interview.
says, I'm sorry. And Lance says, I thought they caught the person. And then Tyler says, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude and interrogated someone in similar clothing. I planned to grab my rifle from the drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering.
We could scroll down to page 3.
And these were all made public like the day after he got arrested.
Oh yeah.
These were
Hey.
these were
Hey.
stop. I'm gonna put you down.
Stop. No.
This is what happens when you don't listen. Actions have consequences. These were all made public like the day after. She's fine. She's just throwing a 3-year-old tantrum because she wants to be on my lap and she didn't listen and I put her down. So if you hear her cry, she's fine. She's just mad. So
Continue reading.
Lance says, why? And Tyler says, why did I do it? And Lance says, yeah. Tyler says, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything in the news about them finding it. We'll update you shortly. We'll update you by midnight. And then Lance says, all right, stay safe. How long have you been planning this?
Scroll down a little bit, please, Kimberly.
Not look good
And
at all.
Tyler replies, a bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there is a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it.
We could scroll down to page 4 and continue reading about halfway down. I'll stop you about halfway down.
This is while they were...
So they were made public, but they weren't not introduced to the court, and the judge has not seen them.
Yeah, no.
So they have to be put into the court record as evidence, and evidence as to the probable cause of why this can move forward to trial. However, The kicker is, and why waste time, is these were already public. Why did the defense fight them so much when they were already public?
Yep. I mean, they're like,
There's
we
the
don't want
$1 million
we don't want
question.
They're like, we don't want the media to see. The media seen this the day after the crime was committed.
Yeah, so Stacey, there's a big difference on what is released in the media by the prosecutors or by law enforcement in general. And I think law enforcement released these immediately. I don't think the prosecutors did. However, there is a big difference between what is released into the media from law enforcement after someone is arrested and what is entered into the court record as evidence.
That's just released in the media, just stuff. And when it's released in the court, it's exhibits, so it had to be entered.
However, since these were already made public, why was the freaking defense trying to fight them so damn hard as to what is being shown to the they were already freaking public. Why are you trying to fight them not being shown to the public? They were already made public. I don't know one person who has not read these fucking text messages. Yeah, we have not seen them from the source. We have not seen the pictures of the actual phone that they came from. However, we have seen 99% of people following this case have already seen these. Why did the defense waste 7 hours of court time?
People saw this before they was a defense team.
Exactly.
Chance while they were parked there. If they found it, I imagine there would be more commotion.
I agree. It's a huge waste of time from the defense trying to fight making them public. They were always going to be admitted to the court and the judge was always going to see them, but the defense was fighting having them released to the gallery and to the media stream. So all of us at home watching this, when they were already public, like, it's like, holy fuck, you put all your emphasis into the wrong things. And this is the sign of a bad lawyer to me, when you waste all these time and resources on something that is frivolous and dumb and you're not going to win it anyway.
And they're wasting taxpayer dollars. They're getting paid by the state.
Yeah. That is a huge waste of time, effort, and things that, so now because they wasted all that time, they have no right to complain when they don't have time to present their witnesses.
You told us y'all, these are the people y'all should be mad at. Y'all taxpayer dollars going to this defense team.
Again, I'm sorry for roping you into all of this. You shouldn't have to worry about this. And Lance replies, does anyone else know? Tyler says, not to my knowledge.
All right, I'll stop you there. Let's move to page 5. So this should be page 4, so just scroll down one, please, Kimberly. And if you could read starting, sorry, Kimberly, scroll a bit more down. If you could read, I don't know, about a 1/3 of the way up that starts with guess.
Okay. Tyler says, guess I'm just sitting in my car watching reels for another hour, hoping this guy fucks off.
And continue.
And Lance says, are you okay still? And Tyler says, yes, check and spot again now. Will.
Sorry, now we're on page 6. Continue reading.
We'll update soon. He continues, the squad car was moved further away, enough that I should be able to move in. I backed off because I thought I heard footsteps, maybe a foot patrol, but the crickets here are so fucking loud. I'm gonna see if the road closer to campus is open so I can drive past and check shit out. Probably still closed off though. Getting worried, hard to know for sure, but I'm not finding my rifle. Could be in the wrong spot. Lance says, do you think they found it? And Tyler says, no, they haven't published anything if they have. And then Lance says, why did you leave it behind?
Oh, sorry, Kimberly, could you scroll down?
Originally. Also, does it have a serial number?
You could scroll to page 7. And I'll continue reading. I'll stop you on this page in a little bit.
Okay. So Tyler continues, IDEK, if I had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me, I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with.
And stop there, please. And then if we could go to the next page, page 8. And if you could start at the top.
Okay, so Lance says, was your change of clothes there or was that also gone? Or did you bring those with you originally? Anyway, you could replace the gun or would he notice? Then Tyler says, only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. I'll bet that canine sniffed it out. Little snitching bastard. Replace it unlikely. I don't fully know what the gun was because it was old as shit and Gramps did some modifying. There was a 4-digit serial on it. God only knows who it's registered to. Hopefully some dead guy who gave it to Grandpa. And he continues, remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge UWU on Fox News, I might have a stroke.
And then continue. I'll stop you in a moment.
He says, all right, I'm going to have to leave it. That really fucking sucks.
Let me stop you there. And then if we could go on to the next page, page 9. And do you see the first blue message we see on page 9? Can you start there?
Yes. So Lance says, do you need it for hunting? And Tyler says, no, my dad wanted to use a high caliber for the rifle hunt. Judging from today, I'd say Gramps' gun does just fine. IDK. I think that was a 2K scope. Lance says, geez. And then Tyler says, OMW home 3.5 hours. Lance says, drive safe. And then Tyler says, delete this exchange.
And I'll stop you right there. And then, sorry, we're on page 9. If we can scroll to page 15.
I'm just one of those things like,
Was this before the crime was committed?
no, this was after.
Okay.
Judging by today, I think Gramps' rifle does just fine.
Okay.
Dude, you missed. That was a lucky shot because you missed. Nobody ever goes for the neck if you're going for an unaliving shot. That's the dumbest place you can go because it's the smallest place.
And now that dispels the theory that people saying this was a sharpshooter. I'm like,
Yeah, like I knew from the very freaking beginning. If you've ever done any shooting at all, even self-defense education, that's one of the places that you don't go because it's so easy to miss. Center mass is a lot less likely to miss. Just saying, in Minecraft. Like, so the people, it's like all it takes is some critical thinking skills to understand that this was not a professional shot.
The position and hull must be firm enough to support the rifle. The rifle must point naturally at the target without any undue effort. Sight alignment, brackets open, aiming, brackets closed, has to be correct. The shot must be released and followed through without disturbing the position. Ladies and gentlemen, those were the 4 marksman principles.
Also, who sits on a roof in an open place? If you're trained in anything. This was a young kid who had...
What are you, 22 years old?
22, 23. He was a young kid.
Can I just point out, right, I'm not going to blow my own trumpet here, but I am a freaking good shot. One thing I can say is that shot was luck. It was 1 in a freaking million that unfortunately he got
lucky.
Pardon?
He got lucky.
Yeah, it was a lucky shot because if you think about it, his aim was probably off. Don't forget, breathe in as well. The 4 marksman principles. Any person who has served in the infantry or has done weapon handling will know the 4 marksman principles. And when you breathe and you release, you breathe in, breathe out, and then you take a half a breath in, or take another breath in and release half a breath. Hold your breath and then pull the trigger. That was a lucky shot. I mean,
yeah. And to anybody says that caliber would do more damage than that at that place in time, I give you Martin Luther King.
Yeah, that was, and also you have to take in consideration
same location,
yep.
No exit wound.
And also the same something else you need to take into consideration, right? How far the shooter was from the target. Just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, what is 300 meters in yards for you guys over there?
So a meter is like...
Hang on a minute.
So hold on. A meter is longer than a yard, but only by like, I would say maybe 10 or 15 centimeters.
All right, 1 second. 1 second. I'm just going to let you know. All right.
A meter is 1.094 yards.
Right. Okay. So basically, I can get between 25 and 35 millimeter grouping at 300 meters. That's 328 yards. Right. So at 600, and I've got my fucking stuff here, and I can show that if you want. Right. At 600 meters, which is 656 yards.
Volusia brings up sorry.
I can get a grouping if you take a 50 pence piece, right? Basically, just a little bit bigger than that at 600. It's the windage, it's the distance, there's a lot to take in. He was like just one with the Trump one as well. They were fairly close, so therefore, all they needed to do was correctly aim.
Well, Volusia one brings up a really good point. Less than 50 yards from the stage elevated, a professional would have given himself way more distance just to escape.
Oh yeah, freaking wait!
That's another really, really good point that I didn't bring up.
And even with Dr. King, James Earl Ray was not considered a marksman. He was an escaped convict, small-time criminal. He practiced briefly at a range in Birmingham, Alabama.
Actual fact. I'll be right back.
Fact, I just found Linda's sister.
It said due to his general lack of skills, the fatal shot was fired from close range, only about 205 feet away from the Rain Hotel balcony. So he wasn't a marksman.
But there's so many of these conspiracy theories can be debunked with a little bit of, and I'm not saying that Tyler Robinson is necessarily 100% the guy. However, because that has yet to be proven in a court of law beyond a reasonable doubt by a jury of his peers. However, there are so many conspiracy theories that make absolutely no sense if you use an ounce of critical thinking logic and you have ever picked up a rifle.
Oh, I'm about to show you something. You're going to like this.
Oh, no. I'm going to keep playing this while we're... These are sidebars that we could literally have conversations about all next week. No, we could. I could make content about this and have discussions about certain things for days. But first, we got to get through these god-awful testimony days first.
Second grade message on page 15, if you could start there.
Okay. So this is Tyler.
I'm pretty sure I could make that shot with my eyes closed. I'm not telling you how I could do it. I'm just saying one of Mr. Squid's really good friends is a former Marine Corps long-range shooter. And I might have been taught a thing or two in Minecraft. I'm just saying I'm not an expert by any means. However, I can hold my own.
Right. Okay.
Turn myself in willingly.
You ready for this?
Maybe.
Let me see if my camera works.
Hold on. And I have to go to the little girl's room. So I will be right back. Y'all talk amongst yourselves.
Oh, wait. Why is the camera not working? Wait 1 second. Why is the camera not working?
Crazy tech day.
Hey? I'm not sure why, but the camera seems to not. Oh, for fuck's sake. All right, let me try something else. Come here. Go that way. Aha. Right. You ready? Right, let me just, sorry about this. Okay. Oh, fuck's sake. I'll get that. Right. Okay. You're. Let me just make sure. Oh, wait. Need to turn the background off. How do I do that? Aha. Right. Okay. Tell me if you can see this.
Oh, wow.
Right. This here, okay, this is when, one second. This is, one second. Right. That there. Okay. That there is my grouping for 500 meters. My point of aim, all right? My point of aim for green, left to right with wind, right to left.
Ooh.
Okay? That there, okay, so that bit there, so that's the green, well, it looks blue, but that's the green one. That's the, from right to left, left to right, center mass, that's point of aim, right? My sight is set. My sight is set to 350. And basically this is at 500 meters. And that's that one, right? Then at 300 meters, right? My point of aim is there. Okay. And that's where the rounds will hit. Usually the point of aim will be at the bottom of the chin. Okay. And 99% of the time, there'll be a little white, what you call it? A white piece of cloth there, or a white sticker. And basically that's rest. That's kneeling. Blue is kneeling. Right. Green is prone, point of aim, and standing. That's at rest position. That's where I fire. That's where the rounds hit.
Wow.
Because after 200 meters, your rounds start getting affected. And there you go. Oh, got one more one for you. What's that? That's one. I've got one more. What's this one? That one is right 100. This here. Okay, this is my zeroing. Okay, at 300 meters, my zeroing. Right. Point of aim. Obviously, it's a bit washed now. Standing, prone, rest, and kneeling. Right. Got one more for you. Where the fuck is it? This is my targeting for. I call it the running man. Point of aim. Standing. Yeah. Left to right, right to left. And yes, it's the L85, the SA80A2. And this one here is where I fire, all right, from 100 meters. So if I want to get a tee shot, right, my zeroing, I zero at the chin, and then I work up. But I'm not going to show you the rest because that'll be giving away certain things. There you go. So if anyone wants to fucking talk, you know, hi sweetie. When it comes to point of aim, okay, this is why I believe.
She had called Grandpa, so she was saying bye to Grandpa.
Oh, that's charming. So when it comes to, point of aim, okay, his point of aim was probably his mass, and yeah. And trust me, you saw a little bit of mess there. I've just been fucking around and throwing everything in one corner. And no, you won't see my face or my body, but you saw my lovely fingernail on my.
You need a manicure.
What do you mean I need a manicure?
You need a manicure.
No, I don't.
I'm not saying I don't either, but I'm just saying you do. Yeah, Grandpa went bye-bye. Yes, ma'am.
Apparently, John Wilkes Booth was the marksman.
Can I just point out just let me finish what I was saying. A lot of people think that like you can pick up a rifle and you can zero it at 50 yards or 50 meters, 100 meters, whatever you want to, whatever, yeah? But you need to remember when you zero a weapon, okay, you zero that weapon, and the moment you start moving, you pack it into your bag or anything like that, your zeroing, okay, will go off. So that means every time you travel with your weapon, regardless if you've got an ACOG on it or whatever, right, it's recommended that you always go on to a 25-meter range, okay, and you set it to 300, and at 300, at 300, okay, you should be able to get a group in between 15 and 35 millimeters, all right? So that means when you actually fire at the point of aim at 300 meters, right, your rounds, if you aim at the chin of the target, right, at 300 meters, you should get a grouping between 35 and 55 millimeters, depending on your level of experience. This guy here fired from an elevated position in the prone with an older type of weapon. I don't know if he had a scope on it, not sure. So if he had a scope on it, meant that by the time he got up there and got all the shit together and put everything and put that scope on, right, or the scope was on that rifle, if he knocks that scope, it's going to go off. That's part and part. That's the monster of scopes. So when he fired, he was probably firing for the torso or for the noggin. And
my guess would be he's firing for the head because he might have thought Charlie Kirk was wearing a bulletproof vest.
Well, yeah, but I personally, I like if he did, yeah. I'm not going to go into it too much, but I think that he snatched the trigger because it was right, it was upright. I believe he snatched the trigger, or he slipped, or when you're in a prone position, you're holding the rifle with your left hand, and you got your trigger finger with your right hand if you're right-handed. So in a prone position, you got your left elbow on the ground and you got your right elbow. So you got your bipod, all right? So you are basically naturally given that weapon a bipod. So when you aim at that close, right, you have to adjust your scope to have it clear. And when you fire, if he didn't do the breathing or he snatched his trigger or something like that, it's very easy to fucking snatch the trigger and pull a weapon, rifle or pistol, either to the right or to the left. With pistols, it's usually always to the right because people always either they put if you look at your index finger, right?
They do this.
Yeah, if you have your index finger, you look at the front part, you got one piece there. You look in the middle, you got another piece there. You look at where the joint is, you got another piece there, right? I always have the trigger on a pistol in that little divot between the first part and the second part of your finger, and that doesn't move at all. Because the thing is, the only thing that should move on that weapon is that finger, that part of the finger. So I personally believe
most people do this when it's too powerful for them too.
Yeah,
they break
it's
it
either up and the right. It's up to the right, or it comes back. But I personally believe he wasn't in a comfortable position. He snatched the trigger, or his scope was off.
Yeah. Either way, I don't think that's where he was aiming. I think he got lucky.
Yeah. Yep.
One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. We hope to keep things sort of quiet here.
And then I'll stop you there. Yeah. And we can remove the exhibit from the screen. Thank you, Kimberly. We mentioned a Cellbrite extraction on Mr. Twiggs' phone. Do you know what time that last text was sent?
Yeah, I recall it was just before 8 p.m. on September 11th. It was, I think, 7:42 p.m. is my recollection.
I'm sorry, September 11th?
Yes.
Would September 12th make sense, or you're saying September 11th?
So September 11th was when he turned himself in, and September 11th, yeah. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to show just for the witness, States Exhibit 16.2.
Oh, where did Flash go?
Probably had tech issues.
All right. I sent a message, private message.
Okay, see it.
Do you recognize this?
I got it.
What is it?
This is just more photos of Lance's phone. And
How
these
do you-
are sorry. These are sorry. I had to blame. Sorry.
I'm just asking what it is. So you said it's a photo of Lance's phone. Do you know if that's from the same time period as the exhibit we just looked at?
Yes.
And what is it of?
These are the Discord messages that Lance had talked about.
How do you know that?
So Lance, in first interview with FBI, shows the phone. The photos are taken by Agent Larson, and then these images are shown
Welcome
to
back,
Lance.
America.
During a second interview, he confirms that these are those same messages, and this is photos of Lance's phone.
You mentioned an Agent Larson took the photos. Do you know if he's the same agent that took the photos of this exhibit, 16.2?
Yes, same agent.
And you spoke with him to confirm that?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware if Mr. Twiggs is actually part of this Discord thread?
Yes, he is a part of it. He doesn't, in this section, he doesn't reply to it, but he does state in his statement that he was part of the thread.
Does he identify whether Mr. Robinson is part of that thread?
He does.
And when did that happen?
He identifies that in his first interview with the two FBI agents, and then he again confirms that in his second interview.
Did Mr. Twiggs say what username on Discord Mr. Robinson used, at least with respect to this thread?
Yes, it's the Tyler/Ikum, IKUM.
And is Exhibit 16.2 a fair and accurate representation of that Discord thread?
Yes, it is.
Did law enforcement send, as part of your investigation, did law enforcement send a subpoena to Discord?
Yes, they did.
Were these messages recovered via that subpoena?
They were.
Did you review that?
Yes, I did.
And in States Exhibit 16.2 that is before you, when is the first message from Tyler sent?
7:57 p.m.
And it says yesterday. Do you have any knowledge of what day that would have been?
Yes, this would have been September 11th.
So Tyler sends the first message that you're seeing on Exhibit 16.2, September 11th at 7:57 p.m.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified earlier that Mr. Robinson arrived at the Washington County Sheriff's Office approximately at 9 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And although you weren't physically present there yet because you were flying down, how do you know that he arrived approximately around 9 p.m.?
Just based on the police reports I reviewed and then go back and look at the video and such.
In Minecraft.
Judge, the state moves to admit States Exhibit 16.2
Objection.
and publish it pursuant to court order.
Mr. Novak.
Thank you. We've already lodged all of our objections on all.
Yeah.
States Exhibit 16.2
We know.
is admitted into
We're
evidence
aware.
and may be published only in the gallery, not for distribution on electronic media.
All right, so we won't get to see that.
God, this judge looks more and more annoyed every time I see him. Doesn't he? Like that. These lines at the top of his forehead, they were not there on Monday.
The past 3 days has not been kind to him.
I mean, honestly, if you had to sit there and listen to Novak and Bert and Nestor in real time and keep your composure, I'm able to cuss them out. I'm able to tell them that I think they're stupid. He has to be professional. I don't.
At least
Benefit of being on YouTube.
At least he can be he can be professional now.
I'm going to make a I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to make a freaking complaint to Restream.
What happened?
There should be a freaking noise like beep boop. You are muted. Please.
Yeah,
remove
well,
yourself.
welcome to all streaming services. This week has not been kind to this judge. The wrinkles in his forehead. He went from looking like he
Why
was
are you
my
picking
age
on him
to
in the
looking like
first
he was my
place?
dad.
Why? Listen, look. Stop picking on old people, will you?
He's not old.
He's
He
not-
just looks old because he's having to deal with idiots all week.
He's at least mid-40s. He's not.
I'm 40.
He's probably He's probably 25 years old and has had a heavy paper round. Okay.
He went to law school, so he's definitely not 25.
Yeah.
And he had to be a lawyer for a number of years.
Yeah, but the thing is, don't
No,
forget.
this face right here.
I mean, don't forget, he has to deal with both sides of the aisle, you know. So he's got a lot of he's got a lot of boo boo coming from both sides. So obviously he needs a, you know.
Stop. Spawn, will you stop encouraging her toddler behavior by acting like a toddler?
I don't know what you're on about.
He's aged 50 years with this case. Yes. Hey, girl, stop. Please stop spitting. I love you, but stop. I'm going to put you down on the floor. I'm going to put you down.
Be a good girl. Be a good girl. Come on, be a good girl.
All right. We gotta get through this because they're about 25 minutes from lunch.
I assume you lunch will afternoon will be tomorrow.
his mic is off, so we're skipping.
Yeah, because I think he's just
He
reviewing.
just looks annoyed. He looks like someone stole his coffee.
Imagine what he's gonna look at the end when this case is completed.
Stop.
Probably years from now.
He looks like
is a
someone
handwritten
stole
note
his coffee.
with FBI. He tells them about this letter note he found under Tyler's keyboard per a text message he received. He states from 11 p.m. on September 10th. And so at that point, Lance finds this. This is the letter he finds under that keyboard.
Okay, so to clarify, Mr. Twiggs gets a text from Mr. Robinson around 11 p.m. on September 10th, telling him to look under his keyboard.
Yes, correct.
And this is what Mr. Twiggs represented was underneath the keyboard.
Yes, yes.
Judge needs to do those Novak exercises. I'm sure we could put it to some music. I'm sure. Where's Jake Hayden's Block when you need him to put this?
So following Lance's first interview at St. George PD, his phone is recovered at that point, taken into evidence. It is downloaded, I believe it was the following day or shortly after that. The FBI transported that phone to the RCFL, which is the Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory in Salt Lake City. The phone was downloaded through Celebrite, and after that, following that download was complete, SBI received a flash drive containing that download. From there, it went to a SIAC analyst to go through that data of his phone to look for any pertinent evidence or information that may be on there. And at that point, that this image of this letter was located.
All right, so I'm going to break down a few things. You mentioned, I just want to make sure the record's clear. You mentioned Celebrite a few times. What is Celebrite?
It's a downloading software that's commonly used by law enforcement. I don't do that myself, but it's commonly used to recover data to download electronic devices, particularly cell phones.
And then you mentioned SIAC. What does that mean?
It's the Statewide Information Analysis Center. It's a division within DPS. That's a fusion center. They assist law enforcement with intelligence, various intelligence information for our investigations.
You mentioned that you don't personally do Celebrite phone extractions. Have you spoken to the law enforcement officers that performed the Celebrite extraction on Mr. Twiggs' phone in this case?
I don't believe I specifically talked to those individuals, RCFL, that did that. But they, that was then provided to SBI.
Did you speak with officers at SBI that have recovered this photo that we're seeing in State's Exhibit 16.3?
Yes, I've spoken to, I have spoken with an SIAC analyst who in particular found this image. I've spoken to her personally as well.
Was Mr. Twiggs shown what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16.3 during his second interview?
Yes, he was.
And again, you were present for that?
Yes, I was there.
Is Exhibit 16.3 a fair and accurate representation of the photo law enforcement obtained from Mr. Twiggs' phone and that he was subsequently shown in the second interview?
Yes, it's fair and accurate.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit Exhibit 16.3 and then also publish pursuant to court order.
Mr. Novak.
Just noting the objection.
Yes, we know.
And maybe publish only in court, not be, shown
I'm just
for
skipping
later.
it because it's like, yes, we know.
No,
At least he's shorter than Nestor, but
Yeah.
at the same time, he's still fucking annoying.
Yeah, Nestor would have argued. Audio gone again because of the it can't be published to the courtroom.
This judge looks like he already made up his mind. Now he's just going through the motions.
I do.
What is it?
These are the images that the FBI
It's
released. to the
fine. I
public.
made
It would
mine.
have been on September 11th when it was released.
2 days ago.
This was, those are those images that went public of the suspected EVU shooting suspect.
How do you know that?
I've viewed the FBI's website, and I recall seeing these images released on September 11th.
Does State's Exhibit 16.4, is that a fair and accurate representation of what you reviewed from the FBI and that the FBI released?
Yes, it is.
The state moves to admit Exhibit 16.4 and publish according to the court order.
Yes, we know.
Ruling that objection. State's Exhibit 16.
And in the Discord,
Speaking of Discord,
I gotta say, I just heard another Discord notification.
and I know I'm going 5 seconds at a time,
Mom?
but that's the only way I can do it without like.
Skipping over something.
What was that?
Yeah, Grandpa called, but you called him back already. It's fine. She sees a notification from like 45 minutes ago, thinks it's new. And it's like, no, no, no.
Y'all remember when she went live on Evidence Through Motion?
Oh, that was hilarious. But thank God I was dressed because I was literally in my pajamas.
Cause I saw it. I messaged you. I'm like, did you mean it's true at 8 o'clock in the morning?
Nope, I did not.
She's
Somebody
like,
else did. Wanted to show y'all her breakfast and how I sit and eat breakfast on the living room floor because I have my computer. That's why I usually do my deep squat challenge that I've been doing. And I start every morning like with 5 to 10 minutes sitting in a deep squat. And then I sit on the floor cross-legged for 5 to 10 minutes to stretch. But I have my computer in front of me. So I'm like listening and working and doing things. But I'm trying to get some activity in the process. And y'all saw it firsthand. I was actually doing it.
She's like, what? She's like, I'm just making it something. I'm like, oh, well, I think you should probably check your phone.
Somebody's either check your phone. When I get like 4 Discord messages all at like the same time, either somebody's threatening to sue me again, or somebody's
As I did, I believe it's day 2, perhaps.
live.
Provisionally admitted it. Contingent on the additional foundation being laid with letters of testimony. The courts notes
Bless
that
you.
such foundation and testimony has been laid.
Oh shit! Did I just sneeze without my mic on?
Yeah, we heard it.
So that is received. As it relates to
That's all right. You've been blessed.
and taking into consideration the argument by Mr. Novak. Well, first noting the objection, the standing objections by defense. That
I
is
assume he
overruled as it
objected to
relates
something
the
else again.
admission to 5.1. But going to the publication, the court understands the argument made.
The
by
judge
the
got
defense
quieter,
that this
not
is
me.
Going toward perhaps religion.
What?
And
That's
that the
fatigue
enhancement,
right there.
Let me just read that from the information. Victim targeting enhancement, violation of Utah Code annotated 76-3-203.14 sub 2. Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression, and that was also noted as an enhancement for count 2 and count 7. The court is not going to engage, the court can weigh how this is applied, but it finds it relevant, how it relates to the enhancement is for the court to weigh as it looks at the bind-over decision, and it's not engaging in that decision-making today, but finds that it is relevant, it is admissible to the court, and is publishable to the gallery as well as to the public. And so if the state wishes to publish State's Exhibit 5.1, it may do so at this time.
Thank you. Yes, we do.
Parent mode is not funny.
And Kimberly, I don't know if we want to use the same kind of slow scrolling. Thank you.
Oh, we get to see this one. Okay.
Sort of.
I've got to shoot off for 10 minutes, but I'll try and come back on if you're still
Okay.
going. All right. See you in a bit, guys.
See ya.
See ya.
Yeah.
Shushing that baby.
Bye-bye, darling.
Bye.
Bye-bye, my sweetness. You be good, okay?
Okay.
All right, babe. Take care, sweetie. Yeah, yeet.
We're not eating yet.
Yeah, at least past lunch.
Mommy.
The thing is y'all, she has so many toys to play with. So her sitting here is not me making her sit here. Her sitting here is her sitting here on her own volition.
She wants to do that. I was like that with my grandmother.
Sufficient.
I am not making her sit here by any means.
Agent Davis, I apologize. I'm going to
In
take
fact,
you very
I
briefly
tried
back
to
to
get
State's
her to go
Exhibit
play,
16.1,
and she
which is a
won't.
text thread between Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs. Kimberly, if you could turn to page
When
17.
my mom would come home from work, I still be up there with my grandmother, so I used to do the same thing.
And because this has already been admitted and court
Part
correct
of
me
me
if
is
I'm wrong,
like, just
published
go
not only to the
play.
gallery
And then
but
part of me is
to
like,
cameras at
there will be
large. I'd
days
ask
that
if
she
you
will
just-
not, there will come a time when she does not want to snuggle with me.
When she go to school, you gonna probably feel it for a minute.
So there will come a time when she will no longer want to do this. So as much as sometimes I'm like, girl, I need to get work done, or stop talking over me because it annoys the chat, or it annoys replay crew when I'm trying to talk and somebody's talking over me. But at the same time, I'm like,
But
I love
also,
snuggling.
but
I'm a little
also, they
snuggle
don't.
bug.
But also,
Yeah.
they don't understand that's a problem
Thank you.
because
Bye.
She's planning on taking over the channel. Yeah, her take.
Bye.
We're not going bye-bye. We got
This is
girl. Oh, girl.
the channel is her inheritance.
What in here? Like,
fashion again.
Any input from any other party on that request? All right, thank you. It may be published, and the media may pick this up as well.
Agent Davis, if I can direct you to the very last message on that page, starting with if any, if you could read that out loud.
Okay. This is Tyler. He says, if any police ask you questions, sorry, let me start over. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. My lawyer should be Doug Terry. I'll see if he can reach out to you and make sure the police follow.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need from that exhibit. And then finally, Agent Davis, you testified before that you flew down to Washington County Sheriff's Office and observed Tyler Robinson there, correct?
Correct.
You got his name there?
Yes.
You stated that you transported or assisted transporting him up to Utah County Jail?
Yes.
And that you were the booking officer?
That's correct.
Do you recognize Tyler Robinson here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
If you could point him out and briefly describe something that he's wearing.
He's an individual seated at the defendant's table in the center.
so on Monday, if you haven't watched this all week with us, on Monday or Tuesday, I can't remember, every day is running together, Kathy Nestor objected to a witness pointing out Tyler Robinson in the courtroom. That's how ridiculous Kathy Nestor is. And I'm pretty sure that is another reason why she is not speaking the last 2 days.
It was the California attorney who did that. It was Charles Manson attorney. Apparently, during the witness testimony, they swear you in, like, state and spell your name for the record. Apparently, this guy said, objection, Your Honor, to this witness spelling his name for the record because we can't confirm that his mother gave him this name. So that's almost as stupid as that objection.
So ridiculous on so many levels. But Kathy Nestor objected. Miss Objection. Karen freaking Nestor.
So this morning when I tuned into Recovery Edit, he had objection counter going. This morning they were at 84 objections.
All week?
Yep.
Yeah, and guess what? It's been the same freaking objection, like 67 of them. Yeah, exactly. And Kathy Nestor objected to it because she's special in a way that can only be described as, how the hell did you survive in life?
When I saw the 84 objection count, I'm like, you sure you ain't missed a couple?
This is where I'm convinced we should take all the warning labels off of products and just let natural selection take hold, because I'm not sure that she could follow the instructions on a shampoo bottle. Or as Senator Kennedy says about AOC, this is why we have instructions on a shampoo bottle. I'm just convinced we should take all the warning labels off of things and just let natural selection take course, because I'm not sure some people, including Kathy Nestor, would make it.
Chair with a gray suit coat.
All right, so he picks him out.
I'll note for the purposes of this hearing only that Agent Davis has identified Mr. Robinson in court. Thank you.
And Judge, if I can just have a moment.
You may.
Might be finished.
Ready to pass the witness, thank you. I don't know if now would be a good time for lunch.
All right. We'll go ahead and break right now for lunch for 1 hour, 1 hour and 5 minutes. Let's come back at 1:30. We'll resume and we'll pick up the defense for a cross-examination.
Almost at real time.
Yeah, we're only 45 minutes behind, 47 minutes.
Court is back in session, noting presence of counsel and all parties to the state. Are you ready to proceed? All right, Sergeant, if you wouldn't mind coming.
Oh, they didn't have no cross-examination of it. I was surprised.
No, not even short bus helmet special, because that's insulting people who actually need that short bus.
I was surprised the defense.
She is a level of special that can only be described as she is the reason there is instructions on a shampoo bottle.
If you'd just like to come up to the witness stand, be seated to your left. Behind the monitor should be a bottle of water. After you're situated, if you wouldn't mind, just please.
Oh, this woman again. We've seen her before.
Oh yeah, because they didn't cross it. They interrupted her testimony
the other day. I want to return back to your initial assignment to this case. When were you first assigned to go to the campus of Utah Valley University?
They interrupted
September 10th of
for that
2025.
defense
What
witness.
time did you get that assignment?
I believe it was approximately 1:30 p.m.
And where were you when you received that assignment?
I was at a headquarters office in Salt Lake.
And did you go directly down to the campus?
Yes, I did.
And will you describe what you're seeing as you arrive there?
Yes, when I arrived there, I actually arrived near the south end of campus, and that's where I saw multiple police cars as well as multiple officers from various agencies. Then I was asked to respond to our command post, which was in the Fugel building there.
And the Fugel building, we've had some testimony about this, but is that just to the south of the courtyard?
Yes, that is.
And were you there while officers were securing campus?
Yes, I was.
And do you know?
Sorry, I just have to interrupt for something that's completely cute, and we need a cuteness break. This is where I'm like, this is the cutest thing in the world. It's not exactly true, but it's kind of, they kind of look alike. She just said it's daddy. No, that's an attorney. That's the prosecutor, McBride.
Daddy.
She thinks it looks like her dad.
Oh, wow.
Daddy. It's daddy.
Who's that?
So,
No, that's not daddy, baby.
so do they look similar, Squid?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dad.
Yeah. It's not daddy. Does it look like daddy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Does it look like dad? Does it look like your uncle?
No, it's daddy.
Is daddy?
It's daddy.
So you're saying she would take the Tide Pod challenge if they didn't have do not eat warning? You know, yeah, but they do look alike.
It's daddy.
Yes.
Would Mr. Squid make a good attorney?
Hello, daddy.
No.
No.
And I say this because he is the type of person that when he finds out what gets under your skin, he will do it just to piss you off.
He would be like an 80s, 90s attorney.
He is the kind of person that will get it when he is in a bad mood. He will do things to get under your skin just because he can.
He would be a Rambo mitigator like they had in that.
No, he would never make a good attorney because he would piss off everybody just for the sake of pissing off everybody. Like, this is the dude that if you tailgate him, he will go 5 miles under the speed limit and sit in the left lane, like get next to the car next to him, side by side, and just sit there. Knowing that he's pissing everybody off, but does not give a flying fuck. You think I try to annoy people that don't like me just for the sake of annoying them? Where do you think I learned it from? He is literally an asshole in the best way possible. He's not an asshole to me, and he's not an asshole to her, but he's an asshole to just about everybody else. Oh, yes, it would be very fun to watch. Welcome to my life. And why, when he tells me and he gives me advice on why do you care, I listen because it's like, yo, you're right. Why should I care? I don't. But yeah, he is that person that if you were tailgating him, he is like, hit my truck. Buy me a brand new fucking truck. I don't care. You want to be a dick? Let's go.
In other words, him and Nestor and company would be going at it.
He would be sitting like he's the type of person that if you don't like, if you say you hate pen clicks, we'll sit there with a pen and just go. Every 45 seconds for the rest of your life. Yes. That explanation of Mr. Squid makes the Pettyverse make sense. Yeah. He's an asshole to people who are an asshole to him, but if he does not like you, and like this man went no contact with his own mother. Like he has no problem eliminating people from his world. So it's no way I could do that in good conscience if I was an attorney. Yeah, that's why he wouldn't make an attorney a good attorney. this Stop copying me.
Stop me.
Yeah, would Daddy make a good attorney?
It's Daddy.
It's not Daddy. It's not Daddy.
Daddy with it.
No, Daddy's not on a computer, baby.
It's Daddy with
But he does look like Daddy though.
That's so awesome. She think Dad's on television.
Daddy's cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Daddy is cute. Yes, Daddy is cute.
Daddy. It's Daddy.
Even in his old age, Daddy is cute.
You have to show him this.
I want Daddy.
Daddy. Okay, we're gonna get started on this again. Cuteness break.
We all needed that a break
But
from.
he only does it if he doesn't like you.
No. Oh, Daddy. I want Daddy.
So generally, how that was done.
I don't know the specifics, but I do know that officers were canvassing the area, trying to look for a suspect, but also trying to see if anyone else was injured, and then making sure that the scene was secure and that no unauthorized people were allowed in.
And I think you testified earlier. What was your primary assignment?
My primary assignment at the campus, as well as throughout the case, was to oversee the crime scenes as well as the physical evidence.
Before you could do your work on the crime scenes, did the campus have to become secure?
Yes, it did.
And did that involve making sure there was no active shooter on campus?
Yes.
And did that involve officers searching buildings and clearing buildings throughout campus?
Yes.
You mentioned that were there multiple areas that were processed by you and other crime scene analysts in this case?
Yes, there was. Would you like me to go over them?
Let me direct you to a few.
I have to go get more water.
Yes, please
I will
mention
be back.
the scenes.
Yeah, so one scene was a courtyard area, or I guess what we could also refer to as the amphitheater where the event took place. The other scene would have been the Fulton Library, where there were two bus stops, and then another would have been the wooded area, and then the last one would have been the Lolosi Center building, as well as the ground below.
All right, let's start with the rooftop. What was the first? Who was assigned to process the rooftop area?
The team that was assigned to process that was the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services, or also known as our state crime lab.
And generally, what does processing an area involve?
Processing includes documentation, sketching, as well as taking photographs, marking, as well as labeling evidence, and then determining how to package them properly, as well as also just trying to ID anything probative.
On the rooftop was evidence found?
Yes.
What types of evidence were found on the rooftop?
One item of evidence that was found was a screwdriver. Another one would have been what we believe was the shooter's perch. That was determined that was easy to see at night. Using oblique lighting, we could see disturbances in the gravel on the rooftop. And then on the northeast edge, our team also found some swipes on the ledge of that rooftop that was also collected.
Okay, so northeast ledge, and is this the dropping off point?
Yes, it is.
You said swipes. What does that mean, swipes?
Swipes is, I would describe it as kind of hand marks or any type of marks that is left by something that causes some type of disturbance.
And where on the ledge were those located?
Those were located right on the edge of that right on the edge of that rooftop. And then right below, we also had some other swipes as well some other impressions. And then below that was a glass window where we also located some latent prints.
Okay, I want to return to the what you referred to as the perks, the sniper position. Were measurements taken from that sniper position to the tent where Charlie Kirk was seated?
Yes.
Do you know the distance?
Yeah, so the distance from the perch area directly to the tent where Mr. Kirk was sitting was approximately 415 feet. If you take into, if you break it down, so from the perch to the tent, you're looking at it basically like this. And this is the perch and this is the tent.
And now you're describing, I'm sorry, I have to make a record. You're describing an angle, a slope downward from the perch to the location of the tent. Is that
yes,
accurate?
I am.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so the angle, so again, the distance, the perch to the tent was approximately 415 feet. If you think about it, or without taking into account the elevation drop, it was actually 410 feet, so just horizontal straight across. And then the elevation difference between that is approximately 68 feet.
Okay, 410 feet from the perch to the tent with a 68-foot vertical drop. Is
yes.
that right?
See, I am a little bit in the middle. I have a total opposite personality than Dad. He doesn't trust anyone and hates everyone unless they prove themselves as a good character. I still don't understand certain things, certain aspects of that part of this situation. However, me on the other hand, I try to give everyone the benefit of the doubt, and I'm somewhere in the middle. There are some people that I have trusted that have turned out to just be awful people. And there are some people who I have hated or thought I was going to hate that I have turned out to be really good people. So I'm kind of a...
I'm sure when Squid found out that I was a Democrat, she's like, here we go. And I thought the same thing. I thought when I first found you watching the Republican, I'm like...
So Flash Fan and I, on paper, are opposite people. If you were to look at the political narrative in this world, we are not supposed to get along. He's younger, I'm older. Not that much, but like just enough to, different phases of life. We're not supposed to get along. I'm white, he's not. I'm technically a Republican, but I'm more like a leave me the fuck alone kind of person. I'm libertarian, but those people are sometimes batshit crazy. So, so I'd like, yes, Angel, I understand that. You don't need to tell me every time. But those people are batshit crazy most of the time and have crazy ideas. I'm just a leave me the hell alone.
Most of my friends are Republican, with the exception of one who's neutral. I don't know if they're the term for it.
So Flash Fan knew me from Mo's chat. However, the first time he and I really started talking was the Republican National Convention before the 2024 election. He sat and watched the whole freaking thing with me on my channel. You can go back. It's there. It's in my politics playlist. It is there. We watched the entire freaking thing.
And at the beginning, I was like, I probably shouldn't go and chat. I'm going to say something. She's going to say something. We're going to be going at it. I'm going to get banned. But I'm like, all right.
And look at us now, 2 years later.
Yeah. Almost 3 years later. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, if you show me that I'm under your skin, I will exploit it to the fullest extent. Yes. Daddy text you. Yes, baby. Yes. The benefit of the doubt has bitten me in the ass more than once. I did tell you, speaking of your profession and things, we saw how they got out of the house next door. They have a track down the back hill, across the street or across the field to the street behind my dad's house. Inside and outside unit gone. Ugh. Gone.
Yeesh.
Yep. All right.
On the rooftop, were shoe impressions found on the rooftop?
Yes, there was.
Did those who processed that area of the crime scene collect the latent prints and the shoe impressions that you've talked about?
Yes, they did.
Remember, this is a good point to read a stipulation into the record.
All right.
The language of this has been agreed upon by the parties.
Oh, they
The
agreed
parties
on
stipulate that
something.
investigators at the crime scene observed latent fingerprints and a palm print on a glass window near the area where the individual landed when the individual jumped from the rooftop of the Low-C Center at UVU. SBI fingerprint examiner Elisa Farmer examined images of these latent fingerprints and the palm print and determined that only 3 of the latent prints, 11B, 11C, and 11D, were of comparable or of poor comparable value. She excluded Tyler Robinson as the source of any of these 3 latent prints. Ms. Farmer reviewed other prints on the window and found that they did not have adequate value for comparison. Subsequent examinations of these 3 actual latent prints by the FBI were inconclusive. That area that was described in that stipulation, is that the area in the glass window that you're talking about?
Yes, that is.
That's on the northeast corner of the Low-C Center.
You know I don't
And that's
say
the area
that
where
out
we see in the
loud.
video an individual drop from the roof.
Except for one reason.
I want to move on to another area, the courtyard. First, will you describe what that area of the crime scene looked like?
Yeah, so when I arrived on scene, you have different steps. I believe there were maybe like five or six, covered in grass. And again,
I won't let y'all make fun of the way I talk unless you put it in a super chat. Otherwise my chat would say it over and over and over again. So this right here, we only say out loud if it's in a super chat, because one, I don't care if it's not like I'm asking for super chats kind of a situation. It's more of like, I know that some people won't super chat it because it's so stupid. So like, I just say it, don't put it, I put it in a super chat and I know I won't have to say it. It's fine.
Where's Unsung Hero when you need him?
Shut up. It's not Beetlejuice. Don't do it.
when I was there, there were personal belongings spread throughout. There was a tent towards the west end of that courtyard area, as well as some banners and some barriers as well.
Was that area processed for evidence as well?
Yes, it was.
What was done to process that area?
Photography, as well as just examining the tent area to see if there's anything there.
And who was assigned to process the courtyard area?
The FBI.
But I want to take you to another area, a wooded area. Was there a wooded area that was processed as well?
Yes, there was.
Will you describe, first off, where that area is?
Yeah, so this area is located northeast of the Lilosi's Center building, and it is across from Campus Drive.
And I hope that's not for a long, long time. So, and no worries, Roy. You take care of 3D World and what you got going on in 3D World and your family, and spend as much time with that beautiful wife of yours as you can. And I will be here I will still be here when you have everything figured out. And we will be here to support you when you need us.
As long as Squid don't forget us when she goes to be on national television.
Shush. Shush. Yuck.
I'm gonna be like, I know her. I talked to her.
And Flash fan's always been my biggest hype man. However, sometimes I think he's detached from reality.
Hey, man can have a great imagination.
That's true. That's true.
I'm a big kid at heart.
Your Honor, can we publish Exhibit 35, please? Yes.
If y'all knew how much of a nerd I am with comic books and all that stuff.
And if I may approach the witness, I'll put up the hard copy of this exhibit as well. All right.
So when I was an insurance agent for a while, we this right here was a problem for some employers. So we used their benefits package as a incentive to show up for work.
Oh, thank you. All right, on the screen in front of you, will you take a look at Exhibit 35?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Will you take a moment to orient yourself on that map and tell me when you've found the relevant points that help you understand what this map is of?
Yes.
Do you see the courtyard on that map?
Yes, I do.
Kimberly, can you zoom in to the courtyard area, kind of the center of the... There's a pointer on the screen. Is that the courtyard?
Yes, that is.
All right, now, the Low-C Center, will you describe...
She killed
let's
my
jump to the wooded
battery.
area. Where is the wooded area that you're talking about seeing this processed?
Yep, the wooded area, if you go from the courtyard and you go northeast, you're going to come across this big parking lot, and then if you just go directly north to that.
Okay, this is, at this point, it might be easiest for you to actually indicate on the physical map. If you don't mind just standing up.
It's not Grandpa's house, Boo. I love you, but you're silly.
It's my house today. Is that
Yes, so the wooded area is approximately right here in this area.
Okay, so just to make a record of the area,
No, it's
on the northern,
Daddy.
I guess I'll say, and north is up on this map, is that right?
That's your home?
Do you know where Campus Drive is?
No,
Yes,
no, no,
Campus
no,
Drive is
no,
this
no.
road that winds right along here.
Okay, and so that's kind of the windy road that begins in the upper left-hand corner of the exhibit and winds down through the center of the map and kind of exits to the middle right side of the map, is that right?
Yes.
And the wooded area, where is it in relation to the Campus Drive?
It is north of Campus Drive.
Okay, kind of in that, probably the center right of the map, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Will you describe, first off, what is on the south side across the street from the wooded area?
Yeah, so on the south side of the south side of the wooded area, we have the computer science building, which is to, I guess, east, and then we have a parking structure, and we have a walkway along here in between that connects the computer science building and the Lilosi's Center building, and then right onto the southwest of the parking lot area is going to be the Lilosi's Center building.
Okay, now you referred to the area across the street from the wooded area as a parking structure. That's a parking lot, right?
I'm sorry.
And there is a parking structure on campus, correct?
Yes, there is.
But that's different than the parking lot you just mentioned?
Yes.
Okay. All right, back to the wooded area. What was found? Was anything found in the wooded area of evidentiary value? You can sit down. Thank you. You can take that.
May you repeat your question?
Was anything of evidentiary value found in the wooded area?
Yes, in the wooded area, a rifle that was wrapped in a dark colored towel was found there.
And how did you learn about that?
I found that out because just a little bit before 6 p.m. That day, I received a call from Utah County Sheriff's Office, who was tasked with searching that area.
Do you know why they searched that area in the first place?
Yeah, so they searched that area because I received a video that was from the UView security footage. This was received by our command post on scene, and it showed who we believe was the shooter on the rooftop run from the southwest corner all the way to the northeast corner, jump down, and then continue to the northeast side of that campus, and then cross the street to Campus Drive, and then the suspect was out of camera's view after that.
Okay, so he ran basically toward and into that wooded area?
Yes.
Right. What were you told from the sheriff's office?
I was told that they found a gun, and from there I asked them to hold the scene, and that myself and FBI ERT team, the lead, Special Agent Kamak, would be en route.
Okay. FBI, ERT, FBI evidence response team, right?
Yes.
All right. Did you go to that area?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the weapon?
Yes.
Will you describe what you saw?
Yeah, what I saw was a rifle that was, or at the time before even having removed it, we found, or in the bushes, we found, all you could really see was just a dark towel there. So pictures were taken of that, and then eventually the gun or the towel was removed. And then once we removed the towel from the bushes is when we uncovered that the towel was actually used to wrap the gun in.
Have you reviewed State's Exhibits 10, 10.1, 10.2, and 10.3? Do you remember reviewing these?
Yes.
And are they accurate photographs of the weapon when it was recovered and shortly thereafter?
Yes.
I move the admission of State's Exhibits 10, 10.1, 10.2, and 10.3.
Defense?
No additional objection, Charlie.
All right, and as it relates to publication, if any?
Yes, I would ask these be published at all 3 levels.
All right, any input, Mr. Burt?
Same objections.
All right, I'll note the standing objections from defense. Those are overruled. And 10.
And leave the rest of the attorney to keep it going.
10.3 are admitted into evidence and may be published both in the courtroom and through the use of the camera.
If we can please publish number 10, thank you. You have in front of you on the screen Plaintiff's Exhibit 10. Will you describe what we're looking at here?
Yes, what we are looking at here is actually the bushes where the dark colored towel and the gun were found. You can kind of see the dark colored towel towards the right-hand side of the screen in the middle, right middle.
Kimberly, can you zoom into that area, please? All right, is this a better view of the towel?
Yes, it is.
If we can go to Exhibit 10.1.
And Stacy, thank you for the $2 super chat for Roy to hear Mr. Halfcock. Thank you for spelling it right, though. There you go, Roy. Thank you. Sorry. I love this community. See how we pick each other up in times of need? Oh. Sorry, Squid had to. No, it's fine.
This is a great committee.
Totally fine. It's one of those situations where, you I joke about it because it's true. Like, I hate saying it, and sometimes you get sick of, laughing at it. However, when we have community members that are like, he can't afford to super chat right now, he's got higher priorities to worry about than you saying this particular word. However, I'll do it. We'll cover him for today. Like, we will we got this, Roy. I love this community for reasons such as that. Even the silly stuff.
It is.
Roy, I hope you got a laugh from that, and I hope that at least made you smile for today.
This community got me through some rough moments, man.
So if you look, here's the kind of content that I watch when I'm not when I'm not doing this. Dollar Tree drop new products. That is the kind of that's me. That's me right there.
I watch video games.
Will you describe what we're looking at in Exhibit 10.1?
Yes, this is a mid-range shot of, again, the
And
towel
Vincent's
that
box
was used, or of the towel and within the bushes.
All right. When this was found and you arrived on scene, what happened with that weapon?
We moved it from the bushes. Actually, FBI Special Agent Kamak moved it from the bushes. We then placed it on a cardboard box, took pictures of it, and then we removed the towel, packaged the towel separately, took additional pictures of the gun, and then rendered it safe on scene.
Okay, I'll ask you about that more in a minute, but let's go to number 10.2. Will you describe what we see here?
Yeah, so what you see here now is the dark colored towel and the rifle that is in the towel, and it is in a cardboard box.
Why is the towel still around the gun?
We wanted to document as to how it was found.
All right, let's go to 10.3. Is this the rifle?
Yes, it is.
You described making the rifle safe. Will you describe what that is?
Yeah, so what that is that we ensure that there isn't anything in the chamber and that there's no other cartridges in the gun.
I will
that
send
would
you
have it
a bunch
go
of
off.
stuff
So to
that
do
I
that, because it is a bolt action gun, we would have to
it's funny.
manipulate the bolt or the lever back, and
I just
then from there see if anything was in the chamber, and then let's say carefully remove anything that was in the chamber and below it.
All right, what is the difference between a bolt action and an auto ejecting gun?
Yeah, a bolt action is one where the user actually has to manipulate the bolt. So they would actually have to turn, or they would actually have to pull it back and forward to, whether it be to load it, lock it, as well as extract anything that's in it. Unlike a semi-auto gun, that is when every single time you pull the trigger, a bullet will be fired, and then from there, a casing will be extracted out, as well as a new cartridge will then be automatically fed into the chamber.
So if you shoot a bolt action rifle, does that spent shell casing automatically exit the gun?
No, it does not. It will stay in there until the person that is handling the gun actually removes the, or actually pulls the bolt back, and then the casing will be extracted out.
Were you present when this weapon was made?
Don't tell me he left the cartridge in the gun. Don't tell me.
If they actually found one that matches,
So I'm not gonna speculate. Well, if I were to speculate where this is going, he left the cartridge in the gun, the same cartridge that had the engravings on it.
ooh,
The same cartridge engravings that were found at his apartment. The same I did. The same cartridge engravings that his roommate said I gave him a Dremel so that he could do it because he said he wanted to do it. I thought it was weird, but
if that's true, this is a stupid criminal.
and this is where being young, dumb, and politically motivated is stupid. This is where not using this is where making decisions based on emotion and not based on rational, critical thinking skills. Not only is an awful thing to do in general, but also makes you a really bad criminal because.
And that's another thing that goes against the marksman. A marksman isn't going to make
that kind of mistakes. So we will see exactly what is said. However, that kind of blows the Jews did it out of the water. Unless the Jews planted those in his apartment and made him do it. It kind of is like there's certain things that just don't logic out, and the Jews did it.
Kind of like that dude in Florida a couple of years ago. It's defense what the devil made me do.
Well, if criminals were smart, our jails would be empty. Well, here's the reason why I say investigate before you react, is because when we make decisions based on emotion, the flight or fight system in our bodies does not allow the emotional side and the rational side to work at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, like, how do you think some of these serial unalivers like BTK and all these people went on court for a decade? And because I hesitate to call criminals like smart, but they had a higher IQ and they didn't make mistakes like that.
They were also they were not emotional, which is scary. They were methodical. They weren't emotional when they did shit. They thought stuff out. They were methodical. They were not impulsive. And when you are a planner and things, stuff gets your rational side takes over and your decision making. Yes, she's texting from one phone to another. But then she's like, you text. And I was like, no, you text yourself, sweetie. Like, but it's just one of those situations where it's like, this is why I say investigate. And one of the new taglines for the rebrand is investigate before you react. Because Flash fan, I love you. I love you like a little brother, but you know this quite well. And we've had this conversation many times. Stop. Think, use context, use your logic, now react.
Yeah.
And think about things, because when you use that fight or flight system, when you're emotional, your critical thinking skills and your emotional side cannot actively work at the same time.
The way I was taught doesn't sometimes match up with my logic sometimes.
Yeah, Zodiac would still be unknown if he didn't want to be famous. That's true. That's...
I mean, they still don't know who the Zodiac is. They never caught that person or persons.
I think. Well, we'll get back to this, but it's just interesting the way, like, don't tell me he didn't eject. That's how you know this is not a professional. A professional would have gotten rid of the fucking shell casings.
Safe.
Yes, I was.
Will you describe what was found when that happened?
Yeah, so when we rendered the gun safe, we found in it, when we removed the bolt back, we found one one 30-06 cartridge case, or say a fired cartridge case, and we also found 3 unfired cartridges, all with engravings on them.
Just like the engravings that he had in his apartment that his roommate said, I gave him a Dremel kind of tool to make those engravings.
Woo.
Oh, that's enough probable cause right there. And I would really love to see the judge's face right now. I would really love to see Kathy Nestor's face right now.
This ain't gonna look good for him when it's a jury trial.
Oh, damn. I would love to, like, this blows one of the biggest conspiracy theories out of the water. That he didn't, like, that the Jews did it. Y'all, A, B, C plus D, like, A squared plus B squared equals C squared. It's the Pythagorean theorem of algebra. Like, it is what it is. It is what it is. Like, you're not going to fucking change that. One, it wasn't a professional shot, but my 3-year-old probably could have made that shot better than he could. I wish I was kidding. She had a Nerf rifle for her 2nd birthday. Then you have the fact that the position he was in. Then you have the fact that he didn't eject the cartridge from the rifle. Then you have the fact that the rifle casings that they found in his grandfather's gun had the same engravings as the ones in his apartment. And if you want to break down the fact, they were placed there, his roommate watched him do the engravings and gave him the tool to do the engravings. That pretty much lines up with the state's version of the facts, which seems to be pretty damn accurate. I'm just saying that, like, if you stop being stupid and you stop buying into all this emotional bullshit or conspiracy theory bullshit and just look at the freaking facts.
Yeah,
a lot of the conspiracy theories are coming from people who don't watch trials, don't know how any of the court system works, and also have not even read one single document attached to this freaking case, cannot name what state this case took place in, even though the name of the state is in the freaking crime scene location.
It's right. So I had somebody say, like, "Oh, you watching the Charlie Kirk trial?" Like, first of all, not trial.
It's not a trial.
But then they was like, "That's in California." And they're like, "No, what? No."
Utah Valley University in California.
They're like, "This is San Francisco." Like,
what the hell?
What was that?
What was that? Yeah, what was that? That was not somebody who uses common sense. Because the name of the state is literally in the prosecutor's office. The county name, Utah County, Utah. Make that one make sense.
I was like, well, you get San Francisco. Only thing I can think that makes sense is Michael Burton's from the San Francisco attorney. That's about the only thing that makes sense.
And technically, Dickie Boy Novak.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call him Dickie Novak. Yeah, the stalling in hopes of a plea deal. I've said it since day one. Yes, you have. And I feel like this is going to be a Koberger situation. At this
drag it out for about 3 years, and then they're going to try to get it a plea deal.
Last freaking second before when the trial is already scheduled. Last freaking second, he's going to plead. Hey, what are you doing at my house? There's watermelon in my fridge too. Dickie Novak. Karen Nestor, Dickie Novak. I just got to come up with an interesting name for Michael Burt, but senile old man is all I can think of.
Burt, what we saw the other day with some of his aggressive questioning, now that was decent. That's the question.
Because the reason I like aggressive people, bear with me. The reason that I like aggressive people is aggressive people or more aggressive type people get straight to the point. Aggressive people will say, what is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? Passive people will beat around the bush for 45 minutes trying to make a good story instead of just getting straight to the freaking point. Whereas people that are a little type A and a little bit more aggressive will just be What is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? Why'd you do it?
I mean, don't get me wrong. Michael Burke has always been like how he is now, but he had moments back in the 90s where he would just go at it and like, wow, he's making point after point after point after point.
He's getting senile. I mean, he might have dementia. He might have dementia. Kathy Nestor is just on the short bus.
I can say, I don't know what you to come up with Nestor.
Dickie Novak needs a urinalysis to see if he has a UTI. Because there is a decent lawyer asking decent questions somewhere in there, and every once in a while you see, but overall, he is a very confused man. He needs a urinalysis because when you are a man of his age, a UTI can significantly affect your cognition. It can make you a very confused person. And I think he's a very confused person. You know, yep, Dickie Novak. Dickie Novak's the Aaron Nestor and Dickie Novak. I'm liking this.
There was a case I read about from California in the mid 80s where they said the defense was so aggressive they gave a 3-day closing argument. I'm like, that's too long.
Oh, that's not so aggressive. That's
so in the Menendez trial, Michael Burke gave like a 2-3-day closing argument.
No, that's too long. Too long. All right, let's get back into this.
Make sure we understand the language you're using. When you say cartridge case and you say cartridge, what do you mean?
Yeah. So a cartridge is basically the round itself, right? The whole round. And the round consists of the cartridge case and the powder and then the bullet on top. So the cartridge case, the term is used for something that has been fired already. A cartridge is an unfired round.
Okay. Cartridge is the unfired round that still has the bullet, the powder, and all that.
Yes.
Cartridge case is the fired, is a round that has been fired and it's just the empty brass casing. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any, so there was, I just want to make sure I understand, a fired cartridge case and 3 unfired cartridges?
Yes.
Was there anything distinctive about these items?
All 4 of them had engravings on them.
Did you observe those engravings?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe them right there on scene?
Yes, I did.
And what was done?
No hearsay there, Michael Burt. Dickie Novak. I can't say Kathy. Kathy Nestor has dimensions. Oh my God. No, Kathy Nestor, in Kathy Nestor's defense, she hasn't spoken in 2 days. I don't even know if she's there. So, for all I know, she could be in the bathroom right now. The wrong dimensions, though. UTI is what UTI is what put my wife in the hospital the last time. Was so sick her level of confusion was listed as mentally altered. Yeah. After a certain age, even my mom's age and older, medications affect you differently. Side effects have more cognitive effect. Also, a UTI can have significant cognitive decline, and it's not permanent, but it's when you look at somebody who's normally all there and like seems to have everything together, and all of a sudden they're dazed and confused and you don't understand what is going on. Nothing significant that you know of happened. Generally speaking, I am not diagnosing, but one of the first things that doctors will look at is, do they have a UTI? So it's an unfortunate thing, but yeah, it's true. UTIs. It happened to my mom, one of my mom's coworkers. She gets recurrent UTIs, and all of a sudden she'll start getting super confused. And my mom's boss at the time was a complete idiot, and is like, she needs to quit. She needs to retire. She's old. It's like, no, she's sick. She needs to drink water, but she's sick. If she goes to the doctor right now, I can almost guarantee you she'll get diagnosed with a UTI. Oh, and 2 days later, guess what? She got diagnosed with the UTI. She takes medications and her cognition comes back. She starts getting confused like 6 months later. Her boss is like, she's so stupid. She's this. She's so old. She needs to retire. No, she's sick. Like it's just
always trying to sit people down.
Yeah, my mom, this is the same woman that when my mom showed up to work, the first day of work ever, she goes, "Oh, you're white." Yeah, the employee that had the recurrent UTIs was the only other white employee. And yeah, discriminated against my mother and this woman for being white.
Yeesh. That's just like people like I feel uncomfortable around you. Like, was it your fault? No. All right then.
Yeah, this woman was racist, but not in the way that a lot of people in this country like to paint people. Someone that looks like me being racist against someone like you. It was a black person being racist against two white women.
Yeah.
It's a real thing.
African Americans do it. They don't have.
Well, I can't say everybody does it, but everybody's capable of it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So,
I mean, think of all the people that's talking about the whole immigration. They need to go to their own country. I mean,
well, that UTI is what caused the doctor to do a head CT, and that's what showed the cancer had spread to her brain. So sometimes awful things can be revealing and be a blessing in disguise, because I know you're not in a great position now, but you're making the best of it. However, if she would have never gotten that UTI and you never would have found out, things would have gotten worse from the other perspective. So sometimes things can be a blessing in disguise. For example, when someone goes in the hospital for, say, a broken bone and they find cancer after a broken bone, it happens. Sometimes what you think is the worst possible thing can kind of be a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, that issue would have gotten worse and potentially fatal. But if you never would have had a broken bone and went to the hospital, you know what I mean? Like, some things seem awful at the time, but they're really a blessing in disguise. And I know I sound awful saying that, but it's kind of like you find something worse, so it seems worse. But had you never gone, you never would have found out that was there, and it would have caused more issues and more problems in the future. I don't know. That's a whole other conversation too. These are C. diff is a whole other. Yeah, I've had people get fecal transplants to help with C. diff. That's a thing. In case you didn't know, fecal transplants are a thing. So, getting back to the reason we're here.
Let's talk about each of those things. First, the towel. What was done with the towel?
But so much
The towel was packaged it was packaged, and then it was eventually provided to the FBI.
What was done with the firearm?
The firearm was also packaged and then provided to the FBI as well.
Did the firearm go to the FBI or the
Oh,
ATF?
sorry, correction. It first went to the FBI, and then to be in their custody, and then it was then sent to the ATF lab.
Okay. And the rounds, the cartridge and cartridge cases. Yeah. Cartridges and cartridge case.
Yes. All those were packaged, originally provided to the FBI, then was sent to the ATF lab.
Right. And were each of those items tested?
Yes, they were.
And in the testing, were they photographed?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the photo, and were they photographed by the ATF when they were tested?
Yes, they were.
Have you reviewed their photographs?
Yes.
And were you previously shown States Exhibits 19, 20, 21, and 22?
Yes.
And are those photographs that the ATF, or that you received back from the ATF, of those cartridges and the cartridge case?
Yes.
Did they have the same appearance and etchings that you saw when you observed them removed from the gun?
Yes.
And did those photographs accurately capture those etchings?
Yes.
I move to admit States Exhibits 19 through 22.
Objection.
Mr. Burke.
Objection.
All right, I'll note the standing objections admitted. And as to publication, Mr. McCarthy.
Sorry.
I move to publish these exhibits at all three levels.
Lots of
Any further objection from?
Lots of fecal
again, I know that the
material
standing
in this
objections as
hearing.
a rule, they may be published both in the courtroom and captured by the
Michael
media
Burke used to
camera.
be better.
Let us start with Exhibit 19, please.
In this performance, he was way better. I mean, he still went for
What
an
are we
hour.
looking at here in Exhibit 19?
But he was
This is
different.
the cartridge case that was recovered from the gun.
And what position was this in the gun?
This was this is what was in the chamber.
Okay. In the chamber, meaning
That's where a cartridge is before or when it is fired, correct?
Yes.
Do you notice an inscription or an etching on this cartridge case?
Yes, I do.
Will you read what that says?
Yes. Notice this bulge?
And if we can go down to page 2 of the exhibit, will you read what this says?
OWO, what's
And page 3,
this?
and question mark, correct?
Yes, question mark.
All right, if we go to State's Exhibit 20. Is this a photograph of one of the cartridges that was found in the gun?
Yes, it is.
And what are we looking at here in this view of page 1 on Exhibit 20?
This is the head stamp of it, and it says it is according to the head stamp, it is a Remington 30-06 Springfield.
Is that a different caliber than a .223 round?
Yes, it is.
Will you look at page 2 of Exhibit 20? Will you read the markings here?
A fascist,
And page 3,
catch,
and page 4.
up arrow, right arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow.
All right, let's go to Exhibit 21.
I'm thinking that this right here, the conversation with his roommate where he says he was etching bullets or cartridges, because he didn't actually want to etch the actual bullet for reasons. But the rifle was his grandfather's. The rifle that fired that would see, and this is where the ATF report gets even like more ridiculous to me, because the ATF report where they say was in the fragments were inconclusive doesn't even take into account, those are only the bullet fragments. That does not take into account the fact that they found his grandfather's rifle. A rifle that can be basically identified as his grandfather's. With the same cartridges, with the same engravings that were in his apartment. Yeah, you don't need the bullet fragments to actually, like, they made such a big deal of it in the media, and the UK, the Daily Mail, made such a big deal out of it when they failed to take into account that they failed to take into account that there was all this extra shit, including A plus B plus C equals D. Like, gun with gun equals grandfathers. Cartridges with spent casings. And I'm sure, to be perfectly honest with you, that they will have him etch something in a cartridge to see if it matches the handwriting.
What I'm learning from this case, the media is inaccurate on that. Because every single headline I've seen, with the exception of maybe like 2 or 3, like, what are you talking about?
It makes you like cartridges in spent casings in the gun with the same engravings and the same Remington. They were Remington. So it was Remington. It was like same brand, same etchings in his apartment that his roommate, like, I can't stress this enough. Gun with bullets or with spent casings with same engravings and the same brand as the casing, the bullets, the live bullets in his apartment with the same engravings, same brand that his roommate said he was engraving. It's like A plus B plus C equals D. There's your probable cause right there. Why are we still here?
And was this another round that was found in the gun?
Yes.
Will you read the inscription here?
Oh, Bella Chow.
Page 2.
Chow Chow.
All right, let's go to Exhibit 22. Another round that was found from the gun, correct?
Yes.
Will you please read the letters here?
If you read
Page 2.
this, comma, your, or correction, this, comma, you are
Page 3.
gay.
And page 4.
LMAO.
So look, the ones that were spent that were found with the gun are the same handwriting as the ones that were found in his apartment.
Yeah, it does look good for him. Really does good.
No, they aren't. He did not hand load these. He is not that smart. He did not hand load these. You need specialized equipment to do reloads, and no, they were not reloads. No, they weren't. They were not reloads. I've used reloads. I've done reloads. These were not reloads. You need equipment that my in-laws have that I don't. So I'm sure he didn't have the equipment to do reloads. They would have said.
All right, after processing the scenes there at Utah Valley University in Orem, did you go to St. George?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role in St. George?
My role was overseeing the execution of the search warrants at both Mr. Robinson's residence as well as his parents' residence.
And we've had testimony that Mr. Robinson was arrested there. Was he fingerprinted and his DNA taken?
They were actually taken at the Utah County Sheriff's Office jail.
After he was transported to Utah
Yes.
County? Okay, you said that there was, were items of evidence collected from him after he was arrested?
Yes, there was.
From his person? What were those things?
They were his clothing that he was wearing at the time of his arrest, to include shirts, pants, underwear, as well as shoes and anything that were in his pockets.
Do you remember what tops he had on?
I believe it was a maroon top.
And was there...
And I think I know why I like her. Remember yesterday when we were having the conversation about looking at the judge versus looking at the person who's asking you questions?
Yeah.
She's doing both, but in a natural way.
Yeah.
In a conversational way and not a forced yanking her head, turning her overly obnoxiously turning her chair. The short answers, she's answering the attorney. But when she goes into detail, she's looking at both. Like she's having a conversation with both of them.
She's not
That
doing
is
the
where
foreign, she's not doing the foreign African way where you look at the judge and every question you say, oh, yes, my lord, or yes, your honor, or that's correct, your honor, or I did this, your honor. Like, that's not who asked you the question.
But I think that's why she's so likable. Not only is her voice just clear, straight to the point, but when she is looking at the judge, she's looking at the judge in a conversational way, not a forced, awkward. It just strikes me as like a natural conversation, which is just a whole lot easier than what a lot of people do. She's looking at the attorney who's asking her questions and she's answering him until she, she's not overly like making eye contact with him and making it awkward or just solely staring at him. She's gazing around the room and looking at both. It's like a natural conversation. It's great.
Any other top layer that was collected that you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. Let's go to, you said there were a couple of homes that were searched there, is that right?
Yes.
Whose homes was that?
One of them was where Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs resided, and the other was Robinson's parents' residence.
I want to ask you about the defendant's home. What items will you describe some of the items that were collected?
Some items collected in that home were a Dremel tool and its bits container, as well as two Remington boxes of 30-06 ammunition, as well as some 30-06 cartridge cases, and a handful of long guns or rifles, a revolver, as well as a burned paper.
All right, I want to ask you about clothing as well. Was any clothing collected from the townhome?
Yes, there was.
How about shoes?
Yes.
What kind of shoes?
2 shoes were collected from...
So with this, we did put I did see a live BOMB on a F-18 that said, "We remember 9/11 and catch me." So we did put some markings on things that went boom to our enemies back in 2006. So it's not unheard of. Not saying that Tyler Robinson is sane or right. However, etching things into but see, the difference is the entire thing was going boom, boom, not just a projectile. So he was, the casing that was actually engraved was staying with him. That's the part that I don't understand. But as far as putting messages on things that go boom, or things intended to send people a message in more than one way. Did have messages written on them. I got a picture actually.
From the home, one was a Converse shoes, gray in color with white laces, I believe a size 10.5, and then
almost like the picture in the surveillance footage.
other Converse shoes that were also gray but had gray laces instead, but were of a different size that I can't remember.
I think you said that you collected boxes of ammunition. Do you remember what caliber that ammunition was?
Yes, there were a handful, but the one that I recall was 30-06.
And you also said you found some cartridge cases. Do you remember what caliber those cartridge cases were?
Yes, those were also 30-06.
If we can display just to the witness Exhibit 23. Do you recognize Plaintiff's Exhibit 23?
Yes, I do.
And is that an accurate photograph of the cartridge casings and some of the bullets you found?
Yes.
I would move the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 23.
Mr. Burt?
No further objections, Your Honor.
I'll note the standing objections by defense. Overrule those objections and admit into evidence State's Exhibit 23 as to publication, Mr. McBride.
I would move to publish at all 3 levels.
All right, it is published to the courtroom as well as maybe broadcast via the camera.
As that's coming up, where did you find these?
I found these in what we would consider the spare bedroom, right next to Tyler's bedroom, on top of a safe.
How do you know which bedroom is Tyler's bedroom?
We determined that based off of some documents we found in what we believe was Tyler's bedroom, such as mail that was addressed to him, as well as some school documents as well.
And again, in relation to, will you describe the layout of the house in that area?
Yep, so this was on the second floor. As you're coming up the stairs, if you turn the left up the stairs, you're going to run into 2 bedrooms, and that is on the south end of that residence. The southeast bedroom would be Tyler's, and then the southwest would be the spare bedroom. Again, if you go back to the stairs and you make a right-hand turn, that is where you're now on the north end of that residence, and that is now Twiggs' bedroom.
And where were these items here in 23 found?
These were found on the southwest, or in the southwest bedroom, the one right next to Tyler's bedroom.
And you said on top of a safe?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Will you describe what we're looking at in Exhibit 23?
Exhibit 23 are the 5 cartridge casings we found on top of the safe. All were 30-06 Springfield caliber, and one of them had an engraving that said "test shot" on it.
You've talked about Springfield, Remington. These 30-06s? Are they the same type of round as was found in the gun?
Yes.
All right. Did you find any 30-06 weapons in that house?
No, we did not.
All right. Did you search the closet on the first floor?
Yes, I did.
What did you find in the closet?
In the closet, we found on the ground some shooting targets with perforations in it, as well as on the shelf, we found a Dremel tool with a bits container.
All right. A Dremel tool with bits. What is a Dremel tool?
It's basically like a handheld device where you can make etchings or engravings on things.
What are bits?
Bits would be I guess like a sharp edge or something that would actually cause the etchings that you would put into the tool.
Is this kind of like a drill bit?
Yes.
And what did you do with the Dremel and the bits?
We photographed them in place, took additional pictures, packaged them, and then sent them for testing to the ATF.
All right. You also mentioned targets. Were those targets photographed?
Yes, they were.
I want to show you on your end. Have you reviewed Plaintiff's Exhibit 25 before?
Yes.
And is that an accurate photograph of those targets you found?
Yes.
I move the admission of State's Exhibit 25.
Mr. Burt?
No further objections?
All right, I note the standing objection, and those objections are overruled.
Excuse me, sorry.
Oh, well, did you want to, in regards to publication?
Yes, I'm so used to admission before publishing. I would move to publish those at all 3 levels.
Any further comment, Mr. Burt?
No further objections.
Again, all right, noting the standing objections, those are overruled. Exhibit 25 is admitted into evidence and may be published in the courtroom as well as captured by the media camera.
Can you describe what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so these were shooting targets we found in the closet, and each of them have perforations in them.
You say perforations, what do you mean?
Holes in them.
Those holes consistent with?
Foundation on this.
Mr. McBride, on this objection.
No, I'll submit. I'll wait the foundation if the objection is sustained.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, holes. Have you ever shot a gun before?
Yes, I have.
When you hit a target, what happens to the target when it's hit with a bullet?
Hit with a bullet, there's holes in there, what we call perforations, because there's an entrance as well as an exit.
Looking at State's Exhibit 25, I'm going to ask the question that's objected to. You said there's perforations in those. Are those consistent with bullet holes?
Yes.
And I would ask you to describe where those perforations are there's 3 targets here, right?
Yes.
Let's look at the far right target first. Where are the perforations in relation to the bullseye?
They're all probably within the 7, 6, and 8 ring.
Is there a perforation up at the upper left-hand corner of that rightmost target?
Yes, there is.
Did any of those hit the bullseye?
No.
Okay, looking at the center target, will you describe where the perforations are in relation to the bullseye there?
It is closer, but still not it. Most of them are to the left of the bullseye in rings, let's say 9 and 8.
All right, and then the leftmost target, will you describe where the perforations are there?
Yep. The perforations are actually closer to the bullseye as well, actually one being in it.
All right, you described also collecting a burnt note. We can take down 25. Thank you. Will you describe where that note was found and what it looked like to you?
Yeah. The burnt note was found in the trash can located in the kitchen. The way it looked like to me, it looked like, say you're at like a campfire and someone burns paper.
What was done with that?
That was also collected and that was sent to the FBI for analysis.
Was it photographed?
Yes, it was.
And have you reviewed State's Exhibit 24?
Yes.
Is that a photograph of the note?
Yes.
I move the omission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 24.
Mr. Burt?
No further objections.
All right, and to publication?
I move to publish at all 3 levels.
All right, I'm going to note the standing objection by defense, overrule those objections. And State's Exhibit 24 is admitted into evidence and may be published in the courtroom and may be captured by the media camera.
Do you see here on the screen Plaintiff's Exhibit 24?
Yes, I do.
It looks like as to the evidence tag, it's actually upside down. Is that right?
Yes.
Does it look like there's any writings on that note, on the burnt paper?
Yes.
Will you point that out for the judge where the writing is?
Yep.
And describe what you're pointing at, kind of the general location on the image?
Yeah. So the part that I'm pointing out is the paper that you can still see the lines in them, and as well as some handwriting as well to the edge, the left edge of that piece of paper.
All right. Have you also observed the image of a note that was recovered from Lance Twiggs' phone?
Yes.
And I'd like to show you side by side Exhibit 24.
We also don't know exactly what range those targets were at. So, ow!
And there on the left, you see Exhibit, there on the left, we see Exhibit 24. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And on the right, you see, on the right is 24, on the left it's 16.
Let me stop you, Mr. McBride. I'm not sure. Is this being broadcast?
Let's take that down.
All right.
Exhibit 24.
It is not.
Thank you, Your Honor. Excuse me, Exhibit 16.3.
You're good.
I would move to publish Exhibit 16.3 and 24 side by side. I think they're currently.
I mean, not awful,
council
but-
monitors.
So 16.3 has already been admitted.
Okay, let's be honest. You're possibly most likely going to be on trial for unaliving someone. I'm going to make fun of your shot. I'm going to make fun of you every chance I get. Because I believe that you unalived somebody that I liked. Not only is unaliving someone a bad thing, you unalived someone that I respected. So, F you. F you, Tyler Robinson. F you. And I'm going to make fun of every freaking shot that I can. I'm going to take every cheap shot. Pun fully intended.
And I don't remember the court's order if this was to be captured by electronic media or not.
But this is why y'all watch.
Does that comport with defense's memory as well?
It does.
All right. So
It was not.
16.3 was published to the courtroom, but not to be captured by the media. So as it's, and what is your request?
To comply with court's order.
All right. So 16.3 and Exhibit 24 may be published side by side only to the courtroom itself, but not on to be captured by the camera.
I don't know why they stopped the audio recording. I don't know why they stopped the audio for that.
Yeah. I think this video had audio with it. Ow! Girls, get your feet off my desk. I don't mind you laying like that, but get your feet off my desk.
Look like we almost pulled up.
Acknowledging that the magistrate can weigh the evidence and is not weighing in on this
We're about an
evidence,
hour
solely
behind.
admitting it.
It's
Well,
five.
already been
It's almost
admitted as it relates
5:30,
to
by the way.
testimony.
So
The court is going to overrule the objection and allow the testimony to be given. Again, whether the court accepts or doesn't accept that will be a determination made when determining probable cause.
Thank you. Do you see any consistencies that you're able to look at? Did you also collect the defendant's car?
Yes.
Where did you collect that from?
That was collected at the Robinsons' parents' home.
And will you describe that vehicle?
Yep, that vehicle is a gray-colored Dodge Challenger.
it's a nice car for such a young kid.
mean, he already ran one.
Right?
Four
You
years
mentioned
before.
that you sent several items to the ATF and the FBI for testing.
His
And you
last
received
car didn't
reports
go so
back from
well.
both of those entities with results
You
of their
ruin
testing.
your life
Yes, I did.
for something
I'd like
so
to show you on
stupid.
the witness's screen only right now, or council screens, Exhibit 30.
While you're
22
doing that,
years.
Mr. McBride, and also,
Great.
could we go ahead and take down State's Exhibit 35? I know it's just in the background.
This.
Yes, this is the ATF report that I received regarding the DNA testing on the gun and cartridge casings. Or sorry, cartridge case and cartridges.
Thank you. And is this in the same condition as it was when you received it?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move the admission of Exhibit 30.
Mr.
No further objections, Your Honor.
All right, I note the standing objections, well, and as to publication, Mr. McBride.
Yes, Your Honor, this exhibit deals with DNA testing on the rifle and the cartridges. We would move to have it published at all 3 levels.
All right, so noting the standing objection by defense, I'm going to overrule that objection pursuant to Utah Rule of Evidence 1102. State's exhibits evidence that may be published on screen in the courtroom and for the media camera.
I want to ask you a little bit about the format, because it may be helpful to understand here, but on page 1 under the exhibits, we have here a list of items that were sent in for testing and comparison. Is that right?
Yes.
And throughout the report refers to the items compared by the lab number. Is that right?
Yes.
So if we can scroll down just to the bottom of this first page, and here in the DNA analysis section, again, we see that the report or the author refers to the items by their exhibits numbers, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if we can go to page...
Yeah, no offense to potentially criminal, but a novice with a full day of target practice could do it. Not with that level of adrenaline running through your system. No. You need some level of knowledge. You don't have to be great, but someone who's never shot a rifle with a scope, never zeroed in a scope, no.
Potentially criminal. Why did that name sound familiar?
Sean from Potentially Criminal.
Oh,
lawyer.
yeah. I heard it. I watched him about 3 years or so.
Yeah, I watched him like 3 years ago. But no, like that's the dumbest fuck. That's an even dumber take than saying this was a professional. This was closer to a professional shot than a novice. Like, I'm just on the range from novice to professional. It was closer to professional than novice. Like, yeah, not gonna happen. That is probably this right here, potentially criminal. I know you will never see this, but if you do, I don't know what exactly the context of what you're referring to is, but a novice with a full day of target practice could take this shot. I challenge you to go to a range with that level of adrenaline in your system would probably give you a heart attack. But
I him because his stuff was a little iffy for me, so I was like, yeah, maybe.
yeah, that level of adrenaline in potentially criminal would probably give him a heart attack. However, no. No. You need some level of knowledge. His point, if I remember correctly, is that it did not take an expert to do it. No, but a novice with 1 day of training, no. That's an even dumber take than saying an expert did it. That's an even dumber take than saying the Jews did it. Like, and I know he knows firearms, if I'm remembering his stuff correctly. He does a lot of firearm stuff, but I'm like, that's just stupid. From someone who owns not that weapon, but some similar size stuff. Some bigger stuff. Yeah, that's dumb.
Page 2. And same question here. The exhibit number on the left, if we want to know what exhibit number that is, we have to refer back to page 1 for the description, right?
Yes.
Okay. And let's keep going to page 3. And if we can just scroll through page 3, 4, and land on page 5. Actually, pause right there, if you will. This is page 4. There's a description section here as well. And that description talks about where the swabbing that's used to compare what was swabbed for the comparison. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to page 5. So as we look at this first paragraph here under statistical analysis, let's see if you have this notated or no. Exhibits 1.1 and 1.4. Do you know what that is referring to?
Yeah, they're referring to 1.1 is swabs of the stock and grips of the rifle, and then 1.4 is swabs of the bolt of the rifle with possible ridge detail and or smudging.
Okay. Will you read paragraph D?
Yes. The DNA profiles are at least 1 trillion times more likely if they originated from Tyler Robinson, Exhibit 7.1, as a contributor to the major components and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals.
And again, that's swabs of the grips and the bolt. Stock and grips and bolt, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, number 2, calculation number 2. Where is this swab taken from?
Exhibit 1.2 would be swabs of the butt plate of the rifle.
And will you read paragraph D here?
The DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Tyler Robinson as a major component and 4 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 5 unrelated unknown individuals.
Looking at calculation number 3, exhibit 1.3. What areas were swabbed for this comparison?
1.3 is swabs of the trigger and trigger guard of the rifle with possible ridge detail and or smudging.
Will you read paragraph D?
The DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Tyler Robinson as a major component and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals.
If we can go to page 6. Calculation number 4, exhibits 1.5 and 5.1. What are those?
1.5 are swabs of the forend of the rifle, and 5.1 is swabs of 1 30-06 cartridge.
And again, that cartridge came from where?
From the firearm.
Will you read paragraph D?
The DNA profiles are at least 1 trillion times more likely if they originated from Tyler Robinson as a major components and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
All right, let's look at calculation number 5. 1.6 and 3.1, what are those?
1.6 is swabs of the barrel of the rifle with possible ridge detail and or smudging, and 3.1 is swabs of 1 30-06 cartridge.
And that 30-06 cartridge came from where?
From the firearm.
Will you read paragraph D?
The DNA profiles are at least 1 trillion times more likely if they originated from Tyler Robinson as a contributor to the major components and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
Okay, statistical analysis calculation number 6, exhibit 1.9, where is that from?
1.9 is the swabs of possible ridge detail and or smudging on the optical accessory of the rifle.
Is that a scope?
Yes.
Okay. Will you read paragraph D?
The DNA profile is 6.28 billion times more likely if it originated from Tyler Robinson as a contributor to the major component and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals.
Okay. On number 7, I'm not going to read that. I think we've gone through this enough. That's the last one in this report. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. We can go to exhibit 32. 31 was previously received. And just display this on the screen of the witness, please. I think it might display on the gallery video. Okay.
This right here.
Can you see exhibit 32 on your screen?
Mommy, Dr. Bye-bye.
What is this?
This is an ATF report that I received in relation to the gun as well as cartridge case and cartridges.
And is this report in the same condition as it was when you received it?
Yes.
I move the admission of State's Exhibit 32.
So question for you, was this the report that was previously disclosed in one of the early motions?
Yes.
All right. All right. To Mr. Burtz.
No further objection, Your Honor.
32 is accepted into evidence, may be published in the gallery as well as electronic. They're filing, I believe, from either late last year or early this year. So for those reasons, it's accepted into evidence and may be published at all levels.
Your Honor, it's 2:30. I probably have 10 more minutes. Would you like to take a recess now or after I finish?
Let's just do the 10 minutes.
All right. Exhibit 32 is in front of you. And what was being analyzed in this?
He asked
test?
about if you wanted to take a break now or later.
The cartridge case as well as the bullet
that's more
fragment
like
and the lead fragments that were recovered from Mr. Kirk at autopsy.
All right. Same question on structure of the exhibit. The lab numbers and agency numbers are listed here on the first page, right?
Yes.
And if you want to know what the report is talking about, you have to refer back to there, right?
Yes.
All right. I want to have you read, if you can scroll down to the bottom of page 1. Thank you. I would ask you to read the second line under results of examination.
Yes. The Exhibit 1 rifle was test fired and found to be in operable condition. The test fires were designated as Exhibit 1.11.
And again, Exhibit 1 rifle is what?
Is the one that we found on campus.
Okay. Exhibit 2, if you'll look at the next skip the next line and then go to the Exhibit 2 cartridge case. Will you read that sentence?
Yes. The Exhibit 2 cartridge case was identified as having been fired in the Exhibit 1 rifle.
Okay, now I want to jump back up to the top where it lists the exhibits 2 through 5. Will you explain what those are and where they came from?
Yes. That would be the items we found in the gun on scene, and this was the gun that was found in the wooded area.
And so the cartridge case is the round that had been, is the case that had been fired.
Yes.
Okay, so that's number 2. All right. I can't remember. Did we already read that line? Exhibit 2 cartridge case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Will you also look at or read the last paragraph on this page?
Yes. The Exhibit 2 cartridge case and Exhibit 3 through 5 cartridges were examined for the presence of comparable tool marks. Tool marks were located on the exterior of the Exhibit 2 cartridge case and Exhibit 3 cartridges, in parentheses scribe marks, that are consistent with being produced by engravings and or rotary cutting tips commonly found.
Scroll down, please, Kimberly.
She hasn't spoken all day.
Installed in handheld rotary tools, such as HRS. These tool marks contain marks of value for comparison if a suspect tool is located.
Okay. I'd ask to scroll back up to show the exhibit list. Number 6. What is Exhibit 6?
Exhibit 6.
The downside with her not speaking is Novak is still speaking.
We mostly been this hearing so far the past couple of days mostly been dominated by Bert and Novak.
I don't know what's worse.
Puppies.
What's worse?
Puppies.
No.
Is the bullet fragment, or sorry, the bullet jacket fragment, as well as some other fragments that were recovered from Mr. Kirk at the time of autopsy.
Thank you. Going back to page 2, will you read the first full paragraph there beginning with Exhibit 6?
Yes. Exhibit 6 consists of 1 .30 caliber class deformed damaged bullet jacket fragment and 4 lead fragments.
Will you read the next paragraph as well?
The Exhibit 6A bullet jacket fragment cannot be identified or excluded as having been fired from the Exhibit 1 rifle based on an agreement of all discernible class characteristics and neither sufficient agreement nor sufficient disagreement of individual characteristics. The result of the comparison was inconclusive.
And if you'll look at the line starting with the Exhibit 6B through 6E, will you read that sentence as well?
The Exhibit 6B through 6E lead fragments are not suitable for microscopic comparison.
Thank you. We can take Exhibit 32 down.
So that was the ATF report. That was the bombshell. The fragments were inconclusive, or the bullets didn't match was the headline, I believe.
Oh wow, that's the thing that was leaked months ago, right when the case first broke.
Yeah. They didn't match. No, they were inconclusive because as we've demonstrated, I have to go to the safe room and get the fragment or the size, but you can see just how tiny. So looking at my current situation here, those are 45. Look how small that is. So think about something just not incredibly larger than that. Yes, it's obviously bigger because it's a freaking 30-06 and not a 45. Don't come at me in the comments. I'm fully fucking aware. However, but think about that going through a human, hitting things like bone, muscle, it's going to get deformed, break apart. Some rounds are even designed to break apart. So they do maximum internal damage. That's always fun. But think about something like that breaking apart and how many pieces that it must be broken into. Also, doctors are trying to save lives. They are not forensic people. So if he went into surgery and they tried to get bullet fragments out of him to, I don't know, repair arteries, they were not concerned with the recovering the largest bullet fragments that they could. They were concerned about saving his life. So that's also another thing that I don't think people take into account when someone gets like shot and rushed into surgery. Yeah. Doctors are not there to preserve evidence. Doctors are there to save a human life.
Yeah.
So if they are cutting around and their tools that they are using are also moving bullet fragments around and possibly deforming bullet fragments, there's another issue. I don't know how long if he actually made it into surgery, if that's even a thing. I have not seen the autopsy. I don't know the whole story. However, that's just another, I think, in the world of where medicine and legal cases meet. I don't think people take that into account, that when stuff gets entered into the human body from a manual perspective, generally it's your doctors are not there to preserve evidence. The doctors are there to save your life. They sometimes can destroy evidence in the process through no fault of their own. Their job is not to preserve evidence. Their job is to save a human life. So take that one however you wish. But it's just one of those things where I think people also lose track of perspective gets deformed, just like fragments.
Exhibit 33, if we can show that just to the witness, please. You recognize Exhibit 33?
Yes.
What is that?
This is an ATF biology report on the Dremel tool as well as the cartridge cases that were found on top of the safe in Tyler's home.
Did you receive this from the ATF in response to your request for testing?
Yes, I did.
I move the admission of State's Exhibit 33.
No further objections, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Burtz. No objections, and be published.
Cartridges and cartridge casings we found in Tyler's home.
And up in the top right, it says forensic biology. Is this DNA testing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, format of this is the same as the other report we already looked at, right?
Yes.
Let's jump to page 4.
There are also
Calculation
things like
number
this.
It mentions here Exhibit 15.1. Do you know where that swab is from?
Yep, it is swabs of the buttons of the Dremel tool.
And will you read paragraph D?
Yes, the DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Tyler Robinson as a contributor to the major component in 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
We also read paragraph E.
The probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to this sample yielding this level of support is less than 1 in 1 trillion.
Thank you. I'm not going to ask you to read those paragraphs for the rest of the statistical calculations, but I will ask you to go through and identify where the swabbing came from. Exhibit 15.3, which is calculation number 2, where's that swab from?
That's swabs of the cord of the Dremel tool.
Exhibit 15.5,
That would be swabs of the longest metal bit of the tool.
going on to page 5. Calculation number 4, exhibit 15.6,
15.6 is swabs of the shortest metal bit.
and calculation number 5, 18.1.
This is swabs of 1 etched 30-06 cartridge case.
What is that? Where did that come from?
That come from on top of the safe.
Okay. Is that the one that had the etching test shot?
Yes.
Will you read the paragraph D as it relates to the test shot swab?
Yes. The DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Tyler Robinson as a major component and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
Thank you. We can take exhibit 33 down. What is State's Exhibit 34?
This is an ATF report I received that was comparing tool marks.
And is this, I move the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 34 and publication at all 3 levels.
Mr. Burt.
No further objections.
All right. The objections, the standing objection.
Okay. Looking at the exhibits, might have to go back and forth here, but let's go to page 2. And will you read the paragraph that starts with Exhibit 18 consists?
Yes. Exhibit 18 consists of 5 30-06 Springfield caliber fired cartridge cases, designated Exhibits 18A through 18E, and 15 45 auto caliber unfired cartridges, designated Exhibits 18F through 18T.
Okay. 18A, do you know what 18A is?
Yes, this would have been the 30-06 cartridge case with the engravings test shot on it.
Okay. Will you read the paragraph beginning with the Exhibit 18A?
The Exhibit 18A cartridge case was examined for the presence of comparable tool marks. Numerous sets of tool marks were located on the exterior of the Exhibit 18A cartridge case that are consistent with being produced by engravings and or rotary cutting tips commonly found installed in handheld rotary tools, such as a Dremel tool. These tool marks contain marks of value for comparison.
Okay. The next paragraph I asked you to read is the one that starts with Exhibit 16. But first I want to ask you, do you know what Exhibit 16 is?
I do not, off the top of my head.
Okay. 18, it also says Exhibit 18A through 18E. Do you know what those are?
18A through 18E would be the cartridge cases that were found on top of the safe.
Okay. If you'll read paragraph, or that paragraph.
Which one again? Sorry.
The one starting Exhibit 16 and.
Yes. The Exhibit 16 and Exhibit 18A through 18E cartridge cases were identified as having been fired in the Exhibit 1 rifle.
Okay. Let's now jump to the paragraph beginning the test tool marks. Kimberly, if you could scroll down. Will you please, well, first off, 15A and 15B, do you know what those are?
Yes, those would be the longest metal bit and then the shortest metal bit.
Okay. If you would read, okay, and then also Exhibit 2, the Exhibit 2 cartridge case, what is that?
This would have been the cartridge case that was found in the gun.
And Exhibits 3, 4, and 5 cartridges?
They were the ones also found in the gun.
And Exhibit 18A?
Is the one that was found on the safe.
Okay. If you'll read the first bullet point there at the Exhibit 15A.
Yes. The Exhibit 15A engraving cutter was identified as having made tool marks located on the Exhibit 2 cartridge case, Exhibit 3 through 5 cartridges, and Exhibit 18A cartridge case.
And will you, okay. Go ahead and take that down. So the witness Exhibit 12.1, and this is the video, UV surveillance video. Let's see, I think it's 12.4 was the surveillance video actually that was approved for publication.
That's correct. That's the unmarked, non-zoomed version, correct?
That's right. Yes.
Yes, that's the one that, yes.
And just for now, let's do this on the witness's screen. 12.4, and I'll ask you to jump to the 804 mark. Okay, I move to publish, we intend to play about 10 seconds of this video. I move to publish that at all 3 levels.
Mr. Burt?
I'm not sure what the relevance is at this point, so it's hard to object or not. I would ask for a proffer as to what it's showing, because it's not apparent from the exhibit.
Understood. Proffer is, there's been testimony about prints being found on the glass window of this building. This exhibit demonstrates the suspect's behavior in that area.
All right, anything further?
With that, I don't have any further objections.
All right, so it may be published, this is already admitted, and it may be published at all levels.
Which means we get to see it.
Do you see what's on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Can you see the suspect in this image?
Yes.
Will you describe where that suspect is?
He's on the rooftop, let's say on the gravel
not.
part, and this would have been close to the east side.
The media real careful.
Oh, there we go.
3:47 p.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And that portion of the image that we see there, the video is the top portion of the image slightly to the left of center. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, we're at 8:01. Kimberly, will you please hit play there? Let's go ahead and pause it. Pausing it at 8:20. Were you able to determine if the suspect touched the glass when he dropped from the roof?
Not at the time when we first saw the video, no.
Okay. Were you later able to make any determination on that?
Yes, because the video we had was pretty grainy at the time at the command post, and it wasn't until we're actually able to get the footage directly from UVU.
And when you actually got that footage, could you zoom in and get a better picture?
Yes.
And were you able to determine at that time whether the suspect touched the window?
Yes.
What was your determination?
We determined that he was not, or he did not touch it.
Thank you. Nothing else.
All right. Let's go to a break. To defense, I realize that you began talking about your concerns. You have a witness that needs to leave today. 10, 15 minutes, what's your request? I want to maximize your ability to have time with your witnesses as well as class if you choose to.
So I think this is where I'm going to call it a day. Because, yeah. Because
I got rehearsal in about probably 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, because we just need to take a break from this. We are about 45 minutes behind, but we'll pick this up tomorrow morning.
We're probably going to have a long day tomorrow because that's when they're supposed to.
Yeah, and if we have to do this Saturday morning or Saturday afternoon, I will do that if I don't want to do this all tomorrow. Because Jesus, Pete.
Yeah, the defense witnesses they apparently got to call the witness today, so we're going to have now.
Yeah, if I was a person who wasn't about transparency, I would have skipped through most of them arguing about the footage. but it's important to see. It's important to see what Heidel. I already did it. We're good. Um, it's really important to see exactly what these attorneys are arguing about, so that when you look at these attorneys and you look at what they're talking about in the media, what they say in motions, and how they speak to the judge and how they speak to each other, it's important to understand this is a probable cause
Yeah.
hearing, and look at how they are arguing
That's
things that
why
don't matter.
that's why one of my biggest problems with back when I watched LawTube, you'll have like there was one LawTube that covered like the the Menendez case or just a classic case, and they skip like the outside the predicate jury hearing. I'm like, these are important.
It's boring. Some of the things that need to be covered are honestly some of the most boring parts.
Yeah.
But they're also the most important, like jury instructions. Jury
Yep.
instructions can be some of the most
Yeah.
monotonous and boring parts, but it is what the jury will be looking for and how they will decide this case or a case. And it's super important. So hearing what the
Charge
hearing
conference and like, yeah.
well, also hearing what the attorneys want and how that things are going to be done is important for the victim's family to hear as well. And I think it's important that they argue them, but also it's also important to hear the defense attorneys and the prosecutors argue them. It kind of gives you a mindset of like what needs to happen for certain things. It's just an interesting situation. But these attorneys are arguing things that don't matter at this point.
Frivolous stuff. I mean, these
It's
are important objections, but it's not for right now.
Yes, these are evidentiary hearings, discovery objections, things that are going to be admissible at trial is not for a probable cause hearing, because there are things at a probable cause hearing that are hearsay that are obviously not admissible at trial, but that's the whole freaking point of the difference. But if everything that if everything that was admissible at a probable cause hearing was admissible at trial, there'd be no reason for a probable cause hearing. There'd be no reason for a trial.
And it'll be a fair trial. Too much evidence within a trial. And
However, I do have us set up to redirect over to AJ.
she's streaming that's Waukesha Pro Se from a couple weeks ago.
Good luck, AJ, making it through.
He's
a
not as
Waukesha
bad
case.
Brooks, but he had his moments.
Oh, Waukesha, you are a very interesting place, and I know you well.
I think I'm scared of Waukesha.
The county itself, not really, but like Waukesha, yeah. But anyway, guys, that is 5.5 hours of whatever today was. We will do the rest tomorrow, and then we will hopefully catch up on tomorrow. Well, yeah, we'll just try to get through it the best we can. And if we get so sick of it, we have to skip ahead and go to Saturday, and we will. We will cover it all, but it might not be till Saturday.
Yep.
And heaven forbid we have to do this at all next week.
I hope not.
I love all of you. However, I am very, very sick of these fucking attorneys, even the prosecutors. The fact that they all agreed collectively to 5 days for a preliminary trial or a preliminary hearing.
I mean, I think the state. I don't blame the state, but I think the state is factoring in like, okay, there's probably gonna be multiple objections, who knows how cross-examination is going to go.
It is just overkill for a probable cause hearing. Probable cause has been established, and I think today was the strongest day because the casings from the gun, whose gun it was, what are you going to do? Blame his dad? The gun belonged to his family. The gun that was found on the scene. It's just, y'all, like, probable cause has been established. Why are we still arguing? Like, the defense should should be by now be like, yes, probable cause has been established. Let's just
And
move
they
on.
have a case. They have witnesses. You rarely see defense attorney calling witnesses at prelims. It's weird.
Well, once probable cause, you can't unring the bell. Once probable cause has been established, you can't unring that bell. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. It just doesn't work. How much is the state putting up to quash all the foolish internet conspiracy theories and crap? Probably a lot, to be honest. Probably a lot. I'm, and JKD Buck, thanks for the $2 super chat. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you for watching on this channel when you could be watching on the 400 other channels covering this, including Charlie Kirk's network. And any of the law tubers. The one thing you're going to get from me that you're not going to get from a lawyer is brashness, because I don't have to worry about salvaging my law career when I give you my opinion.
The law tuber covering, they call it out, but it's not nowhere near. It's like, well, maybe they have a point with this, but I'm not seeing it. But maybe they have a point. I'm like,
they're polite because this might be a colleague. I mean, this is technically a colleague, and they might have to go work with or against this person someday.
Yeah.
I just give you my unfiltered freaking opinion, and I call it like I see it, like a juror would. I tell you what I think, regardless of whether you're going to agree with me or not. And I try to make it a little entertaining in the process. Yes, and thank you to all in Rumble as well. I didn't hang out in the Rumble chat as much today, but I appreciate Rumble for hanging out with me, and yeah, turning himself in, the rifle belonging to his family, his DNA, his pet furry's DNA on items, engraving items in his closet. All of that equals probable cause. Does that equal beyond a reasonable doubt? No. We still have stuff. Yeah. Because I have a fucking filter squid, probably. Rather watch here with some good people chat and some snark. Yeah, you can rely on me for some snarkiness. Sarcasm, dark humor, but also the truth. Like, I'm not gonna blow smoke up your butt. We have some difficult conversations, and that's okay. And not everybody is going to agree. I wish Tammy J would come back, because it seems like she was here and we disagreed about Erica Kirk and she never came back. I'm sad. But anyway, y'all go tell AJ that I said hi, and I appreciate you guys so much, and I will see you on the next one. And remember, don't be a twat waffle, aka a Kathy Nestor, and y'all have a great freaking night. And please get some sleep, and try not to think about Kathy Nestor and Dickie Novak before you go to bed.